Chapter 273. Young master, Xiaoxi has brought you a change of clothes. Li Zixuan returned to Drunken Wind Pavilion. About 15 minutes later, Faubert did not come to deliver the materials, but Xiaoxi came to deliver the clothes instead. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoxi, you can go back after you put these clothes in the room. Li Zixuan leaned on the table as he recalled the knowledge of physics and chemistry from his previous life. Young master, madam is worried that you will suffer here alone, so she asked Xiaoxi to stay here and take care of you. Xiaoxi will go back and bring your 3 meals a day. Xiaoxi hugged the bundle that she brought over and turned around to say. Did my mother really say that? Li Zixuan raised his head and asked. Of course. Yes, Xiaoxi went to prepare a room for you. Xiaoxi replied with a slightly red face. She then hurriedly turned around and carried the bag into the room. In fact, after Sanbao sent the news that Li Zixuan would be staying in the workshop for a few days, Madame Li did not think of sending a maid to take care of her son's daily life. It was Xiaoxi who weakly mentioned it, so Madame Li sent her over. Thinking of Madame Li's meaningful gaze and smile when she arrived, Xiaoxi was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. Boss, these are the materials that Butler Fu asked me to bring over. Not long after Xiaoxi went into the room, Song Xiaoxi came over with a bag. After the previous lesson, Song Xiaoxi's smile now had a tinge of caution. He was no longer as impulsive as before. Li Zixuan took the bag and checked it carefully. He then nodded with satisfaction and said, very good. Not a single one is missing. Xiaoxi, you can go back now. It's almost time for work. Young master, I'm not in a hurry. I can stay in the workshop at night. Why don't I serve you here? If you have any orders, I can run errands for you, right? Song Xiaoxi smiled politely. No need. I don't have anything to do here. I can do it myself. Xiaoxi, you should go back. Li Zixuan smiled and replied. At this moment, Xiaoxi finished tidying up the room. She came out and said, young master, your room is ready. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zixuan nodded. Ah. Young master, then I will take my leave. When Song Xiaoxi saw Xiaoxi, he immediately reacted. At the same time, he hated himself for being so talkative. His young master was a beautiful woman, why would he need his help? Sigh. When Li Zixuan saw Song Xiaoxi running away, he knew that Song Xiaoxi was overthinking. Li Zixuan wanted to call him back, but he thought better of it. There was nothing to explain. Xiaoxi, there's still a room on the east side. Go and clean it up yourself. I'm going to start working now. Li Zixuan picked up the large bag of experimental materials and walked into the room as he smiled at Xiaoxi. Oh. When Xiaoxi saw that Li Zixuan did not need her help, she replied with an, oh, and went to the other room to tidy it up. After all, she was going to stay here at night. She could not possibly sleep in the same room as Li Zixuan, right? Although she had thought about it before, but... after transmigrating for so long, I'm finally back to my old profession. Li Zixuan placed the bag of materials on the experimental platform that he temporarily put together with 4 long tables. Looking at this simple laboratory, he felt a little emotional. As an engineering student, and one that specialized in engineering, he had soldered countless circuit boards in the laboratory. He did not expect that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he would still have to do his old profession. The difference was that his current laboratory conditions were even worse. Of course, the experiments he did were more basic and simple. It could not be compared to modern integrated circuits. Let's get to work. Today, I will make the battery come to this world more than 1,000 years earlier. Haha. Dear Mr. Volt, I'm sorry for stealing your invention. Li Zixuan rubbed his fists and rubbed his palms as he muttered to himself eagerly. That's right, what Li Zixuan wanted to make was the simplest volt battery. What? You think that volt batteries are too weak? Why not make a generator? F***ck, big chest brother, it's easy for you to say that. You haven't even learned how to walk and you want to run away. Do you think that generators are that easy to make? You transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, why don't you try making one for me? Can you make one without 1 or 2 months? Li Zishuan wanted to immediately create electricity and then realized the next step of his plan. How could he use 1 or 2 months to make a generator? Li Zishuan watched the TV series, The Myth, in his previous life. In the series, Yi Shao Chuan, who was played by Hu Gu, transmigrated to the Qin dynasty. Because his phone ran out of battery, he made himself a hand-cranked generator. Of course, this was the scriptwriter's nonsense. In fact, that thing could not generate electricity at all. Okay, magnets existed in ancient times. The wires used were the gold threads from the clothes of the future Liu Bang's wife, Liu Ho. However, those gold threads did not have an insulating outer layer. When they were wrapped into a coil, it was no different from a lump of gold. The scriptwriter did not know that real generator coils were covered with enameled wire. Not to mention, to charge the phone, didn't he need an interface cable? Li Zishuan, who was a science and engineering student, was troubled by this for a long time. At that time, he also thought that if he really transmigrated to ancient times, when he needed to charge his phone, he should adapt to the time. Ancient materials were limited. What kind of device should he invent? Should it be a simple hand-cranked generator or something else? What? You said that there was no signal in ancient times, so why did you need to charge your phone? You could use your phone as a video camera. Could it be that your phone could only be used to make calls? If there were some pornographic content in your phone, you could contribute it to the emperor. You might even have a lifetime of glory and wealth. After thinking hard and letting the dog stand him up on the internet to find a needle in a haystack, he really found it. In the year 1800, the famous scientist Volta invented the world's first battery, which was also the ancestor of modern batteries. He did not know why those idiotic translators in China would sometimes call it Volta and then Volta. Li Zishuan's mind was often confused when he was in middle school. Through experiments, he found that when a piece of paper soaked in salt water was sandwiched between 2 different metals, electricity would be generated. He soaked the blotting paper in salt water, stacked it with a layer of silver, a layer of blotting paper, and a layer of zinc. Then, he used a wire to connect the top layer of metal to the bottom layer of metal. He found that he could measure the voltage and current. This device was now called a voltaic battery. The principle of a voltaic battery was, when different metals came into contact with an electrolyte solution in pairs, the ions in the solution would form a directional movement and thus generate an electric current. Until now, the dry battery that we used was a modified voltaic battery. In the dry battery, a paste of ammonium chloride was used instead of salt water, a graphite rod was used instead of a copper plate as the positive electrode of the battery, and a zinc sheet was used as the negative electrode of the battery. Compared to making a generator, wasn't it easier to make a battery? Chapter 274. The materials used for the voltaic battery were silver, zinc, salt, and blotting paper. As long as they were stacked together, they would form a battery that could generate electricity. Then, were these materials available in ancient times? If you were traveling to the Ming dynasty, congratulations, you would have all of these materials. You would be able to charge your phone directly. This was because zinc metal was first invented by China in the Ming dynasty. At that time, it was called Japanese lead. It was first extracted from silver or imported from Japan. Unfortunately, Li Zishuan had traveled to the Tang dynasty, so he lacked one material, zinc. But could a voltaic battery be made without zinc metal? Of course not. As long as there were 2 different metals, it could be made. The only difference was the voltage and current produced. The positive electrode material used in modern dry batteries was copper, gold or silver was better, but that was for the rich people's flashlights, and the negative electrode material was zinc. Copper was also very easy to obtain in ancient times, unless you had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes and traveled to the Stone Age. The negative electrode material could be aluminum or iron. Yes, iron, which was cheaper than copper. In the room, in the laboratory, Li Zishuan was secretly glad that he had read The Myth in his previous life and had a lot of questions, so he had searched for a lot of information related to the manufacture of batteries on Baidu. Otherwise, he would not have thought of making a voltaic battery. He would have been a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, and would have definitely tried to make a generator. Was he King lucky? Because in the Tang dynasty, which did not have any industrial or electronic foundation, it was really difficult to make a generator with the theoretical knowledge he had learned from textbooks. Li Zishuan did not plan to make a generator at the moment. There were too many technical problems to solve, so he would do it in the future. He took out a specially made rectangular clay jar. There were 50 independent compartments inside the jar. Because the voltage and current of a voltaic battery were definitely not enough, it needed to be connected in parallel to increase the current, and then connected in series to increase the voltage. The crudest and simplest voltaic battery had a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 10 to 20 milliamperes. If the voltaic batteries in each cubicle had a voltage of 1 volt and a current of 10 milliamperes, then 50 voltaic batteries would be connected in parallel to form a battery pack. 5 of these battery packs would then be connected in series to form a power source with a voltage of 5 volts and a current of 500 milliamperes. Then, the problem of charging your mobile phone would be solved. P.S. If you plan to bring your mobile phone to ancient times, please remember this easiest way to charge your mobile phone. Of course, Li Zishuan was a soul transmigrator. When he transmigrated, he did not bring anything with him. The purpose of his battery was definitely not to charge his phone, but to power his communication tools. He often lamented why he wasn't wearing a suit and couldn't bring a computer with him. He could have brought a mobile phone with him. When he was bored, he could play single-player Do Diju or cut fruits. However, there were also benefits of soul transmigration. At the very least, there were no obstacles when communicating with the people of the Tang dynasty. This was because the official language of the Tang dynasty was not Mandarin at all. It had a very thick accent. If it wasn't for soul transmigration, you would not be able to understand what others were saying. Li Zishuan mixed a small basin of concentrated salt water and poured it into each cubicle one by one. When all 50 cubicles were filled, he inserted the 2 ends of the bent iron plates into the 2 adjacent cubicles. Then, he inserted the bent copper plates into the other side. The copper plates were the positive electrodes of each voltaic battery, and the iron plates were the negative electrodes. When the iron plates and copper plates were inserted into the cubicles, it was equivalent to connecting all the positive electrodes together and the negative electrodes together. As a whole, the 50 small batteries were connected together in parallel, forming a battery pack with a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 500 milliamperes. After completing the first battery pack, Li Zishuan took out a copper wire. It was a copper wire that was coated with lacquer. He used the copper wire to separate the positive and negative electrodes of the battery pack. Then, he covered the rectangular ceramic jar with a matching lid. Just like that, a simple battery was created. It was very convenient to use. He just needed to connect the positive and negative electrodes to the circuit. If he felt that the voltage was not enough, he could make a few more of these batteries and connect them in series. "Young master, it's time to eat." At this moment, Xiaoxi knocked on the door and shouted. The servant girl took advantage of the time when Li Zishuan was doing experiments to ask San Bao to drive the carriage back to the Li residence to get dinner. After all, the food outside could not be compared to the food in the Li residence. In order to make Li Zishuan comfortable, Xiaoxi put in a lot of effort. "Okay, I'll be right out." When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart was filled with happiness. Compared to his previous life, he was doing the same job, but his circumstances were completely different. In his previous life, he spent his 3 years as a postgraduate student in the laboratory. Every day, he would enter the laboratory at 8:30 a.m. to check in, and he would leave the laboratory at around 10 p.m. Of course, he would have to check in again. The person in charge of the project would check his attendance every month. Sometimes, in order to rush the progress of the project, he would work overtime until 1 or 2 o'clock, or even overnight. To put it nicely, he was a technician who worked hard on the front line of research. To put it bluntly, he was just a worker, an engineering dog. And now, although he was doing basic research, he had a pretty servant girl to take care of his daily needs, and there was also a driver on standby outside. Li Zishuan felt that he was willing to be such a happy engineering dog for the rest of his life. It smells so good. What did Auntie Zhao make tonight? Li Zishuan walked out of the room and came to the main hall. Only then did he notice that the sky outside was almost completely dark. He sniffed with his nose and immediately smelled the aroma of food. Hence, he quickly walked to the dining table, picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. Hey, young master, you haven't washed your hands. When Xiao Shi saw this, she quickly pulled Li Zishuan and said, That's right. Li Zishuan looked at his dirty hands and felt a chill down his spine. It was a big taboo to eat without washing your hands after an experiment. What he did today was just a normal experiment. However, if he did not wash his hands when he used poisonous substances in his experiments, wouldn't he be in trouble? When he thought about this, he quickly followed Xiao Shi to wash her hands before returning to the table to eat. Xiao Shi, have you eaten? Young master, of course, Xiao Shi will eat after you finish eating. So annoying. Sit down and eat with me. You know that I hate these rules the most. Xiao Shi looked at Li Zishuan awkwardly. In the end, she still went to get a bowl of rice for herself and sat opposite Li Zishuan. Anyway, it was not the first time. A few months ago, she and Xiao He ate at the same table as Li Zishuan at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Come. Eat a meatball and grow more meat. Xiao Shi. Thank you, young master. Chapter 275. Young master, do you want to take a bath now? Xiao Shi will boil some water for you. After dinner, Xiao Shi looked at Li Zishuan and asked. As the workshop often required the workers to work overtime, there were a few staff dormitories in the workshop. Those who worked overtime too late and couldn't go home, Chang and City had a curfew, would sleep in the workshop at night. Correspondingly, the kitchen, cafeteria, of the workshop would close very late at night to prepare hot water and supper for the overtime workers. This was a benefit that Li Zishuan prepared for the workers after he took over the workshop. No rush, I still have to make some things. Xiao Shi, don't be busy. Go wash up and sleep. I'll go get a bucket of water from the well after I'm done. It's better to use cold water on such a hot day. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. Young master, you can't do that. You'll catch a cold if you bathe in cold water. Xiao Shi heard him and shook her head like a rattle drum. She was determined to disagree. Your young master has kung fu, how would I catch a cold? Little girl, go wash up and go to sleep. I'm going back to work. Li Zishuan smiled nonchalantly, then turned around and went straight back to his room. Young master. Xiao Shi stomped her feet in annoyance. The little girl sulked for a while before she got up to clean the dishes. Chirp chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. The night at Drunken Wind Pavilion was very quiet and peaceful. A waning moon hung in the night sky. The sky was filled with sparkling stars. It was like the Milky Way laid on the green sky. A gust of night wind blew and rustled the leaves in the courtyard. It was like the sound of the waves or the call of the pines. Occasionally, the chirping of crickets could be heard from the bushes around the house. In the laboratory, Li Zishuan continued to make voltaic batteries. There was no TV to watch, no computer to play, and he couldn't fall asleep so early. It was rare to find a good toy, and he was addicted to it. He wanted to try connecting a few more voltaic batteries in series to see if he could do something. As the saying goes, unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. In less than 2 hours, he actually managed to create another 11-volt battery packs. In other words, he could now assemble a 12-volt, 500 mAh power supply. It was not easy at all. Sigh, I wonder if the archaeologists will be able to guess that this young master came from the modern era when they dig up the voltaic battery that this young master made 1,000 years later? Li Zishuan looked at the dozen or so batteries on the table and thought to himself, that's right. Oh, right. It seems like there really was someone who made the voltaic battery even earlier. Oh, so this young master isn't the first person to eat crabs? Lisa Schwann regretfully patted his head, because he suddenly remembered an archaeological news article he saw on the Tianya forum in his previous life. The general idea was as follows: in 1938, Van Wilhelm Koenig, an archaeologist working in a museum in Baghdad, Iraq, announced that he had discovered a battery that predated the voltaic battery by a long time. Koenig claimed that this battery was made by the Mesopotamians as early as 200 BC. This Baghdad battery was made up of a 14-centimeter tall jar, an iron electrode, and a copper electrode surrounding the iron electrode. The iron electrode was also surrounded by paper soaked in grease to prevent it from coming into contact with the copper electrode. In the jar, Koenig also found traces of a mysterious organic substance. Later, someone made a replica of the Baghdad battery based on the antique. The same electrode material was used, and the electrolyte was vinegar. It was very likely that this material was used at the time. Through the measurement of modern instruments, it was proven that the Baghdad battery could produce 1 volt of voltage when the current was 10 milliamperes. This device can indeed be used as a battery, but what was the real purpose of the Mesopotamians 2,000 years ago? This question has always been an unsolved mystery. There had always been some unknown civilizations on Earth, such as the ancient Egyptians and the Mayans. Perhaps the level of their technological civilization at that time had far surpassed the 21st century society. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Xiaoxi's voice. "Young master? Can I come in?" Xiaoxi said weakly. She cleaned up the dishes, took a shower, and stayed in the room alone. She couldn't help but feel afraid because this place wasn't as crowded as the Li residence. Tonight, there were only her and Lisa Schwann in the entire Drunken Wind Pavilion. Senbao naturally went to the staff dormitory. Come in." Lisa Schwann's messy thoughts were instantly interrupted by Xiaoxi. He regained his senses and replied. "Young master, this is ginseng tea. It's cold at night, drink some." The summer night was like water, and it was indeed a little cold at night. Xiaoxi came in and gently placed the tea tray on the table beside Lisa Schwann. Although she was afraid of staying in the room alone, she couldn't possibly run into Lisa Schwann's room for no reason, right? This little girl's face was still tender. Thus, Xiaoxi cleverly went to get a cup of ginseng tea and used it as an excuse to run over. Thank you for your hard work," Lisa Schwann said plainly as he connected the wires. Although the night was cold, his martial arts foundation was good, and he didn't feel the coldness at all. He didn't need ginseng tea at all. Furthermore, eating too much of this stuff would cause his yang to become stronger. Han Yushi wasn't married to him yet, so if he became a beast, would he have to settle it himself? "Young master, what are you doing? Can you tell Xiaoxi?" Xiaoxi moved a stool and sat beside Lisa Schwann as she quickly found a topic to talk about. If she didn't find a topic to talk about, she could only stay at Lisa Schwann's place for a maximum of 15 minutes before she could only return to her room miserably. "I can, but you can't tell anyone." Lisa Schwann raised his head and looked at the maidservant. Xiaoxi had just finished bathing, and there were still a few water droplets on her forehead. Because it was summer, she only wore a thin pink low-cut dress. Lisa Schwann was far away, but he could almost feel the temperature of her snow-white skin under the thin shirt. He glanced at it and quickly lowered his head, pretending to look at the wire in his hand with a serious face. It was the middle of the night, a single man and a single woman. Moreover, she was a young and beautiful little beauty who was about to mature. The atmosphere was too ambiguous. "Young master, don't worry, Xiaoxi swears to the heavens that I won't tell anyone even if I'm beaten to death." When Xiaoxi heard that she had the chance to share Lisa Schwann's secret, she instantly felt very excited. The innocent and naive her didn't notice the strange look in her young master's eyes. Perhaps it was because Lisa Schwann, this big bad wolf, was better at pretending. Chapter 276. Hee, that's not necessary. In the laboratory, Lisa Schwann heard Xiaoxi swearing. He couldn't help but chuckle. "In the future, if someone uses your life to threaten you and tell you that I made this," Xiao Shi, you must protect your life first. The things that I made are not as precious as your life. Do you hear me? Young master. Xiao Shi's bright eyes sparkled. The little girl was really touched. Cough, cough. Li Zishuan couldn't stand Xiao Shi's gaze and quickly looked away. He coughed and said, actually, I am only doing a small experiment. The goal is to create a new type of energy. Air, it can't be considered a new type of energy. This thing already exists in the natural world. Young master, what are you talking about? What is a new type of energy? What is the natural world? Xiao Shi's emotions gradually calmed down after listening to Li Zishuan's explanation. However, when she suddenly heard so many new terms, she was a little confused and couldn't help but ask. Air, energy is. Xiao Shi, you can understand energy as doing things. Ah Pui, it is the ability to do things. For example, I am strong in martial arts. I can lift a few hundred kilograms of rock with one hand because I have a lot of energy in my body. Also, why can firewood boil water and cook rice? That is because there is energy in firewood too. Do you understand? Li Zishuan had a headache when he heard these questions, but he still explained patiently. Oh. Xiao Shi understands now. According to what young master said, Xiao Shi also has energy in her body because Xiao Shi can cook and take care of young master. Xiao Shi held her chin and thought for a while. Suddenly, she smiled. Hee hee. You are not wrong to say that. Li Zishuan saw the little girl's bright smile and couldn't help but feel happy. He nodded and continued. As for the natural world is the environment that we live in. It includes the sky, the earth, humans, plants, animals, etc. The reason why I said that this type of energy already exists in the natural world is because the thing that I created is the same type of energy as lightning. Wow! Young master is so powerful. You can actually create lightning. Then wouldn't young master be the thunder god of heaven? When Xiao Shi heard her young master's description, her eyes were filled with hearts as she exclaimed. Cough, cough, cough. Li Zishuan almost coughed up blood. He was so handsome, how did he become a birdman with two wings like Lei Zhenzi? Cough, Xiao Shi, I only said that this thing I made has the same attribute as lightning, I didn't say it was lightning. This energy is much weaker than lightning, so I call it electricity. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Shi nodded her head. Then, she smiled and said, even so, young master is already very powerful. Xiao Shi has never heard of anyone who can create lightning. Cough, of course you haven't heard of it. If you had, then there would be another transmigrator in this world. Li Zishuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Then young master, you said that the electricity you created is a type of energy. But what can this energy be used for? Xiao Shi looked at the strangely shaped ceramic jars on the table and asked curiously. Haha. Good question. Li Zishuan looked at Xiao Shi with admiration and smiled. There are many uses for electricity. It can generate heat to boil water and cook rice. It can also replace candles to light up the entire house at night. It can also make machines move. If we use electricity on a horse carriage, the carriage might not even need a horse in the future. It can move on its own and even run faster than a horse. Wow! Young master, is this electricity really so magical? Of course, but to achieve these functions, we have to create the corresponding tools. For example, if you want to use electricity to boil water, you have to create a tool to boil water. Then, you have to connect it to the tool to boil water. If you want to use electricity to light up the house, you have to create a type of lamp. It's not a lamp that burns oil, but a lamp that consumes electricity. Li Zishuan explained patiently. Oh. Xiao Shi understands now. Just like when we use firewood to boil water, we have to create a pot first. Is that right? Young master? Xiao Shi listened attentively. In order to keep up with her young master's thoughts, her mind was thinking very quickly. She smiled and said after Li Zishuan finished his words. Yes, yes, smart. That's it. Li Zishuan nodded. Hee. Then young master, we don't have any tools to boil water, nor do we have any lamps that consume electricity. What can the electricity you create be used for? Xiaoxi smiled happily at first, then she asked doubtfully. Hey, we don't have any tools, but we can create tools. Xiaoxi, wait for a moment. Let me show you a magic trick tonight. A thought flashed through Li Zishuan's mind as he suddenly thought of an idea. After he finished speaking, he ignored Xiaoxi's doubts and went straight out the door. Hey, young master, where are you going? Xiaoxi wanted to follow him out anxiously, but she could not catch up with Li Zishuan's footsteps. She could only sit down alone and continue to wait. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Zishuan came back with a bamboo stick in his hand. He took out a long sword and with a few swings of the sword, there were a few thin bamboo strands on the table. Li Zishuan picked up a bamboo strand of uniform thickness and placed it on the flame of the candle. He started to roast it carefully. After a while, the green bamboo strand turned into black bamboo charcoal. Li Zishuan used a metal wire to wrap around the middle of the bamboo strand. Then, he passed the other end of the metal wire to Xiaoxi and said, Here, Xiaoxi, take this. You will be able to see the lighting effect of electricity soon. Yes. Remember to stay away. Don't let your hair touch the bamboo strands. Yes, young master. Watch carefully. Just for a moment. The experiment that Li Zishuan wanted to do was the prototype of a third wheel. In 1854, Henri Goebbels used a carbonized bamboo strand under a vacuum glass bottle. It emitted light when it was electrified. His invention was the first practical use of an incandescent lamp. The light bulb he experimented with could last for 400 hours, but unfortunately, he did not apply for a patent in time. Li Zishuan skillfully connected the 12 batteries together. Then, he carefully connected the positive and negative electrodes of the battery to the two ends of the carbonized bamboo strand. After the bamboo strand was electrified, its surface instantly produced a high temperature and emitted a bright light. It easily covered the light of the candles in the room. The bright light shined on Xiaoxi's delicate cheeks and her snow-white smooth chest. Coupled with her slightly opened mouth and shocked expression, the originally beautiful Xiaoxi looked even more beautiful under the light. Li Zishuan was mesmerized. Ah! What a beautiful light! Young master, this light is 10 times brighter than a candle. Unfortunately, it only shines for a while. Xiaoxi excitedly exclaimed. The things that she experienced tonight had completely overturned her understanding. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. Cough, why is this little girl becoming more and more charming? I almost went crazy. Li Zishuan, who was interrupted by Xiaoxi's exclamation, could not help but shake his head. After he heard Xiaoxi's words, he laughed in his heart. This bamboo strand is not placed in a vacuum, so of course, it can only shine for a while. But maybe I can make some light bulbs to play with in the future. Xiaoxi, do you like it? Yes, I like it. Then young master will make you a light bulb that can always shine this bright. Ah! Young master is so nice. Chapter 277. Young master, you're up. Xiaoxi will get some water for you to wash up. Early in the morning, Xiaoxi had just returned from the Li residence after getting breakfast. She happened to see Li Zishuan doing his morning exercises, i.e., sword training, in the courtyard. The little girl placed the food box on the stone table in the courtyard and was about to go get some water. No need, I've already washed up. Xiaoxi, come over and eat. Li Zishuan laughed and put away his sword. Then, he came to the stone table and sat down. After last night's experience, Xiaoxi didn't refuse and sat opposite Li Zishuan. She opened the food box and accompanied Li Zishuan to eat. Tisk, that's more like it. It's so boring to eat alone. With a beauty accompanying me, my appetite will be much better. Li Zishuan glanced at Xiaoxi as he ate, and thought to himself proudly. Xiao, how was your rest last night? Are you used to it? Li Zishuan asked casually as he ate his sumptuous breakfast. Xiao purposely stayed there last night and he didn't notice it at first. However, as time passed, how could he not notice it? Although she was a feast for the eyes, Li Zishuan still hardened his heart and chased her out of the room when he thought about how he was going to get married soon. It's okay. Xiao blushed and replied. After she left Li Zishuan's room last night, she wasn't that afraid anymore. She laid on the bed and her mind was filled with the image of Li Zishuan lighting up the bamboo in front of her. She couldn't care less about being afraid anymore. Young master, are you still doing an experiment today? Xiao had also learned a lot of new words. Yes, I still have to do something. Do you need my help? Xiao asked with her eyes sparkling. Not at the moment. Oh. Although the questions for this exam were difficult, there were still quite a number of people who did very well. They are worthy of praise. Iron Egg, come over and give out the exam papers. Imperial College, Mathematics Institute. Su Hongji held a stack of test papers and stood on the podium, summarizing the results of this exam. After Li Zishuan finished marking the test papers that night, he put them in the study room. Yesterday, he stayed in the workshop all day and forgot to give them to Su Hongji. Su Hongji waited at home for a long time, but no one came. Seeing that it was getting dark, he stomped his feet and went to the Li residence himself. After all, he and Li Jingma were very good friends. As a result, when he arrived at the Li mansion, he naturally did not meet Li Zishuan. He could only tell Li Jingma the reason for his visit. After Father Li understood, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at his son. Su Hongji comforted Li Zishuan for a while before Li Jingma calmed down. In the end, with Xiao's help, they found the exam papers that had been marked in Li Zishuan's room. All right, Mr. Su. Iron Egg quickly walked over, took the test papers, and began to distribute them. Taking advantage of this time, I will briefly explain the results of this exam. The most praiseworthy one is Meng Wenhao. He actually scored 101 points. To be honest, there were many questions in this exam paper that I did not know how to answer. Meng Wenhao was able to score so high, it is very amazing. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Su Hongji stood on the podium and looked at Meng Wenhao, who was sitting below, and praised him. After following Li Zishuan for so long in class, Su Hongji actually learned to make fun of himself. His words were not as rigid as before. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. Whether the questions were difficult or not, the students below had the most right to speak. They were the ones who had been tortured and persecuted. Naturally, they knew how perverted the questions were. Damn! Wenhao, you are so awesome. Too awesome. Wang Meng stretched out his hand and patted Meng Wenhao's back as he exclaimed exaggeratedly. Lucky, lucky. Meng Wenhao was still in deep shock. He knew that he did well in this exam, but he did not expect to get first place. After all, after Li Zishuan took over the School of Mathematics, there began to be many masters. It was very difficult to get first place. At this time, when he heard Wang Meng's exclamation, he quickly turned around and said modestly. Lucky my ass. You are such a hypocrite. Wang Meng curled his lips and said. This is strength, not luck. Wenhao, you are too modest. When I asked you how the exam was last time, you said it was average. How is this average? Zheng Ziren laughed and said. Huh, brother Ziren, I am sorry. I was not confident at that time. Meng Wenhao said with an apologetic face. No matter what, Wenhao, congratulations to you for coming in first place. But I will not give up. Next time, I will surpass you. Kushirqing smiled at Meng Wenhao, but there was still a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Yes, I will not give up. Wenhao, you have to be careful. Next time, I may surpass you. Zheng Ziren echoed. I did not expect Meng Wenhao to be so good. This school of mathematics is getting more and more interesting. When Li Tai heard that Meng Wenhao got 101 points, he could not help but be a little surprised. But that was all. As a prince, how could he make a fuss over such a small matter like the others? The top students in the front row were encouraging each other, but the bottom students in the back row were naturally in a different situation. F***ck, that's amazing. Meng Wenhao is too awesome. Ching Chimo opened his eyes wide and excitedly slammed the table. Damn, Meng Wenhao is amazing. Mr. Su, I want to change seats. I want to change seats. I want to change seats next to Meng Wenhao. When Sun Zifen heard that someone got 101 points, he almost knelt down. The little fatty rolled his eyes and shouted. In fact, he was bitter in his heart. He almost got 0 points in this exam. Next to him was a group of idiots who did not know anything. He could not copy even if he wanted to. Damn, I also want to change seats next to Meng Wenhao. Ching Chimo immediately reacted and shouted. He and Sun Zifan grew up playing together. They dug out birds' nests together, peeped at Widow Wang in the east of the city, and smashed other people's latrines together. How could this little fatty's cunning mind be hidden from him? I also want to change seats. I also want to change seats. The hedonistic second generations who had been transferred to the mathematics school with Sun Zifen all reacted and scrambled to be the first to shout. Sun Zifen disliked his teammates for cheating him, and they also thought so. Ahem, silence, silence. Su Hongji was originally gratified when he heard Kusher Qing and the other students encouraging each other. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the group of students behind him wanted to change seats. Perhaps this was the difference between a top student and a bottom student. Don't even think about changing seats. Let's wait for Dr. Li. Oh, it should be Li Sai now. When he comes back, you guys go and tell him. Now, I'll talk about the other students. Second place, Bruiser, 91 points. Third place, Li Tai, 90 points. Fourth place, Kusher Qing, 85 points. Chapter 278. Fifth from the bottom, Song Tianyu, 15 points. Fourth from the bottom, Duan Wenba, 12 points. Third from the bottom, Bai Hongyuan, 8 points. Second from the bottom, Jiang Wenchang, 5 points. Last place, Kong Chuansuan, 0 points. On the podium, Su Hongji announced the results of the last 5 students. Without a doubt, the last 5 were all students who had just been transferred over. Below the podium, Ching Chimo was trying to hold back his laughter as he listened. His shoulders were shaking, especially when he heard that Kong Chuansuan, who was in the last place, had scored 0 points. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Pfft. Haha. The rich second-generation heirs behind Ching Chimo were all spitting fire in their eyes. They glared at Ching Chimo and wanted to fight it out with him. Silence. Ching Chimo, what are you laughing at? Tell everyone, how many points did you get? Su Hongji slapped the table, glared at Ching Chimo and said angrily. Ching Chimo immediately stopped talking. Extreme joy begets sorrow, extreme joy begets sorrow. Quick, tell everyone, how many points did you get? Su Hongji urged. I got 38 points. Ching Chimo scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Yes, you didn't see wrong. This guy knows how to be embarrassed now. Because if you exclude the people who had just arrived, he would probably be in the last place. Wow. The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality has updated 15 chapters today. Can this leather knight write so quickly? Jin Yu Academy. Meng Tianhua looked at the Datong Daily that he had just bought and couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah. Doesn't this guy need to think before he writes a novel? How can he write so much in a day? Liao Feichen frowned and was a little puzzled. With different identities, the perspective of a problem would naturally be different. In the past, both of them were fans of A Mortal's Legend of a Mortal's Journey. Back then, if they saw so many updates in A Mortal's Journey, their first reaction would definitely be surprise and joy. Now that they were authors, they naturally had to look at problems from the perspective of competitors. Little brother, I only managed to write 8 chapters after putting in so much effort yesterday. Meng Tianhua had a bitter expression as he said in defeat. You've already written 8 chapters, but I only wrote 5 yesterday. Liao Feichen almost cried when he heard what his classmate said. Ha, Tianhua, Feichen, you don't have to be like this. Hua Hongyi, who was watching from the side, shook his head and said with a smile, based on my guess, this Pai Xiaojue definitely didn't write so many chapters in a single day. I'm guessing that he saved some of them beforehand, and then when someone rewarded him, he released all of them in one go. So the two of you don't have to be so dejected. If Li Zishuan were here, he would definitely give Hua Hongyi a thumbs up. As an ancient person, Hua Hongyi actually knew about the saving of chapters theory. It was really rare. Yeah, Hongyi's analysis is pretty good. The 15 chapters that were released today must have been written by Leather Knight in advance. Meng Tianhua's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. That's right, that might really be the case. Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. I have to hurry up and study A Mortal's Journey. Then, I have to quickly write my novel to 30,000 words and show it to the manager of Datong Daily. Liao Feichen patted the stone table and agreed. After that, he hurriedly got up and prepared to continue writing his novel. Hongyi, I'm going too. I still need 10,000 words to send it to Datong Daily's editorial department. Meng Tianhua didn't want to be left behind. He took the newspaper and slipped away. Hua Hongyi shook his head speechlessly. Manager son, do you have any compasses at Curious Pavilion today? Yeah, do you have any today? You didn't have any yesterday, but you can't possibly not have any today, right? Yeah, I say, can't you guys hire more people to be compasses? Yeah. We're all waiting to use them. The fleet is about to set sail. Ever since Datong Daily did a round of publicity for Curious Pavilion's compasses, and taking advantage of the popularity of the fleet heading south, countless merchant ship owners came to Curious Pavilion to buy compasses. Unfortunately, the first batch of compasses had already been pre-ordered by the Imperial Court and Wang Renbiao, so every time they came, there was no stock. Today, when the East Market opened, they gathered here and asked Sun Huayuan. Sun Huayuan looked at the group of people waving their money in front of him to buy compasses. He was both happy and depressed. Although Curious Pavilion had some compasses today, they didn't have much in stock. Sun Huayuan's heart ached when he thought about how he couldn't earn money from all these people who were queuing up to give him money. We have some compasses today, but the quantity is limited. There are only 50 of them. Everyone, line up. The rules are the same as before. Those who have a membership card, line up at the member channel according to the level of your membership card. Each person is limited to 2. Sun Huayuan shouted to the crowd. Huh? Why are there only 50? How is that enough? Moreover, each person is limited to 2, and I alone need 10. A well-dressed merchant was dumbfounded. Yeah. There are so many people here. How is 50 enough? Why are you still talking nonsense here? Hurry up and line up. If you don't, you won't be able to buy any more. Yeah, I happen to have a blue membership card. I can cut the line, What's a membership card? Some of the merchants who had just come into contact with Curious Pavilion didn't know what privileges a membership card had. After all, Curious Pavilion used to only make children's toys and Drunken Immortal. Many of the wealthy merchants didn't pay attention to these things, but after hearing the explanation from the people beside them, they immediately went to Sun Huayuan to apply for a membership card. Shopkeeper's son, I want a purple membership card. I want a purple membership card too. I want a gold membership card. These people who owned large merchant ships didn't lack money. When it came to applying for a membership card, they directly started with a purple membership card. Shopkeeper's son didn't expect that such a thing would actually spur so many people to apply for a purple membership card. It was truly an unexpected gain. Everyone, don't be anxious and don't fight over it. Recently, our workshop has been producing compasses at full capacity. In the next few days, the supply of compasses will definitely increase. Before the Imperial Court's fleet heads south, everyone will definitely be able to buy a lot of compasses. Sun Huayuan said to the anxious crowd as he asked the accountant to help them apply for membership cards. What he said wasn't nonsense. This was something that Li Zishuan had taught him. Under Li Zishuan's guidance, the workshop's current production model had been changed to an assembly line model. The supply of compasses in the future would definitely not be a problem. Really? That's great. Then I'll wait for 2 more days. Wait my ass. Who knows what will happen in the future? The sooner you buy, the better. You're right. I'll buy one too. Yeah, let's line up. Although Faubert said it like that, very few people believed him. Everyone was still very enthusiastic about buying compasses. Chapter 279. The day of the fleet's journey to the south was getting closer and closer. Anyone with a bit of foresight would realize how lucrative the journey to the south would be. Furthermore, they would be escorted by the Imperial Army, so there was no need to worry about their safety. It was simply a godsend opportunity. As a result, there was a rare shortage of manpower in all the major shipping companies. Notices for sailors could be seen all over Chang'an City. As long as you were good at swimming and didn't get seasick, you should hurry up and sign up. The ship owner would not only give you a generous settlement fee, but when you returned from the southern trade, the salary would be enough for your family to live on for 20 years. The workshop was bustling with activity. Because some of the precise components of the compasses were previously polished by a few old masters, the efficiency was very low. Seeing that there were more and more people outside wanting to buy compasses, Faubert decided to organize the young craftsmen to learn from the old masters after consulting with Li Zishuan. Whoever could learn would be rewarded with 5 strings of cash on the spot. With a generous reward, there would be a lot of brave men. A large number of smart and skillful young craftsmen immediately emerged. The precise components they polished were no worse than those of the old masters. Just like that, with a steady stream of new people joining in and the advanced assembly line production model, the production of compasses continued to skyrocket day by day. On the first day, the 50 compasses supplied by the Curious Pavilion were sold out in less than a quarter of an hour. On the second day, the 300 compasses supplied by the Curious Pavilion were also sold out in less than an hour. On the third day, the 800 compasses supplied by the Curious Pavilion were finally not sold out. The market for compasses was beginning to reach saturation. After all, there were only a little more than 1,000 merchant ships going south. Furthermore, not every merchant ship owner was as rich as Wang Renbiao to equip every ship with a compass. Seeing this, Sun Huayuan hurriedly reported to the workshop. When Faubert received the news, he immediately transferred half of the people from the compasses production team to produce carriages. According to Li Zishuan's previous plan, it was time to sell the carriages. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While the people outside were preparing for the vigorous southward operation, Li Zishuan was also extremely busy in the Drunken Wind Pavilion in the depths of the workshop. Li Zishuan was already showing signs of going berserk. In the past 3 days, he had spent more than 90% of his time in the laboratory, sleeping there as well. After a few days of hard work, Li Zishuan had really created a treasure. Moreover, it was a rare treasure in the world. However, his current image was somewhat unsightly. I've finally finished 2 telegraph machines. Li Zishuan's hair was a bit messy now, and his eyes were sunken. This was a clear sign that he had stayed up too late. At this moment, he looked at the pile of devices on the table and laughed madly with a deranged expression. That's right. Li Zishuan wanted to make a telegraph, and a wireless one at that. The principle of wireless was very simple. The core part was the LC oscillation circuit, which was composed of an inductor L and a capacitor C to form a frequency-selective oscillation circuit, which was used to generate high-frequency sine wave signals. The radiation power of the LC oscillation circuit was proportional to the 4th power of the oscillation frequency. In order to make the LC oscillation circuit radiate strong enough electromagnetic waves, the oscillation frequency must be increased, and the circuit must be in an open form. Although the principle was very simple, in this era, there were no electronic components that Lisa Schwann could use. It was very difficult to make. There were many technical difficulties, such as the signal modulation of the transceiver, the production of the buzzer, and so on. Fortunately, Lisa Schwann, who had been in seclusion for 3 days, overcame these difficulties one by one. After going through untold hardships, he finally made 2 wireless telegraph machines. Unfortunately, there was a problem that he couldn't overcome at present, and that was the problem of power amplification. It was also the biggest technical problem that had to be overcome in order to make progress in the electronic industry of this era, the transistor. The transistor was one of the basic components of the semiconductor. It had the function of amplifying current and was the most core component of the electronic circuit. Without the transistor, there would be no integrated circuit, and there would be no electronic products in modern society. In fact, the LC oscillation circuit needed an amplifying element, and that was the transistor. Of course, it could also use digital electric LCs such as integrated operational amplifiers. Using this amplifying element, through various signal feedback methods, the constantly consumed oscillation signal would be feedback amplified, and finally output a signal with a relatively stable amplitude and frequency, so that the radio signal could be transmitted farther. Lisa Schwann understood these principles, but what was the use of knowing? He couldn't make the transistor now, so he could only brace himself and try to make a wireless telegraph machine first. Because he had a glimmer of hope in his heart, that was, in ancient times, when there was no electricity, the space spectrum was very clean, and there was almost no interference. With a few watts of radio frequency power, it could be transmitted all over the world. The earliest wireless telegraph machines also didn't use transistors. At that time, the transmission distance was 250 meters, but there was already electricity in that era, and the space spectrum was not clean, so there would be electromagnetic interference. During the Liberation War, Mao Zedong was in Yan'an and Lin Biao-dong was in Harbin. They were more than 2,000 kilometers apart, and there were no relay stations in between. They were all directly transmitted through radio stations. At that time, the radiating power of the telegraph machine was only a few watts, and it could transmit that far. If it was in modern society, it definitely wouldn't be possible. "Young master, don't move, Xiaoxi is combing your hair." Lisa Schwann was laughing crazily, but Xiaoxi was not happy. These days, Lisa Schwann had locked himself in the laboratory, and whenever he encountered a problem, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Ancient men were not like modern men with short hair, they all had long hair, so his hair had been messy recently. In order to maintain a good image for her young master, Xiaoxi spent a lot of time combing Lisa Schwann's hair every day. No need to comb, no need to comb. Come, Xiaoxi, try this young master's latest invention. Lisa Schwann only just noticed that there was someone behind him. He turned around, squeezed Xiaoxi's shoulder and shouted excitedly. These days, he was always in a daze when doing things, and many times he entered a state of forgetfulness. If it wasn't for Xiaoxi taking care of him, he would have either starved to death or died from his own sloppiness. In the end, although he could still make the wireless telegraph machine, his situation would definitely be much worse than now. "Young master. Please wait a moment, let me comb your hair first." Xiaoxi was used to it. These few days, other than taking care of Lisa Schwann's daily needs, she also helped Lisa Schwann with various experiments. She had failed many times in the middle, so she was no longer as interested in doing experiments as before. Okay, Xiaoxi, hurry up." Lisa Schwann could only helplessly compromise. Chapter 280. Young master, Xiaoxi can hear it. In order to test how far this simple wireless telegraph could travel, Lisa Schwann, Xiaoxi and Sanbao started the test. The first distance was set at 250 meters, which was around 75 feet. This was a very important distance as it directly affected whether Lisa Schwann's wish could come true. When he heard Sanbao's report, Lisa Schwann was very excited. He waved his hand and said excitedly, "Good. That's great. Sanbao, ask Xiaoxi to walk another 20 feet away and see if she can hear the signal I sent." "Okay, young master, I will go now." Sanbao answered with a grin and then hurriedly ran out. After a while, Sanbao ran back and said, "Young master, Xiaoxi is in position. You can send the signal now." "Okay, Sanbao, quickly go over." After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he walked in front of the telegraph machine and gently pressed the button on the transmitter, casually sending out a string of codes. Beep 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 beep. Sanbao naturally ran back to Xiaoxi's side to check on the situation. He had no choice as he could not let Xiaoxi run around alone, right? After a few minutes, Sanbao ran back. However, his breathing was hurried and his forehead was covered in sweat. After all, running around in the hot weather was unbearable for anyone. "Young master. Xiaoxi can hear your signal." "Okay. Ask Xiaoxi to walk another 50 feet. Li Zishuan was so excited that he was about to explode. This was the first time he felt so close to modern technology since he transmigrated. Sanbao was instantly dumbfounded when she heard that. The addition of 750 feet, 200 feet, and 500 feet would be a total of 1,450 feet. A round trip would be about 2 miles. Furthermore, according to Li Zishuan's words, the journey would only get further and further. Sanbao felt like she was about to kneel down. What happened? Li Zishuan was only thinking about the telegraph. His IQ and EQ were basically zero. He did not notice Sanbao's expression. He only felt that Sanbao was still in the house, so he could not help but ask curiously. His casual question almost scared Sanbao out of his wits. Sanbao thought that his young master was dissatisfied with him. He was living such a comfortable life in the Li family, and he was not willing to make his master unhappy over such a small matter and be chased out of the house. "No, I'm fine. Young master, I'll go now." Sanbao responded and ran out hurriedly. He thought to himself, "Isn't it just running? I'll do it. 750 zhang, 950 zhang, 1 kilometer, 2.5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. In 3 hours, the effective distance of the telegraph went from 750 zhang to 3 kilometers. Xiaoxi's position also went from the side of Drunken Wind Pavilion to outside of Ani Lane, then to Qinren Lane, and finally to Yongla Lane. She was only a few dozen steps away from the Li family. Along the way, this beautiful young lady who was carrying a big box attracted the attention of the passers-by. Moreover, there were d sounds coming from the box, making the onlookers exclaim in surprise. Although the crowd did not know what the big box was, it did not stop them from watching. Thus, many people followed behind Xiaoxi to watch the show. The crowd became more and more lively. When they arrived at Yongla Lane, Xiaoxi was already surrounded by a circle of people. Li Zishuan saw this delightful result and his heart was filled with joy. However, Sanbao did not feel any joy. At this moment, he was as tired as a dog. He opened his mouth wide and panted heavily. His clothes were drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His 2 hands kept fanning himself, but this little amount of energy was of no use. The sweat on his face was still dripping down like rain. Young master. Xiaoxi received the signal. Sanbao ran in and said with difficulty. "Good. Haha. It's 3 miles now. Sanbao, let Xiaoxi walk another 100 feet away." Sanbao, what's wrong with you?" When Sanbao heard Li Zishuan's words, his eyes rolled and he was about to faint. Li Zishuan reacted quickly and lifted him up and asked. Young master. Sanbao, can't run. Alright, Sanbao, don't say any more. It's my negligence. Sit here and rest for a while. I'll get someone to call a doctor for you." Li Zishuan had already woken up from the excitement of the telegraph machine. He thought to himself, it's not good to be too immersed in something. This is called qi deviation. Xiaoxi. Come here. Li Zishuan came to the front yard of the workshop and waved at Song Xiaoxi. Coming, young master. You called for me? Song Xiaoxi hurriedly ran over and asked. San Bao is overheated. Bring a few people and send him to a shady place to cool him down. Also, get a doctor to take a look at him. Don't let him get a heat stroke. Yes, young master. I'll go right now. Hey. Wait, send someone to drive my carriage and go to Yongle Lane to find Xiaoxi. Tell her to stop for now and bring her back to rest and eat. San Bao was already so tired. Xiaoxi, a weak girl, was still working under the sun. She should be even more tired, right? Li Zishuan's heart ached when he thought of this. He quickly added. All right. Young master. Song Xiaoxi saw that Li Zishuan did not have any other orders. He responded and hurriedly went to make arrangements. He was envious of San Bao. Yes, he was envious. As a servant, he was able to receive such care from the young master of the house. In the entire Tang dynasty, there was probably no other master who treated his servants so well. Li Zishuan brought a group of servants back to Drunken Wind Pavilion and ordered them to carry San Bao to a shady place beside the pond in the workshop. Go get some well water to feed San Bao. Li Zishuan pointed to a servant beside him and ordered. Yes, young master. The servant obeyed and left. Li Zishuan looked at San Bao, who had a pale face and cracked lips. He felt a little vexed. In his previous life, he had experienced a similar situation. Back then, one of the leaders of the research team would give you a task. It was considered light if you ran your legs off. You might even have to work overtime or even be criticized. This was the common saying, the leader moves his mouth and the subordinate runs his legs. Some colleges and universities were really bureaucratic. Li Zishuan hated this kind of phenomenon very much in his previous life. However, he didn't expect that he would unintentionally do something that he had always hated. He really shouldn't have done it. Why isn't the doctor here yet? Li Zishuan frowned and asked. Young master, Brother Xiaoxi has already gone to get the doctor. He should be here soon. The manservant from before came over with a bowl of cold well water and answered. All right. Feed him water first. Chapter 281. Drunken Wind Pavilion. A group of people surrounded San Bao. It was probably San Bao's first time being the main character. Doctor, how is he? Is he all right? Li Zishuan looked at the old doctor who was checking San Bao's pulse and asked anxiously. He had to be anxious. If San Bao had a heat stroke, it would be a serious matter. In ancient times, where the medical environment was extremely backward, there were many people who died from heatstroke. Even famous people and officials couldn't avoid dying from heatstroke. For example, Fu Zhan, the great scholar of the Western Han dynasty, Su Shi of the Song dynasty, Zhao Mingcheng, the husband of the female poet Li Qingzhao, and Zheng Qinggong, the national hero who recovered Taiwan, all died from heatstroke. Lord Zhu, you don't have to worry. This young man is just too tired. Coupled with the hot weather, his body is dehydrated. He didn't suffer from heatstroke. As long as you give him more water and combine it with this old man's prescription, he will definitely recover. The old doctor put down San Bao's wrist and smiled. He was a doctor in charge of a medical hall in Annie Lane. It was not far from the workshop, so he naturally knew some people in the workshop. As for Li Zishuan, he had met him a few times before. Phew, that's good. That's good. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief. He then turned his head and pointed at a servant. You go and get the medicine from Dr. Hu. Also, go to Manager Fu to get a sum of money. Yes, young master. Thank you, Dr. Hu. Li Zishuan nodded and smiled at the old doctor. Hee, Lord Zhu, you're too courteous. It's my pleasure. Young master, I'm back. I even brought food. After getting someone to settle San Bao down, Song Xiaoxi drove Li Zishuan's private carriage into the workshop. Xiaoxi hugged the telegraph box and carried a lunchbox as she jumped down from the carriage. I asked someone to get some ice in the house. Xiaoxi, go inside and cool down. Drink some ice water to relieve the heat. Li Zishuan quickly walked over and took the telegram machine and lunchbox from Xiaoxi's hands as he said with concern. Thank you, young master. Oh, right, where's Sanbao? Xiaoxi wiped the sweat off her face and asked. Sanbao is too tired. She's resting now. I was careless today and made the two of you suffer. Xiaoxi, quickly go back and rest. Li Zishuan said with some self-blame. Xiaoxi could hear the concern in his words and smiled. Young master, Xiaoxi is fine. It's already so hot and you're still fine? Come, follow me back to the house. Li Zishuan knocked on Xiaoxi's forehead and pulled her back into the house. Young master, this telegraph machine you made is really amazing. Xiaoxi could hear the message you sent in the workshop even though she was so far away. Also, this thing can make sounds on its own. It's amazing. After returning to the house, Xiaoxi drank a few mouthfuls of water with ice cubes. After a while, she calmed down and stood up to look at Li Zishuan excitedly. Previously, she accompanied Li Zishuan to do so many experiments, but they all ended in failure. Today, after finally succeeding, she saw how amazing this thing was. Li Zishuan looked at the excited look on the little girl's face and smiled as he shook his head and said, this is only the beginning. This telegraph machine that I invented, if it's improved, it can transmit messages even if it's 1,000 miles away. Wow, 1,000 miles away? Doesn't that mean that it can be transmitted from the north to the south of Tang Dynasty? Young master, is what you said true? Xiaoxi stared with her beautiful eyes and said in surprise. Of course it's true. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat first. After lunch, Xiaoxi, you go and rest. I'll find 2 other people to continue the experiment. You and Sanbao have worked hard this morning. Li Zishuan said as he opened the lunchbox and took the food out. Xiaoxi saw this and quickly came over to help. Young master, let me do it. As Xiaoxi helped to take the food, she looked at Li Zishuan with a pleading look and said, Young master, Xiaoxi is actually not tired. We can continue the experiment in the afternoon. To be honest, the little maid was now very interested in the telegraph machine that would occasionally make DDD sounds. If he did not let her follow along, she would feel a little uncomfortable. This was a beautiful girl who was addicted to doing experiments. You're already so tanned, and you're still not tired? Be careful that you won't be able to get married if you get tanned. Li Zishuan was not willing to let Xiaoxi go out in the afternoon. It was not as if there was no one outside that he could order around. Why must he let a little girl go out and suffer? In the morning, he was bewitched and could not extricate himself. Now that he had woken up, he was not willing to let Xiaoxi go out again. Young master. When Xiaoxi heard this, her face instantly flushed red. Pretend that I didn't say anything. Pretend that I didn't say anything. Old master, what do you think little Xian has been doing these few days? This child can finally rest for a few days, but he doesn't know how to rest at home. Instead, he insists on going to the workshop for a few days. He is really worrisome. Li residence. After Madame Li finished eating, she complained to Li Jingma who was beside her. She said so much, but it was all secondary. The most important thing was that she did not see her son at home these few days and felt empty in her heart. How could Li Jingma not know his wife's thoughts, but he also did not know what Li Zishuan was doing at the workshop recently. Li Zishuan was getting more and more capable. How could he report everything to him in advance? He could only smile bitterly and say, Madam, little Xian has grown up. He will have things he wants to do. Furthermore, his workshop is not far from home. Isn't little Xian still by our side? If Madam wants to take a look, your husband can accompany you to the workshop. Anyway, this carriage at home is quite comfortable. Although Li Jingma's words were obviously meant to comfort her, they were completely useless. Madame Li, on the other hand, accepted his words. Her expression relaxed slightly and she smiled. That won't do. Master, you've said it yourself. Xian is doing what he wants to do. If I were to go, wouldn't it affect his progress? Mother, then I will go. Lan will not affect brother's progress. Lan, who was beside her, said crisply. Pfft. You are also not allowed to go. Mother knows you well. If you go, you will definitely cause trouble for your brother. Madame Li touched her daughter's head in amusement and said. No way. Mother, Lan has always been very obedient. Lan said coquettishly. Haha. This time, even Li Jingma could not help but laugh. What obedient? Have you done the homework that your brother arranged for you? Previously, you did not like to be a female worker, so mother and your father did not force you. Now that your brother has arranged some homework for you, you are not allowed to slack off. It's homework. Lan only has a little left to do. Don't worry, I will do it at night. You want Iron Egg to do it for you at night, right? Hee hee. No. Chapter 282. Your Majesty, I heard from the palace maids that something interesting happened in Chang'an. In the west court of the imperial palace, Li Er came to Empress Jiangxuan's place for a meal after the morning court. During the meal, Empress Jiangxun suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. Oh. What's the matter? Tell me about it, Guanyin. Li Er was thinking about what happened in the morning court. After all, the fleet would set off for the south in 2 days. According to the statistics of the Ministry of War, as of today, the number of merchant ships participating in the South Sea trade had reached 2,300. The scale was really rare in history, so Li Er had to be cautious. Now the Tang Empire was in a critical period of recuperation. There must be no mistakes. Hearing Jiangxuan's words, his hand paused for a moment, and then he pretended to be very interested and said with a smile. Jiangxun got up and served Li Er a bowl of soup, and then said, I heard that today Li Zishuan's little maid was wandering around the area from Ani Lane to Yongla Lane with a box that could make sounds by itself, which attracted a lot of people. Oh. What box can make sounds by itself? What the hell is Li Zishuan up to? Li Er was really interested at this moment, and he asked curiously. Your Majesty, I don't know about this, but this child often comes up with all kinds of strange ideas. Once he does something, it will definitely surprise people. Jiangxun shook her head and said with a smile. She had deliberately picked a happy topic to talk about because she saw that Li Er had a lot on his mind. It was to distract Li Er. She didn't care about the deeper meaning of this matter. Zhao Song. Li Er nodded and called out. Your Majesty, I'm here. Although Zhao Song was far away, his hearing was better than the young people. He immediately ran over when Li Er called him softly. What is Li Zishuan doing recently? Why is there no news about him after he made the compass a few days ago? In the harem, Li Er didn't sit upright and look straight as he did in the imperial court. He had already forgotten the Confucian saying of, don't talk when eating and don't talk when sleeping. He asked lightly while eating delicious food. Your Majesty, as far as this old servant knows, Li Xiannan suddenly turned back after leaving the workshop 3 days ago. He hasn't come out for the past 3 days. His maidservant also followed him in later. These days, the maidservant has been going back and forth between the Li Manor and the workshop. She should be delivering food to Li Xiannan. Zhao Song cupped his hands and reported. If Li Zishuan were here, he would definitely curse this old eunuch for being a pervert. He actually dared to play surveillance. But Zhao couldn't be blamed. Who asked him to be so interested in Li Zishuan's situation? Zhao Song had been by Li Er's side for so long, so of course he knew how to figure out the emperor's intentions and make preparations in advance. After hearing this, Li Er felt that something was amiss. In his opinion, Li Zishuan didn't seem like someone who could be idle. There must be something fishy going on. Looks like this kid is up to something big recently. I'm sure that the box that the little maid was carrying today was something that Li Zishuan had been fiddling with these few days. It must be something good. This kid hides every time he makes something good. The horse carriage in his house was like this. If Chin K hadn't found it at his house, who knows how long he would have hidden it. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said firmly. Your Majesty, why are you so sure? Empress Jongsun elegantly poured a cup of wine for Li Er and asked curiously. Ha! Guanin's servant, you don't know this kid. Li Er raised his wine cup and took a sip of the palace's wine, drunken immortal. He continued, previously, this kid used less than half a day to draw the blueprints for the curved plow, horse carriage, and compass. Then, he became a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. This time, he actually locked himself in the workshop for 3 whole days. Moreover, it seems that he might have been personally doing the work for the past 3 days. Don't you think that's strange? I'm sure that this kid is fiddling with something even better. Your Majesty's words are not without reason. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. Haha. That's great. Guanin's servant, come with me to this kid's workshop in the afternoon. We'll catch him off guard. Hee, Lord Ju, Miss Xiao she can receive the signal. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan started a new round of testing. However, the person running the errands had changed. It was Pang Feiji, our legendary brother chicken. This guy was really unlucky. When he came to change shifts in the afternoon, he was caught by Li Zishuan to be a strong man. There was no other reason other than that this guy was sturdy. With martial arts, he could run faster and more easily. As for Xiao Shi, this little girl was addicted to doing experiments. However, she was very stubborn. Li Zishuan was helpless and could only think of a compromise. That was to let a martial marquis who came with Pang Feiji drive the horse carriage and send Xiao Shi to a place far away for testing. Good. 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 Move 1 li further away. Li Zishuan was so excited that his voice trembled. Currently, the effective communication range of his wireless telegraph had reached 10 li. This was really out of his expectations. At first, he thought that if this thing couldn't reach far, then he could only use a wired telegraph. However, it was a bit troublesome to set up wires. He didn't expect that it would achieve such a good result. It seemed that the spatial spectrum of the ancient times was still clean and there were no disturbances. Yes. Although Pang Feiji felt bitter in his heart, Brother Chicken couldn't say it out loud. People under the eaves had to lower their heads. Run. I've been in the army for so many years, I don't believe that I can run away unscathed. I heard that a servant almost got a heatstroke in the morning. That's because they're too weak. At this moment, Brother Chicken's heart was filled with a sense of superiority. It was really as if he was flying, as light as a swallow, and as fast as lightning. Young master. Lady Xiao Shi. Over there. It's ready. You can send the message. After a few trips, Brother Chicken couldn't take it anymore. So what if he had martial arts? Running back and forth like this, even a grandmaster expert would have to kneel down. Furthermore, he was just a small fry who had just entered the body tempering stage. He couldn't take it. Okay. I'll start sending it here. You can go back. Li Zishuan said lightly. Yes. Brother Chicken put his hands on his waist and replied weakly. Then, he continued on his long journey. After an hour, Brother Chicken finally ran back. Lord Ju. Little Lady Xiao Shi. Can hear the signal. After Brother Chicken finished speaking, he didn't care about being rude. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured it into his mouth. He was really too damn thirsty. Li Zishuan frowned when he saw this. It seemed like he couldn't keep this teapot anymore. Why are you so slow? Go and ask Xiao Shi to walk another 2 miles away. See if she can still do it. After Brother Chicken finished drinking the water, Li Zishuan said. Still running? Lord Ju, this. I can't run anymore. Brother Chicken's face was bitter. He was about to cry. Why can't you run anymore? You're a soldier with martial arts after all. Don't the soldiers of Wuho government usually train? Why is their physique so weak? Li Zishuan frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Damn, Brother Chicken really wanted to fight it out with Li Zishuan. But at this moment, a voice filled with majesty sounded. Ha! This is my army. You brat, you have the ability to tell me what to do. You've grown up. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Li Zishuan knew that something was wrong when he heard the voice. The wolf is here. With lightning speed, he pulled a piece of cloth and covered the telegraph machine. Then, he took the initiative to greet Li Er and Zhang Sun, who were walking toward him. He saluted with his hands folded and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Your Majesty. Chapter 283. Greetings to Your Majesty. When Chicken Bro saw Li Zishuan take the initiative to go forward and pay his respects, he was stunned for a moment before he realized who had come. He had been running for more than 2 hours and his legs were already weak. Now that he heard that Li Er had come, it was even more unbearable. His legs couldn't help but shake and his words were trembling and stuttering. He was only a small Siggy. When had he ever had the chance to see the Emperor? At this moment, Brother Chicken was both afraid and excited. Rise. Li Er walked over leisurely with Empress Zhang Sun in tow, looking like a loving couple. Imperceptibly, he spread a handful of dog food for Li Zishuan and Brother Chicken. What is Li Sai doing here instead of helping Chancellor Kong to share his burdens in the directorate? Of course, Li Er couldn't directly say that he had received news that he was causing trouble here and specially came here for a ward round. He naturally pulled Zhang Sun into the room and sat at the head seat. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan like an old leader inspecting his work and asked despite knowing the answer. When Li Zishuan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Why am I here? Don't you have any idea? Your Majesty, I accidentally violated the laws of the Imperial Court a few days ago and disturbed public order. Your Majesty was kind and allowed me to reflect at home. Later on, the Imperial Court intended to go south for trade. Your Majesty was kind and temporarily lifted my confinement order, allowing me to concentrate on researching compasses. I will always remember Your Majesty's kindness and thus work day and night in the workshop to create and improve compasses. Since Li Er pretended to be confused, Li Zishuan could only tell him everything from the beginning. Cough cough, how shameless. Li Er almost choked to death. He secretly thought that he shouldn't have pretended to be confused and accidentally gave Li Zishuan a chance to be shameless. Oh, we remember now. Wasn't the compass completed a few days ago? Why are you still here? As Li Er spoke, he used his eyes to search around the room, trying to find the legendary big box. However, after looking for a long time, he did not see it and could not help but feel a little depressed. Li Zishuan's room was quite large. It was a compound room with an inner and outer compartment. He had done his experiments in the inner room. Li Er and Zhang Sun were sitting in the outer room, so it was not surprising that they could not see him. Your Majesty, after I finished making the compass, I couldn't fall asleep when I got home, so I came here to sleep. Li Zishuan lied through his teeth. It wasn't easy for him to get this telegraph machine. It was his treasure. He couldn't bear to let Li Er take it away. Was there such a thing? What's your name? Come over and tell me what Li Sai is doing today. Li Er widened his eyes in disbelief. He pointed at Brother Chicken beside him and said, Your Majesty, I am Pang Feiji, Sigu of the Right Marquis household. This. Li Sai. Li Sai is, when Brother Chicken heard Li Er call him, he was flattered for a moment. However, when he heard Li Er's question, he suddenly felt troubled. He had experienced many things and was a tactful person. Naturally, he could tell that Li Zishuan did not want to expose the telegraph machine. However, Li Er forced him to say it. What could he do? One of them was a county magistrate, and the other was the current manager. It was not good to offend either of them. Brother Chicken regretted not running away just now. It was too late to run now. Humph. What? I asked you a question. Is there anything you don't dare to say? Li Er saw that Brother Chicken was hemming and hawing. He suddenly became angry. He snorted coldly and said sternly. Li Zishuan was speechless. Wasn't Li Er too ungentlemanly? As a dignified emperor, he actually had the face to make things difficult for a small soldier? He looked at Brother Chicken and wanted to know how this soldier would deal with it. Even if Brother Chicken told the truth, Li Zishuan would not blame him. There was no love without reason in this world. If you didn't give anything, you naturally couldn't expect others to repay you. Brother Chicken wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed down. I don't dare. Actually, I also don't. Beep 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 beep. Yeah. Your Majesty, what's that? At this moment, a rhythmic beep beep came from the telegraph machine in the house. Empress Zhongsun was astonished. She cast her gaze into the house and asked in astonishment. F***K, Li Zishuan's little heart also trembled along with the beep beep of the telegraph machine. Why didn't this thing sound earlier or later? Why did it have to sound at this moment? This is asking for my life. Eternal Peace Lane. Xiao Shi had actually run all the way to Eternal Peace Lane. The little maid had waited for a long time, but Brother Chicken still hadn't returned. She sat in the carriage and looked at the telegraph machine in her hand in boredom. This thing is so marvelous. I don't know how young master did it, but he could actually make it speak on its own. Xiao Shi placed the telegraph machine on the table in front of her and flipped it left and right with her hands. She then looked at it curiously, wanting to know why this weird box was so marvelous. Suddenly, a part that was connected to a wire fell out of the box. It was the key that controlled the telegraph machine to send out messages. Xiao Shi immediately jumped in shock and picked it up. Just as she was about to put it back into the box, the scene of Li Zishuan using the telegraph machine in the laboratory appeared in her mind. Her heart moved and she thought, since I can receive a message from young master, if I send a message from here, won't young master receive it as well? Xiao Shi looked at the telegraph machine and her eyes kept darting around. She was hesitating whether she should press the button or not. In the end, she couldn't suppress the eagerness in her heart and gently pressed the button on the telegraph machine. The telegraph machine immediately let out a long beep. Hee hee, this is quite fun. It will beep every time I press it. It's a pity that I don't know music. Otherwise, I could use this to play a song for young master. Xiao Shi had personally experienced the magic of the telegraph machine, and in a moment of playfulness, the telegraph machine began to beep non-stop. However, the young maidservant felt that it was a little imperfect. She thought that it would be great if she could use the telegraph machine to play a song. She was probably the first person who thought of using the radio to compose a song. Isn't this the carriage from Xiao Xian's residence? Why did it stop here? The person who came was Yan Xiaoning. Eternal Peace Lane was located at the northwest side of Chang and was closer to the western city and the imperial palace. Yan Manor was coincidentally located here. Yan Xiaoning was naturally very familiar with Li Manor's carriage. After he recognized it, he immediately called out, Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian. Young Master Yan? It's you. When Xiao Shi heard this familiar voice, she immediately jumped off the carriage and bowed. Xiao Shi? Why is it only you? Yan Xiaoning asked curiously. Young Master Yan, my young master didn't come. I'm here to help my young master with an experiment. What experiment? Why? Does Xiao Xian still need to keep it a secret from me? No, my young master made a telegraph machine and asked me to come out for an experiment. What's a telegraph machine? Let me take a look. Chapter 284. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Li Zishuan, what else do you have to say now? How dare you deceive me? Tell me, what is it that is making noise in this room? Li Er also heard the beeping sound in the room. He instantly remembered the situation that Zhao Song reported to him at noon in the palace, so he pretended to be dignified and pressured Li Zishuan. He wanted to go in and search, but as an emperor, it was already inappropriate for him to come to the outer room of Li Zishuan's bedroom. How could he enter the inner room? Li Zishuan looked at Li Er and didn't know if old Li was really angry or faking it. In terms of acting, he was not old Li's opponent. He said with a guilty conscience, "Your Majesty, I have never deceived you from beginning to end. This is just a small toy that I made to please my fiancé. It is not worth mentioning and is not presentable." "Oh. What kind of thing can please a girl? Can Li Sai take it out and let me see?" Empress Zhongsun chuckled. Alas, Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to take it out. He could only hope that Li Er had some moral bottom line and wouldn't confiscate his dating tool. "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and obediently went in to carry out the pile of devices. He placed it on the table between Li Er and Zhongsun. Your Majesty, this is a small toy that I made for my fiancé. What is this thing called? What is its use? Why does it look so ugly?" Zhongsun looked at the strange and ugly machine and frowned in confusion. She didn't think that this thing could please a girl. Li Er didn't judge a book by its cover. Well, he judged an object by its cover. After looking at the machine with many wires, he said, "You brat, don't hide it. Tell me the truth. Zhen and the Empress won't snatch your things. Look at your stingy appearance. You're a minister of the Imperial College. If word gets out, you'll embarrass the Imperial Court." He was an astute person. From the moment he entered the room, he had sensed Li Zishuan's strong vigilance. Thinking of this, he felt a little angry for no reason. He was the ruler of a country. Would he snatch something from you? Li Zishuan secretly rolled his eyes. In his heart, he cursed, "How many things have you snatched from me?" The immortal drunken wine had been directly snatched away and taken to the palace as the imperial wine. "Your Majesty, this is a telegraph machine. It's a tool that I use to communicate with my fiancé. It hasn't been completed yet and is still in the testing stage. How can such a small box allow two people to communicate?" When Li Er heard Li Zishuan's words, he was in disbelief. Empress Zhongsun also looked over curiously. Your Majesty, this telegraph machine is divided into two parts, the transmitter and the receiver. The transmitter can send out a signal through this key, and the other telegraph machine dozens of miles away can receive this signal. The people over there can translate the message sent by the transmitter according to the d sound." Li Zishuan was stunned by the question. It was not that he didn't know how to explain it, but that he didn't know where to start. The two of them didn't have any foundation in electromagnetism. It was too difficult to completely explain it to them. After thinking about it, he simply introduced the principle. If Li Er and Zhongsun didn't understand, then forget it. Of course, Li Er didn't understand. He frowned. When Li Zishuan finished, he looked unhappy and said, "Speak human language." Li Zishuan was almost choked to death. He thought for a moment and found that there was no way to explain it clearly in a few words. He could only say, Your Majesty, the principle of this telegraph machine involves a lot of electromagnetism knowledge. I really can't explain it clearly in a short time. However, Your Majesty and Your Majesty only need to know that when I send a beep 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 sound here, another telegraph machine dozens of miles away can also receive the same sound. This is how two people communicate with each other. Dozens of miles? It can be transmitted so far? Li Er saw that Li Zishuan wasn't deliberately beating around the bush. He understood that the principle of this telegraph machine really couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. He directly skipped the parts he didn't understand and captured the most important information in Li Zishuan's words. That's indeed the case. After I've tested the telegraph machine, I've found that it can send messages up to at least 11 miles away. And that shouldn't be the limit. Theoretically speaking, if this telegraph machine is perfected to the limit, it can allow two people in any corner of the world to send messages to each other. The process of sending messages can be completed in the blink of an eye. Since the telegraph machine had been taken out, Li Zishuan didn't intend to hide anything. He could also show off in front of Li Er. Wasn't it great? If his parents in his previous life knew that he had once shown off in front of the Emperor Tang Taizong, they would definitely be very pleased. People anywhere can communicate with each other in the blink of an eye? Hiss. Li Er carefully recalled what Li Zishuan had just said a few times and couldn't help but have a toothache. It was really too shocking. Compared to the methods of communication that people often used in this era, such as relay stations, carrier pigeons, and fire beacons, Li Zishuan's telegraph transmission had completely subverted everyone's understanding. This empress has one thing that I don't understand. Can Li Xiannan solve this problem for this empress? Empress Zhongsun always looked as calm as water. At this time, she looked at Li Zishuan and asked with a smile. Empress, please speak. This small official will definitely tell you everything he knows. Compared to Li Er, who was a wolf in sheep's clothing, Li Zishuan preferred to talk to Zhongsun. He felt that Zhongsun was more gentle and virtuous, and her heart was better than Li Er's. However, it probably wouldn't take long for Li Zishuan to understand how stupid his current thinking was. Zhongsun nodded and said, according to what you said just now, this telegraph machine, regardless of whether it is sending or receiving a message, will make a d sound. However, with just this sound, how can we know what message the other party wants to send? Li Er also reacted and said, the Empress is right. With just this d sound, how can we send a message? Li Zishuan looked at the few eunuchs and palace maids who came in with Li Er and Zhongsun. He hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, this is a confidential matter. Your Majesty and Empress, please dismiss your servants. Li Er thought for a moment and waved his hand. All of you, leave for now. Zhao Song, you stand guard outside. Don't let anyone come near. He saw Li Zishuan's rare solemnity and realized the seriousness of the matter, so he dismissed his subordinates. Yes. Zhao Song responded. Brother Chicken heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to listen to those secrets here. He followed the eunuchs and palace maids and slipped out together. Chapter 285. Your Majesty, your Ladyship, if you listen carefully, you will realize that this telegraph machine can actually emit two types of sounds. One is a short sound like this. When the people on the other side receive this signal, they can record it as a dot and read it as D. The other type is a long sound that lasts for a certain period of time. When the people on the other side receive this signal, they can record it as a horizontal line and read it as D. Your Majesty and your Ladyship can listen carefully. Drunken Wind Pavilion. In order to clearly explain the telegraph machine's communication mechanism to Li Er and Zhongsun, Li Zishuan explained the principle while personally operating the telegraph machine. In fact, the principle was very simple. It was nothing more than controlling the telegraph machine to emit two different types of signals based on the length of time the switch was closed. And that's indeed the case. But with just these, I'm afraid they can't transmit the message, right? When Li Er saw Li Zishuan's demonstration, he was amazed by the telegraph machine's magic and asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, with just these two monotonous signals, of course, it can't completely express the meaning of both parties. This telegraph machine also needs to be used in conjunction with a codebook. Li Zishuan explained with a smile. What's a codebook? Kid, can't you say it all at once? Li Er frowned and said unhappily. This kid dared to deliberately use a bridge in front of him. He was really bold. Replying to your Majesty, I just said that the two types of signals emitted by the telegraph machine can be recorded as dots and horizontal lines. I later combined the dots and horizontal lines, and each combination represents a number. For example, a dot with 4 horizontal lines represents the number 1, and the rest of the numbers so on. There are a total of 10 numbers, and then the sender can combine the 4 numbers to represent a word. In this way, there are 10,000 combinations. In other words, through this method, it is possible to express 10,000 different words. And the corresponding text of each combination is the codebook that I mentioned. Li Zishuan stood with his hands behind his back and spoke with a little bit of confidence. This guy thought that since it was a rare opportunity to show off in front of Li Er, it would be a waste not to show off. In fact, what he had just said was the famous Morse code in the modern history of the world. In 1832, the Russian diplomat Schilling built a machine for receiving messages by means of the deflection of a galvanometer pointer. Later, in 1835, after 3 years of research, the American painter Morse successfully used the on and off and length of electric current to replace human words for transmission. Morse code was an early form of digital communication, but unlike modern binary codes that use only zeros and 1 or 2 states, it consisted of 5 types: dots, dashes, pauses between dots and dashes, short pauses between each character, between dots and dashes, medium pauses between words, and long pauses between sentences. Then, using different combinations of dots and dashes, representing 26 English letters and 10 Arabic numerals, the communication could be achieved perfectly. One interesting thing was that the International Distress Signal SOS was not an abbreviation of any English word. It was just that its code was 3 dots, 3 long, 3 dots. In Morse code, the corresponding letter was SOS. Later, Morse code was introduced to China. In order to adapt to the Chinese language, it was modified. It was almost like what Li Zishuan just said, but there were a few more combinations on the original basis. Li Zishuan was frowning and thinking, so he didn't notice Li Zishuan's annoying look. Otherwise, he would have given him 2 big feet. Empress Zhongsun inadvertently glanced at Li Zishuan's expression, and she couldn't help but want to laugh. I see. Kid, your idea is really good. But according to what you said, the codebook can be changed at will? Li Er himself was a person with great wisdom. Putting aside the knowledge of electromagnetism that didn't belong to this era, he could still understand the principles of the combination of codes. Your Majesty's eyes are really sharp. Just as Your Majesty said, this codebook can be changed according to needs. As long as both parties use the same codebook, there's no problem. It is precisely due to the ever-changing nature of the telegram code that guarantees the safety of the message between the 2 parties. This way, even if the message is intercepted, the other party won't be able to understand the meaning of the message just by looking at the dots and strokes. When Li Zishuan heard Li Er's question, his eyes lit up. He secretly thought that the ancient people weren't stupid. He just had more knowledge than them. Ha! Don't flatter me, kid. Oh, according to what you said just now, could it be that the message sent by this telegraph can be intercepted by others? Li Er was secretly happy, but on the surface, he laughed and scolded. However, he was a little puzzled. In his opinion, the message sent by this telegraph was silent and invisible. How could it be intercepted? Your Majesty, the message sent by the telegraph is actually equivalent to the military messenger sending military intelligence through text. They both have the possibility of being intercepted. As long as you have a high-power transceiver and adjust the receiving frequency of this transceiver to the corresponding wave band, you can capture the telegraph message sent by others. Of course, this is only in theory. This is because in the whole world, I am the only one who is proficient in the production principle of the telegraph. Nothing was invincible. Although the electromagnetic waves emitted by the telegraph were invisible and silent, as long as the method was right, it could still be captured. In some anti-Japanese war TV series, there were often plots of underground parties intercepting and deciphering the enemy's telegrams. In the military, Li Er's heart skipped a beat as he muttered to himself. Although he didn't know what power, frequency, and wave band were, this didn't prevent him from obtaining other key information. At this time, he looked at the telegraph on the table again, and his eyes slowly became more and more passionate. This was the divine weapon of the country. With this telegraph, wouldn't the Tang Empire be in an invincible position in future wars? He had fought in wars all his life, and he immediately thought of the huge role this telegraph would play in the military. You just said that in the whole world, you are the only one who is proficient in the production principle of the telegraph? Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Zishuan as he spoke. Li Zishuan's heart tightened. He felt a trace of danger. Did he just show off too much? Your Majesty, it should be like this. Li Zishuan couldn't hear anything wrong from Li Er's tone, so he could only bite the bullet and answer. Can this telegraph be mass-produced? Can it be used for the transmission of intelligence in the military? Li Er's face didn't have any special expression, but there was a trace of hope in his heart. This, Li Zishuan wanted to curse in his heart. Sure enough, old Li wanted all the good things that he saw. What a robber. Your Majesty, the telegraph is currently only in the experimental stage. Its transmission distance and working time are not stable. I can use it to chat with Yushi, but if it is used for the transmission of intelligence in the military, we first need to solve the problem of its power supply, and then the problem of its signal transmission distance. Chat? You're actually planning to use this telegraph to chat? Before Li Zishuan could finish, Li Er couldn't help but interrupt. Li Er's eyes were wide open, and he looked like he wanted to eat someone. If it wasn't for Zhang Sun beside him, he would have pulled out his sword and chopped Li Zishuan into pieces and fed him to the dogs. Your Majesty. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. In a moment of desperation, he spilled the beans. This was a pill. The robber was going to eat someone. Chapter 286. Li Er still left in the end. After knowing that the telegraph machine was still defective, he naturally didn't borrow the telegraph machine on the table. But before he left a ruthless sentence: as long as the telegraph machine can't be used in the army, you will never be able to rise in the ranks of the nobility. Li Zishuan pointed his middle finger at Li Er's back. Pfft! King of a country? You don't even keep your words. Last time, you said that you would give me a promotion after the merchant ship came back. How many days has it been? You changed your mind again. Of course, he only dared to complain in his heart. He wouldn't dare to say it in front of Li Er even if he had two guts. You can say that he's a coward, but if you're not a coward, you can come up and try. Let's see if your neck is harder than Li Er's knife. Young Master. Young Master. I'm back. Young Master Yen is here too. At this moment, Xiaoxi's voice came from outside the door. Li Zishuan was stunned. After being interrupted by Li Er, he almost forgot that he was testing the telegraph machine just now. He had accidentally made Xiaoxi wait there for so long, but luckily this girl ran back on her own. Ha! Xiaoxi, go in and rest. Yo! Brother Xiaoning, why are you here? Li Zishuan stood up and walked to the door. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Yes, young master. Xiaoxi will get you some water. Xiaoxi answered, carried the big box, and ran in. Hey, Xiaoxian, you still have the nerve to say that? You caught me to be your coolie when you need me, but when you don't need me, you threw me to the back of your mind and didn't care about me. If I didn't come today, I'm afraid you would have already forgotten about me, right? Yan Xiaoning pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded him half-jokingly. Li Zishuan was embarrassed. He thought carefully and realized that he was really as heartless as Yan Xiaoning said just now. Damn, that's not right. You're not a girl, how can you be heartless? Li Zishuan reacted and shuddered. Could it be that Yan Xiaoning had taken a fancy to him? Otherwise, why would she act like a resentful woman? Cough, cough. Brother Xiaoning, what are you talking about? As the saying goes, if you have a bosom friend in the sea, you can be as close as a neighbor from afar. Between friends, as long as we know each other, why should we care about the distance between us? If there is a bosom friend in the sea, the distance of the world will be as close as neighbors? Good poem. Good poem. But who wrote this poem? Why haven't I heard of it before? While Li Zishuan was trying to pull the tiger's skin, he accidentally pulled the tiger that hadn't been born yet. Wang Bo would be born more than 20 years later. Wang Renbiao was dumbfounded. This is a poem that I came up with when I was bored. It's not worth mentioning at all. Brother Xiaoning, please come in and have a seat. Li Zishuan actually realized that something was wrong when he said those two lines of the poem. At this moment, he could only thicken his skin and admit that he wrote it. Then, he cleverly changed the topic. Brother Xiaoning, what brings you here today? In the hall, the two of them sat down and Li Zishuan asked with a smile. I met Miss Xiao Xi in the street in the afternoon. Only then did I know that Xiao Xian has been busy with this telegraph machine. I studied it for half a day, but I still couldn't understand the mystery behind it. So, I came here to ask for advice. Yan Xiaoning saw that Li Zishuan didn't seem to be willing to talk about the 2 lines of the poem, so he didn't ask anymore. Although he knew a little about poetry, he still liked the way of mechanisms and machinery the most. Thus, he went straight to the point and told Li Zishuan his purpose. Oh. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. When Yan Xiaoning was here, the telegraph machine suddenly made a noise. It seemed like it was caused by Yan Xiaoning when he was studying the telegraph machine. The tragic Yan Xiaoning unknowingly took the blame for it. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, but the internal principle of this telegraph machine is very complicated. It involves a few profound knowledge. If Brother Xiaoning doesn't have the foundation, you won't understand even if I explain it to you for a day. Just now, Li Er insisted on listening to the principle of the telegraph machine. He wasted so much time talking, but Li Er probably only understood about 30% to 40%. If he explained it again at this time, first of all, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Secondly, Yan Xiaoning would definitely not understand it like Li Er. What's worse was that even if Li Er didn't understand, he wouldn't ask you to get to the bottom of it. After all, he was the ruler of a country. There was no need to understand everything so clearly. He only needed to know the general idea. But Yan Xiaoning was different. If this guy didn't understand something, he would ask until he broke down. What knowledge? Yan Xiaoning asked unwillingly. Electricity, magnetic field, and advanced mathematics. Yan Xiaoning, at #@. Ahem, I told you that you haven't heard of it, right? So I'll slowly explain the internal principle of this telegraph machine to you when I have the chance in the future. Then Xiao Xian, where did you learn these knowledge? Of course I learned it from my master. Brother Xiaoning, you should know that my master learned a lot when he was alive. The 3 knowledge that I just mentioned are just a drop in the ocean of the knowledge that my master was good at. Yan Xiaoning was a little annoyed in his heart. I know? What the hell do I know? Your master used to be so mysterious. How many people in the world know about him? However, when he heard the second half of Li Zishuan's words, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Sure enough, there's always someone better than you. Yan Xiaoning sat on the stool and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and bowed deeply to Li Zishuan. Xiao Xian, to tell you the truth, I'm very interested in the telegraph machine that you made. I always feel that this thing is full of mysteries, as if it doesn't belong to the human world. I feel that a door of new knowledge is opening for me. Only by stepping into it can I experience a more wonderful world. If I don't understand the principle of this telegraph machine, I'm afraid that I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Xiao Xian, if your master's knowledge can't be spread to outsiders, I, Yan Xiaoning, am willing to treat you as my master. I only hope that you can peek into this door. Don't. Li Zishuan was shocked and quickly went forward to help Yan Xiaoning up. He underestimated Yan Xiaoning's dedication to new knowledge. If this guy was in the modern world, he would be an engineering expert. He was already addicted to new technology and couldn't extricate himself. Brother Xiaoning, you misunderstood me. My master doesn't have any rule that knowledge can't be spread to outsiders. On the contrary, my master is very willing to spread his knowledge to the world. It's just that he doesn't care about fame and fortune, so he doesn't want to do it. If Brother Xiaoning wants to learn these knowledge, I'll take some time to sort out a few books and give them to you in the future. Hee, thank you very much. Yan Xiaoning heaved a sigh of relief. He had no choice just now. He also felt a little embarrassed to have his brother as his master. Oh right, Xiao Xian, aren't you working at the Imperial College now? Why didn't you think of teaching your knowledge to the students? When the time comes, I can also go and listen to it. Yan Xiaoning suddenly remembered Li Zishuan's current identity and asked doubtfully. Cough, about that, I'm only teaching mathematics at the Imperial College now. How can I teach other knowledge? If other professors see it, I'm afraid it won't be good. Heh. If you ask me, I'll say it. Xiao Xian, you can totally start your own school. How can those classics and articles taught by the Imperial College be more practical than your knowledge? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, brother, you really think highly of me. Chapter 287. Sigh, it seems like I can only continue testing this telegraph machine tomorrow. But it shouldn't be a big problem. I will be able to have a good chat with Yushi by then. After sending Yan Xiaoning off, Li Zishuan looked at the sky and thought regretfully. Young master, are you still staying in the workshop today? I heard that old madam misses you. Xiao Shi asked Li Zishuan after cleaning up the teacups on the table. Actually, she didn't want her young master to return home so soon because she spent more time alone with Li Zishuan here. However, Xiao Shi had always been by Madame Li's side, so she didn't want to see Madame Li unhappy. Oh, my mother. Li Zishuan was stunned. He thought for a while and said, all right, since the telegraph machine is almost done, let's pack up and go back today. Judging from today's test results, this first telegraph machine should be able to satisfy the communication needs between him and Han Yushi. This was because the distance between the Li residence and the Han village was about 20 miles. However, that was only the distance. In terms of the straight line distance, it was only about 15 miles. The furthest effective distance in today's test was 11 miles. If nothing went wrong, this telegraph machine should be able to meet the standards. As for Li Er's excessive request, let's talk about it later. Hee, please wait for a moment, young master. Xiao Shi will go pack up now. Okay, go ahead. I will move the telegraph machine to the carriage. Li Zishuan responded and quickly went into the house to move the telegraph machine. After the two of them finished packing, Li Zishuan asked Song Xiaoxi to drive the carriage to Yongla Lane. As for San Bao, she had already been sent back to the Li residence. After a while, they reached home. The servants came to help them move the things. Li Zishuan thought for a while and decided to go to the east courtyard to greet his mother. After all, he had been away from home for so many days. However, he was stopped by the gatekeeper, Ah Fu. Young master, old master is in the front hall. A teacher from the Imperial College just came to our house. Oh? Which teacher? Li Zishuan paused and asked. Replying to young master, I don't know about this, but it seems that this person should be very familiar with master. Fu scratched his head and said. Could it be Su Hongji? When Li Zishuan heard what Su Hongji said, he came to his senses and wondered why Su Hongji was at their house instead of attending class. Oh, okay, I got it. You can leave now. Li Zishuan waved his hand and rushed to the front hall. Walking into the main hall, Li Zishuan took a closer look and saw that it was indeed Su Hongji. Dad, your son is back. Hey, Mr. Su, you're here too. Li Zishuan greeted the two of them with a smile. Ha! You brat, you still know to come back. Remember to talk to your mother later. She misses you a lot. Li Jingma's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasant surprise. He pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded with a smile. Yes, father. I'll go in a while. Li Zishuan felt a warmth in his heart. This was family, this was the feeling of home. No matter how far you were from home, there would always be someone missing you. Now that the telegraph machine has been made, I'll stay at home and accompany my parents in the future. As for Li Er's request to further promote the use of the telegraph machine in the military, to hell with it. Whoever wants to research it can do it. If they don't give me a promotion, I don't care. Almost instantly, Li Zishuan made a decision. Li Sai, I'm here to look for you today, but when I arrived at the Li residence, I found out that you weren't at home. I was going to look for you at the workshop later, but I didn't expect you to come back so coincidentally. Su Hongji stood up and cupped his hands as he spoke politely. He was convinced from the bottom of his heart by Li Zixuan's attainments in mathematics. Mr. Su, don't be so polite. Have a seat. May I know why Mr. Su is looking for me today? Could it be that there are students from the school who are disobedient? If that's the case, just tell me. I'll deal with them myself. Li Zixuan's first reaction was that there were mischievous people in the school who were causing trouble when he wasn't around. After all, the children of the officials weren't easy to deal with. No. Su Hongji's face darkened. He quickly waved his hands and said, I'm here today to remind Li Sai that your confinement period is coming to an end. You have to remember to return to the Imperial College in time to give a lecture. Su Hongji wasn't in the Imperial Court, so he didn't know that Li Zixuan's confinement order had been temporarily lifted a few days ago. Otherwise, he would have come over long ago. 7 days are going to end so soon. Li Zixuan was a little dumbfounded. He thought that he could have a happy holiday in these 7 days, but because of Li Eru, he had been busy for 4 to 5 days. It was so King miserable. Su Hongji almost vomited blood when he heard that. Someone actually thought that the confinement period was too short. Cough, don't fool around. Speak properly to Mr. Su. Li Jingma was drinking tea. When he heard that, he immediately choked. He glared at his son fiercely and said unhappily. Okay, Dad. Li Zixuan murmured. Li Sai, according to the previous arrangement, the monthly examination of the school should be the day after tomorrow. I wonder if you've prepared the questions in advance? When Su Hongji saw Li Zixuan's unruly character, he felt that it was necessary to ask him personally so that he wouldn't be fooled when the time came. The questions. I've prepared the questions. Mr. Su, don't worry. There won't be any accidents when the time comes. It just so happens that my confinement period will be over the day after tomorrow. I'll personally invigilate the examination then. Li Zixuan panicked when he heard Su Hongji's question. Only then did he realize that there was such a matter. He felt that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him covetously, so he hurriedly made up a story. As for whether the questions were actually out or not, only he knew in his heart. Su Hongji looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, no matter what the truth was, he had already reminded Li Zixuan. It wasn't his fault that there wasn't a test paper during the examination. If that's the case, this old man will take his leave. Brother Jingma, take care. Su Hongji paused and cupped his hands to bid farewell to Li Jingma and his son. Take care, Mr. Su. After sending Su Hongji off, Li Zixuan obediently went to greet his mother. Mrs. Li inevitably pulled her son and nagged him for a long time, saying things like, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've suffered again, you've become haggard, and so on. Although Li Zixuan was touched, he couldn't resist the fierce attack of a mother's love. He found an excuse and took the opportunity to escape. After dinner, Li Zixuan went straight to his study in the west courtyard and began to bitterly make up for his homework. If Su Hongji didn't remind him today, he would have forgotten about the monthly examination the day after tomorrow. Although he could fool Su Hongji for a while, he couldn't fool him forever. It was a test paper, so he still had to write it. Li Zixuan knew this in his heart. Moreover, he himself also valued the first monthly examination very much. Chapter 288. Around 5:00, Ganlu Palace. After Li Er finished his dinner at Empress Jiangxuan's place, he moved here and continued to work overtime. As the emperor, Li Er's daily life was actually much more bitter than Li Zixuan's. For him, working overtime was a common occurrence. The hall was very quiet. From time to time, a cool breeze of the summer night would blow in, causing the candlelight on the wall to sway. Occasionally, the sound of crickets could be heard from outside the hall, as if singing a song of praise for this peaceful night. About an hour later, Li Er finished reading the last memorial. He let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the dragon throne a little tiredly. Then, He cast his gaze toward the candles in the palace, lost in thought for a while. He was thinking about the telegraph machine he saw in the afternoon in the workshop of the interesting pavilion. To be honest, before today, Li Er thought that only immortals would have a tool like the telegraph that could transmit messages from dozens of miles away. But today, not only did he see it with his own eyes, but the creator of this divine tool was only a 14 or 15-year-old boy. This really subverted Li Er's understanding of the world. On the way back, although Li Er's expression didn't change, his heart was surging with waves, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Of course, this is only in theory. There is a possibility of being intercepted because in the world, only I am proficient in the production of the telegraph machine. Li Zishuan's words in the afternoon kept echoing in Li Er's mind. Arrogant. Without a doubt, this sentence revealed arrogance everywhere, but he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Previously, when Li Yuan was only the Duke of Tang, Li Er was the second son of the Duke's family. Not only did he have a famous teacher to teach him martial arts, but he also had a certain level of accomplishment in literature. Thus, in the early days, Li Er could be said to be both versed in literature and martial arts. Although he didn't read more than 10,000 books, his knowledge was definitely not ordinary, especially at the end of the Sui dynasty. Li Er followed Li Yuan to start a rebellion in Taiyuan and swept through the world like a hot knife through butter, finally settling in the Central Plains. Now that he had ascended the throne, his status changed again and again, rising step by step. Correspondingly, his experience and knowledge became more and more extensive. Even so, he had never seen such a thing as a telegraph machine. As for the set of principles of the telegraph machine that Li Zishuan explained, he had never heard of it. He was very sure that the knowledge that Li Zishuan spoke of had never appeared in the world. Spiritual master's martial arts is extraordinarily high and his medical skills are the best in the world. His knowledge is actually so profound? Does such a person really exist in the world? At this moment, Li Er had a trace of curiosity, or perhaps suspicion, towards spiritual master Ling Su, whom he had never seen with his own eyes and only heard of by word of mouth. Could it be that he doesn't belong to the world? Then doesn't the knowledge that Li Zishuan displayed come from immortals? Li Er let his imagination run wild and couldn't think of a reason. After a moment, he suddenly ordered, "Summon the Prince of Wei." Those who had more contact with Li Zishuan and were more familiar with his knowledge, Li Tai could be considered to be on the list. Li Er decided to ask Li Tai properly. Previously, the scooter, the plow, the paper machine, and the compass were still fine. Although the structure of these things was ingenious, they were still within the scope of Li Er's knowledge. However, the telegraph machine that Li Zishuan made this time was really too mysterious. Yes, it was mysterious, as if this thing didn't belong to this world. It was for this reason that Li Er decided to ask properly. "Your son greets Imperial Father." After about half an hour, the chubby Li Tai arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. This couldn't be blamed on him. Among the adult princes, Li Tai was an exception. Li Er specifically allowed him to build a residence in Chang'an. This treatment was almost as good as that of Crown Prince Li Qingxian. There was still some distance between the Prince of Wei's residence and the palace. At this time, all the gates of the palace were closed. Although the imperial eunuch had Li Er's warrant and could bring Li Tai into the palace unimpeded, it would still take a lot of time to sit in a hanging basket and climb over the palace walls. "Rise. Come, give him a seat." Li Er couldn't help but feel happy when he saw his chubby son. He had always doted on Li Tai. Apart from Li Tai's intelligence, it might also have something to do with Li Tai's comical body shape. "Thank you, Imperial Father." Although Li Tai didn't know why Li Er had called him over so late at night, he was confident that he hadn't done anything out of line recently, so he naturally didn't feel guilty. "Qingke, we called you here so late at night because we have a matter to ask you." Li Er waved his hand, indicating for the palace maids and eunuchs to withdraw. The father and son exchanged conventional greetings for a while before Li Er got straight to the point. "Imperial Father, please speak. Your son will definitely tell you everything he knows." Qingke, counting the days, it's almost been a month since you started attending classes at the Imperial College. We also heard that your results in the School of Mathematics have always been among the best. We are very comforted. Today, we want to ask you, Qingke, how much do you know about Li Zishuan? When speaking of Li Tai's results, Li Er's face glowed with pride. When his son's results were good, his father would indeed be happy. Even as the emperor, Li Er was no exception. Hearing Li Er's question, Li Tai couldn't help but frown. He didn't know the deeper meaning behind Li Er's question, so he thought for a long time before replying. Imperial father, the more time this son has spent with Sir Li, the more I feel that Sir's knowledge is as vast as the sea. Just speaking of mathematics, this son dares to say that no one in the world can beat him in this aspect. The concepts and methods he proposed are things that this son couldn't find even after searching through all the ancient books. In terms of mathematics, Sir Li should be a school of his own. Moreover, using his theories, one can often solve problems faster and more accurately. At this point, even the proud Li Tai couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration on his face. This subtle expression was naturally caught by Li Er, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise in his heart. Then what about outside of mathematics? Have you ever heard of Qingke? Outside of mathematics? Li Tai looked curiously at Li Er, seeming to understand something. If we were to talk about Sir Li's knowledge outside of mathematics, this son's deepest impression would be the hypothesis of the nature of the earth that Sir Li explained to us when we were making the compass. Oh. The nature of the earth? What is the nature of the earth? Qingke, tell me quickly. Li Er couldn't help but ask curiously. Replying to father, in order to explain to us why the compass can point us in the right direction, Mr. Li once said that the ground under our feet is a sphere, and this sphere itself is a huge magnet. Li Tai slowly recounted the scene of that day. Li Er listened attentively to this magical theory that was like a fantasy story, and the shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 289. The Earth is actually a sphere? And it's magnetic? In the sweet nectar hall, Li Tai finished recounting everything that had happened when he made the compass. Li Er's expression became somewhat complicated, and after a long time, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. These novel theories might sound absurd at first, but behind each theory, there was a strong argument supporting it, making it impossible to refute. It was precisely because of this that Li Er was silent for a long time after listening to it. Qingke, it seems that you already believe in Li Zishuan's theories? Li Er turned around and asked softly. Li Tai had been sitting quietly below. Even though Li Er had been deep in thought for a long time, he didn't show any impatience, nor did he make any sound. Now that he heard Li Er's question, he hurriedly replied, "Indeed, Mr. Li's theories are not empty words. There is a strong evidence behind them. Your son also participated in one of the small experiments that day. The facts are right in front of your son's eyes. Your son has no choice but to believe it." Li Tai paused, then continued, "Your son used to be conceited about his innate intelligence and erudite knowledge. Unavoidably, your son was a little arrogant because of his talents. Ever since I met Mr. Li, your son has learned that there is always someone better than you." In front of the curious pavilion, Mr. Li's inexplicable 10 questions completely destroyed your son. Later on, your son entered the School of Mathematics. Originally, your son had some thoughts of competing with you, but as your son's understanding deepened, I was convinced by Mr.'s vast and profound knowledge. A new door opened to your son. After your son entered, your son discovered that mathematics could actually be so exciting, interesting, and novel. It wasn't until a few days ago that your son understood that mathematics was only the tip of the iceberg of Mr. Li's expertise. Physics, chemistry, these are things that your son had never heard of before, but Mr. Li was able to easily grasp them. Your son's previous thoughts of competing with you have long disappeared without a trace. Compared to 2 months ago, Li Tai was indeed much more stable and sunny. He, who was focused on his studies, had even faintly forgotten that he had to compete with Li Qingxian for favor. Li Tai looked at his son. In such a short period of time, he had changed so much. For a moment, he felt a little emotional. After mulling over what Li Tai had just said, he suddenly asked, "Chemistry? What is chemistry?" Qingke, you haven't mentioned chemistry before, have you? Li Tai was a little dumbfounded. He accidentally spilled the beans. He had promised Li Zishuan that he would not spread the principle of making glass. What should he do now? What? Is there something else you need to hide from me? Li Tai was shrewd. He immediately saw the hesitation in Li Tai's eyes. Hesitation at this time was equivalent to preparing to lie. Li Er was a little dissatisfied. Among his sons, Li Tai was the one he doted on the most. He did not expect that his favorite son would want to lie to him now. No. Replying to Imperial Father, the teacher said before that the so-called chemistry is the study of changes. It is a knowledge that studies the changes of substances. Under certain conditions, several substances can react with each other and form a new substance. This is the definition of chemistry and also the use of chemistry. When Li Tai saw Li Er's gaze, he panicked and hurriedly blurted out. The study of changes? This sounds interesting. Li Er held his chin and smiled, then asked, why did Li Zishuan mention this knowledge to you? Could it be that this kid has created something new? Li Tai's heart sank. Sure enough, things were developing in the direction he did not want to see the most. However, in this situation, there was no time for him to think. The little fatty could only bite the bullet and say, replying to Imperial Father, previously the teacher felt that the Hu merchant's glass was turbid and expensive, so he made his own glass. The knowledge he used was chemistry. What? Li Er suddenly stood up. He was shocked and angry. How could he not be shocked that Li Zishuan could make something like glass that was so profitable? Previously, the imperial court had commissioned the workshop of the Curious Pavilion to make compasses. Li Zishuan had asked for a high price because it contained glass. At that time, he thought about it and agreed. However, now that Li Zishuan could make his own glass, the cost of the compasses would definitely be much cheaper. Thinking of this, how could Li Er not be angry? 2 days ago, Li Shaogong had excitedly ran into the palace to tell him that the compasses bought from the workshop of the Curious Pavilion were of better quality, especially the glass that was clearer. At that time, Li Er was still wondering if Li Zishuan had found his conscience and specially used good glass for this batch of compasses for the imperial court. In the end, he and Li Shaogong had been teased by this kid. Then Qingke, do you know how much the glass Li Zishuan made cost? How exactly was it made? Li Er calmed himself down and asked. Replying to Imperial Father, at that time, Mr. only told us the general principle of the process of making colored glaze. He didn't talk about the details. I'm afraid that only a few core members of the workshop know the specific process of making colored glaze. As for the cost of the glass they make, your son does not know, but it should be somewhat cheaper than the glass sold by the Hu merchants, and the quality should be even higher. Li Tai considered his words as he spoke. He knew what Li Er was thinking. He was just a little unhappy, so he intentionally did not mention the materials used to make glass. Otherwise, Li Er would definitely be even angrier. I didn't think that this kid would be so erudite and talented. He could even make glass. Li Er did not hear that the glass was very cheap, so he felt a little better. But after thinking about it for a while, he relaxed. Li Zishuan being able to make glass was only beneficial to the Great Tang. The ones who should be worried were the Hu merchants. Li Zishuan earned money with his own ability. As the emperor, why should he care about such details? Imperial Father is right. The longer I stay with teacher, the more I can feel teacher's erudition. Li Tai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. That kid has been up to something recently. Qingke, you probably don't know, right? Li Er took a sip of tea and smiled. Oh. Did teacher invent something again? Your son has been busy preparing for the monthly examination and did not see teacher. Can Imperial Father tell me a little? Little Fatty's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. Other than the mathematics, physics, and chemistry that you mentioned just now, that kid is also proficient in electricity, magnetic fields, and advanced mathematics. The thing he made recently was made based on these few fields of knowledge. Chapter 290. It was already late at night, but the father and son in the Sweet Nectar Palace were chatting more and more happily. Li Er described the telegraph machine that he saw in the workshop that afternoon to Li Tai. As for the inner workings, he could only pick the parts that he understood to explain. This way, Li Tai was even more confused as he listened. Correspondingly, he felt that the telegraph machine was even more mysterious. There's actually such a divine item in this world that can allow communication from dozens of miles away. In that case, what's the difference between this telegraph machine and those celestial artifacts? Previously, Li Er was amazed by Li Zishuan's theory of the Earth's magnetic field. Now, it was Li Tai's turn to be amazed by the powerful functions of the telegraph machine. The little fatty opened his mouth in shock, his face full of disbelief. Seeing his expression, Li Er wanted to laugh. He estimated the time and said, "All right, it's getting late. Qingke, you should go back and rest. As for the telegraph machine, you can slowly study it in the future." "All right, then I'll take my leave. Father, you should also rest early." Li Tai came back to his senses and cupped his hands in salute. "Oh, right. Qingke, you said earlier that you were preparing for the monthly exam. I heard that Li Zishuan set a monthly exam reward and punishment system for the School of Mathematics. Qingke, you have to take the exam well this time. Although I'm the emperor, I've never been to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. If you get first place this time, I'll take your mother, a few concubines, Qingxian, and your brothers and sisters to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a meal. This way, even Wei Zheng won't have anything to say." "Haha." Li Er stopped Li Tai and laughed. Li Tai was speechless. He couldn't help but mourn for Li Zishuan in his heart. There were probably more than 20 people in their family, right? If they all went to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a meal, it might even cost more than 1,000 strings of coins. That would be enough for Li Zishuan to eat. Li Tai was speechless and could only flee. Li Er didn't immediately return to the harem to rest. He looked at Li Tai's back and his gaze became somewhat deep. After a long time, he stood up and sighed, "Even Qingke has been subdued by you, kid." The disciple of spiritual master Spirit Su really lives up to his reputation. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, electricity, magnetic fields, advanced mathematics. How many more skills do you have that you haven't shown? Was he planning to establish his own sect and establish his own sect? It seems like a mere directorate is no longer enough for you. Li Er paced back and forth as he pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he burst into laughter and said, "Ha, since you have this ability, I will give you the chance to display it to your heart's content. We would like to see what the Great Tang will become 10 years later because of you." Haha. He was not like some conservative emperors who saw new theories and ideas as heresy and wanted to nip them in the bud. As an enterprising emperor, Li Er had a high and radical fighting spirit in his bones. He was happy to see the emergence of new theories. The Confucian school had been dominant for nearly 1,000 years and had gradually become the orthodox school of thought. However, Li Er didn't particularly agree with the Confucian school of thought that emphasized theory over practice. He had once conquered the world on horseback. What he valued was still practicality and efficiency. Yongla Lane. Li Zishuan racked his brains and finally came up with a set of questions of higher quality. He didn't take the unconventional path like the previous weekly exam. The difficulty of the questions this time wasn't high. It mainly tested the foundation. Of course, there were many small pitfalls in the questions. If one was careless, it was very easy to be tricked. Li Zishuan didn't feel that Li Er was trying to trick him with this monthly exam. After finishing the papers, he washed up and directly lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. These few days, in order to invent the telegraph machine, it had really been hard on him. It was really hard for him not to fall asleep when he finally returned home and lay on the familiar bed. Li Zishuan had a dream. In the dream, he was actually chatting with Yushi on QQ. The strange thing was, he didn't feel that anything was wrong in the dream. All kinds of flirtatious words came out, and he was flirting with the girl. Lisa Schwan, Yushi, do you know what a door made of wood is? Han Yushi, a wooden door. Lisa Schwan, what about a door made of iron? Han Yushi, an iron door. Lisa Schwan, what about the door to happiness? Han Yushi, I don't know. Lisa Schwan, silly, it's us. Han Yushi, carat omega carat. Lisa Schwan, Yushi, can you show me the way? Han Yushi, the way to where? Lisa Schwan, in your heart. Han Yushi, shy. Young master, Yushi is sleepy. I want to sleep. Lisa Schwan, you want to sleep together so soon? I'm not ready yet. Now, I'm so nervous. Han Yushi, young master, you, hee, brother must be dreaming of something delicious. He's still smiling in his sleep. In the morning, Lan, who hadn't seen her brother for a few days, sneaked into Lisa Schwan's room, intending to wake him up. However, she found that Lisa Schwan was still smiling with his eyes closed. He was obviously having a sweet dream. The innocent Lan naturally couldn't tell that Lisa Schwan's smile had a trace of wretchedness. The little girl thought that her brother was dreaming of something delicious. Lan tiptoed to the outer room to take a piece of cake and returned to Lisa Schwan's bedside. At this moment, Lisa Schwan smacked his lips. Lan saw the opportunity and quickly brought the cake to her brother's mouth. Lisa Schwan smelled a fragrance in his sleep. He couldn't help but open his mouth and move closer to the source of the fragrance. He. Lan looked at Lisa Schwan's silly appearance as he slept and ate the cake at the same time. She couldn't help but laugh loudly. Lisa Schwan was awakened by the laughter. Logically speaking, with his martial arts, he should have woken up long ago if someone approached him. However, on one hand, he was now at home, so of course he wasn't vigilant at all. On the other hand, this body of his had been spoiled since he was young. If it wasn't under the care of his parents at home, then it was under the guidance of spiritual master Lingxiu in the mountains. He had never experienced the life of a vagrant in the Jianghu. Besides, he was only an ordinary student in his previous life, not a killer in the Jianghu. He didn't have the habit of being vigilant at all times. Okay. Little Lan, you're being naughty again. See how I'll deal with you. Lisa Schwan saw that Lan was laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. He immediately understood what was going on. He unhappily wiped the cake crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Then he picked up his little sister who didn't manage to escape in time and threw her on the bed. He took off the little girl's shoes and scratched the soles of her feet. He said fiercely, Do you still dare to tease your brother? He. Don't scratch. Brother, Lan, was wrong. Ha. You know you're wrong. I think you're getting bolder and bolder. Didn't I tell you to knock before entering a room? Why didn't you knock? Woo ha, I knocked. Brother, you didn't hear it. Hey. Still stubborn. He, stop scratching. I know I'm wrong woo. Chapter 291. After playing with the little girl for a while, Lisa Schwan was no longer sleepy. So, he carried Lan and left the room. Under the care of Xiao He and Xiao Shi, the siblings washed up and went to the front yard to have breakfast. However, they bumped into San Bao. Hey, San Bao. Are you feeling better? Yes, young master. My body is very strong. I've almost recovered since last night. San Bao quickly scratched his head and said with a silly smile. Hey, look at what you're capable of. Later, go to Butler Wang to get 3 strings of money as a tip. Thank you for your hard work yesterday. Lisa Schwan took a closer look and realized that San Bao was really fine. He waved his hand and brought Lan to the front hall. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. San Bao was very surprised and thanked him profusely. When the other servants saw this, they looked at San Bao enviously. This tip was equivalent to a few months of their salary. In the front hall, the family of 4 was having breakfast happily. Mrs. Li hadn't seen her son for 3 days. Yesterday's dinner and today's breakfast were very sumptuous. They were all Li Zishuan's favorite dishes. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he ate like this every day, it wouldn't take long for him to become a big fat man. By then, Chang An would have one less handsome man. Tsk. Xian, come and drink some mushroom pheasant soup. This pheasant was sent over by your in-laws yesterday. Mrs. Li scooped some soup for her son with a smile. Li Jingma, who was sitting at the side, was naturally left out. Not only that, because Mrs. Li stood up to scoop some soup for him, Mr. Li couldn't even pick up any food. He could only eat the white rice in his bowl silently. Okay, Mom, you shouldn't eat too much for breakfast. Li Zishuan quickly said. Who said that I shouldn't eat too much for breakfast? That's nonsense. Mrs. Li rolled her eyes at her son. Although she said that, she still put down the spoon and sat back down. That's right. Mother, you just said that this pheasant was sent by Han Lijing, but why didn't he come in person? Li Zishuan asked as he ate. Isn't this all because of you? Old Man Li, who had been eating silently at the side, said, I heard that Han Li has been busy preparing for your marriage with Han Girl these past few days. At the same time, he often goes to the neighboring Plum Village to check on the situation of the chicken farm there. He's so busy, how could he have the time to come over and deliver pheasants to you? This pheasant was hunted by the Han village's farmer. After he gave it to Han Lijing, he couldn't bear to eat it, so he asked someone to send it over. Oh, I see. Brat, what have you been doing in the workshop recently? Li Jingma took a bite and asked. In the past, the Li family had always been particular about not talking while eating. Ever since Li Zishuan returned, he had led the entire Li residence astray. It's nothing. I was just bored and made some small things to play with. Li Zishuan explained casually. Brother, what's so fun about it? Lon wants to play with it too. Okay, I'll teach you later. After breakfast, Li Zishuan didn't forget that he had something important to do today. He called San Bao, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, and Lon over, then took out a telegraph and a few spare batteries. He said to them, send these things to the Han family. I've already put the instructions and code book of the telegraph inside. Xiao Shi, you know more about the telegraph. If Yushi doesn't know how to use it, you can teach her. Yes, young master. Lon, don't run around. Do you understand? I know. Brother is so long-winded. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to banter with her. He looked at San Bao and said, San Bao, ask a few guards to go with you later and protect Mrs. Safety. Li Zishuan didn't plan to let Lon, go with them. However, he couldn't resist the little girl's pestering. Now, he could only arrange a few more people to take care of her. Young master, don't worry. I will definitely not let anything happen to Miss Lon, San Bao patted his chest and promised. His loyalty to Li Zishuan was unquestionable. He was almost equivalent to Li Zishuan's #1 henchman. Go quickly. Xiao Shi, remember to send me a telegram when you arrive. Yes, young master. A group of people drove the carriage out of Yongla Lane and went straight to the west gate of Chang and City. Li Zishuan estimated that Xiao Shi and the rest wouldn't be able to reach the Han family in less than 2 hours. After all, the road from Chang and City to the Han family village wasn't wide and flat. It wasn't easy to walk on it. So, he went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. For the past 3 days, he had been working overtime and didn't have much time to rest. Today, he wanted to sleep for the whole morning but was woken up by Lon. Since the telegram machine was in his room, he would be able to hear Han Yushi's message immediately. Li Zishuan slipped back to the west courtyard, closed the door and windows, and started to sleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. If Old Man Li was at home and knew about this, he would probably scold Li Zishuan for not doing his job properly and being a good-for-nothing. Li Zishuan laid on the bed and fell into a deep sleep after a while. This speed of falling asleep, no matter who it was, they would have to admit defeat. After an unknown amount of time, there was a sudden intermittent d-d-d sound. He woke up abruptly and knew that Xiaoxi and the rest had arrived at the Han family village. Li Zixuan walked quickly to the long table where the telegram machine was placed and started to record the telegram. Perhaps the person who sent the telegram wasn't very familiar with it. So, it took almost 15 minutes for the short message to be sent. Luckily, Han Yushi's side was slow. Li Zixuan had come into contact with telegrams in his previous life, but this was his first time making one. His speed of recording the code was also very slow. After he finished recording the code, Li Zixuan flipped open the code book and started to translate the telegram. His speed was faster because he was the one who wrote the code book. He couldn't say that he remembered everything, but at least he was very familiar with it. After a while, Li Zixuan translated the contents of the telegram. Young Master, I am Xiaoxi. We have a safe journey and have arrived at young Madam's house. Young Madam is learning how to use the telegram machine. Just a short 30 words, but there were almost 700 codes. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. This telegram machine was still not as convenient as a phone. This is really greedy. You already have a telegram machine, why do you still need a bicycle? Li Zixuan laughed and shook his head. He thought for a while, then looked at the code book and sent a telegram. Take care of Lan Er. Don't let her run around. Also, tell Yushi not to rush and learn slowly. I can wait. Chapter 292. Young Madam, young Master is talking to you. He wants you to learn slowly. Don't be anxious. Han family's courtyard. After Xiaoxi finished translating the code, she ran to the side and said to Han Yushi, who was reading the telegraph machine manual. Xiaoxi, I haven't married him yet. Don't call him that. Although Han Yushi was happy in her heart, she still looked embarrassed. Sister Yushi will be Lan Er's sister-in-law in a few days. It's okay to call him that now. Lan Er followed behind Xiaoxi and giggled. Lan Er. You're talking nonsense too. I'm not. Xiaoxi, can you help me send a telegram? I want to talk to brother too. It was only today that Lan found out that Li Zixuan had come up with such a fun thing recently. The magic of the telegraph had already surpassed her understanding of this world. The little girl was now very fond of this efficient and fast method of communication. She saw Xiaoxi's operation just now, but she did not learn it. That was why she said that. Okay. What do you want to say to young master? Xiaoxi will help you send it. Xiaoxi smiled faintly. Let's talk about it over there. Lan Er pulled Xiaoxi back to the telegraph machine and started chatting with Li Zixuan. On the other side, Li Zixuan waited for a long time, but there was no telegram. He could not help but think, could it be that the battery ran out of power? That shouldn't be the case. He had only sent and received 2 telegrams. DDD. At this moment, the telegraph machine finally rang again. Li Zixuan was energized and started recording the telegram. This time, the telegram was shorter. Li Zixuan translated it quickly after he finished writing. However, when he saw the translation result, he was speechless. Guess who I am? Was there a need to guess? Other than the mischievous Lan Er, who else would speak to him in such a tone? He suddenly had a thought and replied mischievously, Ah. Isn't this the silly girl from Blacksmith Wang's family? How did you know how to use the telegraph machine? Pfft. Han family's courtyard, Han Yushi's room. Xiaoxi looked at the telegram she just received and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoxi, what did my brother say? Did you guess it was me? Lan Er was not as tall as Xiaoxi. She tiptoed and looked up, but she could not see the contents of the note in Xiaoxi's hand. She could only ask anxiously. Miss, you should see for yourself. Xiaoxi held back her laughter and handed the translated telegram to Lan Er. Lan couldn't wait to take a look. A moment later, her smiling face turned red with anger. Smelly brother, he must have done it on purpose. Lana stomped her feet, crumpled the paper ball in her hand into a ball, and threw it out angrily. Shall she, help me send another telegram to my brother? Yes, miss. Beep. 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 Lisa Schwan didn't wait for long before the telegraph rang again. Bah. Smelly brother, you're the silly girl. Hee hee, this little girl. Lisa Schwan smiled and shook his head. He suddenly felt that chatting like this was quite interesting. Oh. So it's you know how to use the telegraph so quickly? Lisa Schwan replied with a sudden realization. Smelly brother, you're still trying to lie to me. You obviously did it on purpose just now. Also, Xiaoxi is helping me send another telegram. Still doesn't know how to use this thing. Lisa Schwan, hee hee. Brother, also wants a telegraph to be placed in the room. Lisa Schwan, why do you want a telegraph for? Who are you sending it to? Lisa Schwan asked curiously. For brother. Realized that using this thing to talk is very interesting. Lisa Schwan, he was speechless. The backyard where lived was only a few hundred meters away from his west courtyard. Why would she need a telegraph? In the afternoon, Xiaoxi, and the rest finally returned. After witnessing the magical power of the telegraph at the Han residence, came back and found Lisa Schwan. She cried and begged for a telegraph. Lisa Schwan was helpless. He really didn't have the time and energy to build another telegraph. He would be returning to the Imperial College tomorrow. Sigh, now that he thought about it, the position of Imperial College was really a kind of restraint. Lisa Schwan planned to find an opportunity in the future to resign with Li Er and return to their hometown. He only wanted to keep his title of nobility. After promising countless benefits, Lisa Schwan finally got rid of this annoying little tail. He called Xiaoxi and asked, how's Yushi's learning of the telegraph? Xiaoxi replied, well, young madam already knows how to use it, but she's not very familiar with it yet. She said that she'll contact you when she's familiar with it. Young master, don't be anxious. I'm not anxious. Lisa Schwan touched his nose awkwardly and said. At night, Lisa Schwan returned to his room early after dinner and waited for Han Yushi to send a message. At this time, he realized that there was a very obvious flaw in the telegraph. That was that it could not record the received code by itself. It needed someone to be by its side 24 hours a day. Otherwise, he would not even know if he missed the telegram. In fact, the early wired telegraph had a device that automatically recorded the code. It mainly used the electromagnet inside the transceiver to drive the pen on the iron plate to make a mark on the paper tape. If it was a short time, it would be a dot. If it was a long time, it would be a line. Lisa Schwan could not help but have an idea. Should he add such an automatic code recording device to his own wireless telegraph? However, this way, the telegraph would be very power-hungry. Why hasn't Yushi sent a telegram yet? Could it be that she has to be very familiar with it before she sends it? Does she have to be so professional? Lisa Schwan let his imagination run wild for a while. Then, he looked at the time and could not help but mutter to himself. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was getting a little impatient from waiting, the telegraph finally rang. In fact, Lisa Schwan's guess was right. Han Yushi had been familiarizing herself with the operation of the telegraph over and over again. She had translated what she might say next into the code. Only then did she send the first telegram in her life with some apprehension. Young master, are you asleep? Lisa Schwan smiled and replied, no. Yushi, we're going to get married soon. Why are you still calling me young master? Han Yushi, then what should I call you? Lisa Schwan, husband? Han Yushi, that won't do. Yushi can't call me that now. Lisa Schwan, Then just call me Brother Xiao Xian like everyone else. Calling me young master sounds too distant. Han Yushi, alright. Brother Xiao Xian. Lisa Xuan, hee, Yushi, how is it? This telegraph machine I made is not bad, right? Before we get married, you can't go out. I specially made this telegraph machine to talk to you and relieve your boredom. This is not considered a violation of etiquette. So this magical iron box was specially made for me. Han Yushi felt a little sweet in her heart and said, yes, this telegraph machine is very good. Yushi likes it very much. Chapter 293. Everyone, do your best. Regarding the monthly exams reward and punishment system, I believe all of you are very clear about it. I don't need to repeat it, right? If you do well, you will gain both fame and fortune. If you don't do well, the next morning, Li Zixuan held the exam papers and stood on the podium. He was trying to motivate the students before the exam. But his words did not sound like he was trying to motivate them. The students, especially Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, Kong Chuansuan and the others, who were aiming to get out of the last 5 places, heard Li Zixuan sneer and felt their buttocks tighten. Ah no, their hearts tightened. If they were unlucky enough to get into the last 5 places, they would not have a good time next month. Kusher Qing, Xing Ziran, Meng Wenhao and the others, who were in the front, were all eager to try. The reward for getting first place in the monthly exam was very tempting. Especially Meng Wenhao, who was determined to get first place in this monthly exam. This was because the fleet that was going south would set sail the day after tomorrow. He wanted to get first place and give it to his father. Li Tai was very indifferent. What Li Er said to him yesterday, of course, he took it as a joke. The royal family was not so poor that they could not afford to eat. Okay. Put away your textbooks and start the exam. At this time, there was the sound of the drum and bell from the directorate. Li Zixuan patted the podium and signaled everyone to be quiet. He began to distribute the exam papers. After handing out the papers, Li Zixuan returned to the podium and brought over a stool. He sat in front of the podium and gloated as he looked at the group of miserable children who were being ravaged by the exam. The questions this time, why? After experiencing the previous weekly exams, the students were already immune to those strange questions. However, when they received the test paper and opened it, they were not used to it. The style of these questions was not quite right. It was so simple. You all can be proud over there. The questions are simple, but it does not mean they are easy. Li Zixuan was sitting on the podium. The expressions of the students naturally fell into his eyes. He couldn't help but snicker in his heart. Compared to the previous questions, this set of questions was indeed very basic. But who said that basic questions were easy to do? For those who had gone through exam-oriented education, the basic questions were the most difficult. In his previous life, Li Zixuan would rather do some extremely difficult questions than basic questions. Some basic questions were especially easy to lose points. What's more, there were more or less traps in these questions. As for who would fall into the traps, it would depend on their own luck. F***CK. Sir, you're giving me free marks with these questions. Haha. Sun Zifan continued to do a few questions as if he had the help of God. In an instant, he felt very good about himself. He couldn't help but feel very proud. He secretly thought that he wouldn't be beaten when he went home this time, right? In the previous weekly exam, although Sun Zifan relied on the last additional question to get out of the last 5, but he only just got out of the last 5. He was the 8th from the bottom in the mathematics school. When his father, Sun Fujia, casually asked Kong Yingda about Sun Zifan's results after the morning court, he found out that Sun Zifan, the son of the top scholar, was honored as the 8th from the bottom in the class. He was furious. When he returned home, he did not say anything and beat Sun Zifan up. Mrs. Sun pleaded bitterly, but it was useless. Sun Zifan still remembered the next day when he came to the mathematics school with a swollen face and was laughed at by everyone. In order to not be beaten again, this guy had been studying hard recently. He had learned all the new mathematics knowledge that he had not learned before. At this time, if he was asked to do the last weekly exam again, Sun Zifen was confident that he would not be at the bottom. If 1 is equal to 4, 2 is equal to 8, 3 is equal to 24, then 4 equals underscore underscore underscore. F asterisk CK, this question is too easy, right? If it was 7 days ago, I might not even be able to understand this question. Even if I understood it, I wouldn't be able to calculate it in a short time. Hee hee, what a pity. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. The answer to this question is equal to 4 times 24. I can use the multiplication formula and calculate it in a moment. When Sun Zifen saw the 5th question, he was overjoyed. He was not stupid. Of course, he could find the pattern. Moreover, he now had a certain foundation in mathematics, so this guy thought that he could find the answer quickly. Sun Zifen calculated the result on the draft paper, 96. Then he proudly wrote the answer on the test paper. Of course, in the mathematics library, there were many masters. Naturally, there was no lack of smart people, such as Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Meng Wenhao. As they encountered more and more questions, the 3 of them did not relax at all. Instead, they became more and more serious. Their eyebrows were tighter and tighter. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. It was as if the question in front of them was a scourge. It's not easy. This question is definitely not as simple as it looks on the surface. Just like the previous 4 questions, there must be a trap in the question. Meng Wenhao kept reminding himself to not be careless and not fall into the trap. In the previous 4 questions, he almost got it wrong. Fortunately, he relied on his intuition and checked on the spot. That was why he did not fall into the trap set by Li Zishuan. Meng Wenhao had been tricked many times. His first instinct when he saw the 5th question was that this question was not easy. He secretly warned himself that he must not solve the question according to the usual way. Otherwise, he would definitely get it wrong. After looking at the question several times, Meng Wenhao's eyes suddenly lit up. I got it. 1 is equal to 4. Isn't 4 equal to 1? Sure enough, it's not 96. Sure enough, Mr. Wang deliberately set a trap to harm others. Meng Wenhao was happy, but he could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he was serious. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would lose points for such a simple question. If he could not get the first place because of this, wouldn't he cry to death? Iron Egg and Li Tai found the correct answer almost at the same time. They did not have the complicated, inner experience like Meng Wenhao. The reason why they were not fooled by the simple appearance of these questions was that they were too familiar with Li Zishuan's character. They knew that with Li Zishuan's bad temper, he would never set such an easy question to let everyone get full marks easily. Therefore, the more simple the question looked, the more suspicious they were. Li Zishuan leaned on the podium and looked for a while. He felt that it was a little boring because there was no one who cheated. Now, he was considered a celebrity in Chang'an. The second generation of the officials in the Imperial College were not simple. Naturally, they were more well-informed than ordinary people. Through word of mouth, many students knew that not only was he good at learning, but he was also good at martial arts. Therefore, no one dared to cheat under Li Zishuan's nose. Li Zishuan leaned on the podium. His eyelids became heavier and heavier. Slowly, he fell asleep. The main reason was that he had chatted with Yushi too late last night. Chapter 294. The students were seriously working on the exam questions. In the classroom, only the rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing against the paper could be heard. In such a quiet environment, Li Zishuan naturally slept very comfortably. However, because the students were immersed in the sea of questions, no one noticed that Li Zishuan was taking a nap. Time passed slowly. The students below were sweating profusely while Li Zishuan was sleeping soundly. Fortunately, he didn't snore when he slept. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing? When the first class of the Imperial College was about to end, an old man in a scholarly robe suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Institute of Mathematics. It was Kang Yingda. Ever since Li Zixuan joined the School of Mathematics, the series of disturbances in the Imperial College had basically been caused by the School of Mathematics. The School of Mathematics had gradually become a hot topic among all the teachers and students, from an obscure and bottom-feeble existence. The Institute of Mathematics also became the most active of the 6 institutes of the Imperial College. Nowadays, the monthly examination of the mathematics school was not only a big deal for the mathematics school. The other 5 schools, as long as they were well informed, were also paying close attention to the monthly examination of the mathematics school. After all, the rewards for this monthly examination were too generous. If converted to money, it was almost equivalent to 100 strings of cash. To many people, this was a huge sum of money. And such a generous reward could be obtained as long as one got first place. This made many professors and teaching assistants want to participate in this monthly examination. The students from the other academies were naturally envious and jealous. They all made requests to the professors in their own academies, hoping that they could also have a reward system like the one in the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics. In this way, those professors and teaching assistants were completely in trouble and annoyed all day long. Of course, there were also some narrow-minded people who secretly bore grudges. For example, Cui Shanyu, the professor of the Imperial College, had come to Kang Yingda more than once 2 days ago to complain that Li Zixuan was affecting the academic atmosphere and maliciously disrupting the normal teaching order of the Imperial College. He begged Kang Yingda to kick this kind of person who didn't follow the rules out of the Imperial College. Kang Yingda was not an unreasonable person. He thought about it and used the excuse that Li Zixuan was the one who paid for the exam and that Li Zixuan was now the director of the Imperial College and had the right to slightly change the system of the Imperial College to send Cui Shanyu away. Of course, Cui Shanyu was unwilling, but Kang Yingda's path was no longer feasible. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Perhaps he could only take another path. Yes, Li Sai is indeed very strict in his studies. The students are all very serious in their exams. Kang Yingda stood at the door and glanced inside. He discovered that no one was looking around and doing nothing. Everyone was immersed in doing the questions. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He saw Li Zixuan lying on the podium, snoring loudly in his sleep. Humph. Sleeping in the classroom is a disgrace to the educated. Kang Yingda snorted angrily and walked in. His footsteps were very light. Most of the students did not notice him coming in. A small number of students who did notice him only raised their heads to glance at him before lowering their heads and continuing to do the questions. Kang Yingda came to the podium and wanted very much to give Li Zixuan a hard slap on the back of his head. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate. First, he was afraid that it would be too loud and affect the students' exams. Second, he was afraid that if he did it in front of the students, it would make Li Zixuan lose face and affect his prestige in the hearts of the students in the future. In the end, Kang Yingda thought about it and only gently pushed Li Zixuan's shoulder. Kang Yingda pushed him again, but he still did not wake up. Kang Yingda could only use some strength. This time, Li Zixuan finally woke up. He raised his head and looked at Kang Yingda. He was stunned for 3 seconds before coming to his senses. F***ck, as a teacher sleeping in class, he was caught red-handed by the principal who happened to pass by. What kind of experience was this? As the person involved, Li Zixuan only wanted to say, "Old Kang, you're here specially to mess with me, right? This young master has never slept in class before. Why did you catch me after I only slept with her once?" Li Zixuan stared blankly for a moment. Just as he wanted to say something, he was stopped by Kang Yingda's gaze. "Come out with me," Kang Yingda said in a low voice. He then turned around and walked out of the classroom with a gloomy face. "Oh." Li Zixuan responded and followed him out. "Cough, Chancellor Kang, why have you come here?" "I was just meditating on an extremely difficult math problem and got lost in thought. My mind wandered and I almost thought of an idea. I didn't notice Chancellor's arrival." My apologies. Arriving under the ginkgo tree in front of the School of Mathematics, Li Zixuan did not wait for Kong Yingda to speak and took the initiative to explain. This was called taking the initiative. Otherwise, if Kong Yingda spoke first and took the lead in the conversation, Li Zixuan was sure that he would die a horrible death. The corner of Kong Yingda's mouth twitched. He wanted to kick this shameless person but was afraid that it would affect his image as a dignified chancellor. He could only say in a muffled voice, "Whether you were meditating or sleeping, I'm sure Li Sai knows better than me. I'm here today to remind you that the School of Mathematics is flourishing and your hard work is obvious to all. However, you can't be complacent just because of a small achievement. You have to know that there are many people who are watching you from behind." What do you mean? Li Zixuan stared and asked in puzzlement. That's all I have to say. You're on your own. Kong Yingda originally wanted to have a good talk with Li Zixuan. However, he couldn't help but recall the scene he saw in the classroom. He was furious and left in a huff. Hey! This old man, why is he so angry today? Could it be that his wife is having an affair? Bah bah bah. What are you talking about? Li Zixuan muttered to himself and returned to the classroom. The students were still very obedient and didn't dare to cause any trouble. Li Zixuan sat on the podium and sighed. It was lonely to be a master. At this time, he really wished that a troublemaker would appear in the school. Then, he would have some fun. He was bored and didn't have a cell phone to pass the time. In his previous life, he had experienced many exams. At that time, there were many invigilators who would comfortably play with their cell phones to pass the time while watching the students being tortured. What a pity. He was a time traveler. Although his family was rich, he couldn't afford a cell phone. Li Zixuan could only lean over the podium and take out the pencil he had asked someone to make for him. He started to write The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Recently, he had used up too much of the manuscript for The Mortal. Ma Zhou had already asked him for a few manuscripts. It was not a bad idea to take the opportunity to write a novel. Anyway, he had kung fu now and his writing speed was very fast. Therefore, a very strange scene appeared in the School of Mathematics. The students were crazily doing the test papers while Li Zixuan, the unreliable teacher, was holding a wooden stick on the podium and writing a novel like crazy. Chapter 295. Clang. 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 Let's go and take a look at the monthly exam at Clang. It's just a monthly exam. What's so interesting about it? The student named Yuan Shua shook his head and refused. What do you mean it's not interesting? If it's not interesting, why would there be so many people in the first two classes? Let's go. TSK, I heard that the first place in the monthly exam can bring their whole family to Zuixian for free. You can order whatever you want as long as you can finish it. Yanfu, although your family isn't rich, you can't afford to eat at Zuixian, right? Your father is the owner of the Hongwen School. His calligraphy is priceless. Any one of his calligraphy pieces would be enough for your family to spend for several years, right? So the young man in front of him was Chu Suiliang's eldest son, Chu Yanfu. Sigh, it's not as exaggerated as you say. But even so, my father won't agree. My father thinks that his calligraphy can't be compared to those filthy things. So, even if I have the money to eat at Zuixian, I won't be so extravagant as to order whatever I want. Hee, Yanfu, there's no point in being envious. You're not a student of Clang. Yuan Shua chuckled and struck a blow with his words. Although I'm not a student of Clang, I can still go and take a look. Yuan Shua, let's go. Don't you admire Li Sai's new mathematics? Let's go and take a look. After Chu Yanfu finished speaking, he pulled Yuan Shua's arm and walked out of the classroom without any explanation. Hey, I didn't say I was going, where are you guys going? The two poor kids bumped into one of the 5 professors of Clang. Cui Shanyu. Ah. Sir. Let's go. We're going to the toilet. Sir. When Chu Yanfu heard that Yuan Shuo was about to tell the truth, he quickly cut in and made up a lie. Oh. Then go quickly. Don't be late for class later. Cui Shanyu carefully examined their expressions for a while, but didn't see anything strange, so he said coldly. All right, sir, we'll be off then. Chu Yanfu pulled Yuan Shuo and ran away. Hey, Yanfu, isn't the School of Mathematics in the south? How can we run east? Yuan Shuo asked suspiciously after running for a while. Yuan Shuo, are you stupid? Just now, we told Dr. Cui that we were going to the toilet. If you don't run here, won't you be exposed? It's the same if we take a detour to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Oh, right, Yanfu, why did you lie to Dr. Cui just now? Haven't you heard? Recently, Professor Cui has always found Li Sai to be an eyesore, believing that he has led the directorate astray. He has already complained to the Chancellor more than once. There was actually such a thing? But Li Sai didn't lead astray? On the contrary, ever since he came to the directorate, we all used blackboard chalk, enjoyed the start and end of class system, and even learned pinyin. Why would Dr. Cui slander Dr. Li like this? Sigh. Who said it wasn't? But Yuan Shuo, you don't have to worry. Dr. Li has now become the directorate CE, and Dr. Cui doesn't have the ability to destroy him. In the School of Mathematics and Mathematics, the teachers and students inside were all immersed in their writing and didn't pay attention to the students outside. Li Zishuan was writing a novel and couldn't help but be immersed in the story, so he didn't pay attention to the outside. The students in the School of Mathematics and Mathematics had too many questions, so they didn't have time to look around. After a while, the bell and drum for class rang, and the students outside scattered like birds and beasts, rushing to their respective classrooms. The School of Mathematics and Mathematics regained its silence. Gradually, this monthly examination entered the countdown to the end. Many students had also reached the last question. In this monthly examination, Li Zishuan didn't set any additional questions, so this last question was a compulsory question for the students. However, after everyone read the question, they were all dumbfounded. One day, a young man came to Boss Wang's shop to buy a gift. The cost of this gift was 180 copper coins, and the price was 210 copper coins. In the end, this young man took out a golden bean worth 1,000 copper coins to buy this gift. Boss Wang didn't have so many copper coins at that time, so he used the golden bean worth 1,000 copper coins to exchange with the neighbor for 1,000 copper coins and gave the young man 790 copper coins. However, the neighbor later found out that the golden bean was fake, so Boss Wang had no choice but to return the neighbor a golden bean of the same size. The question is, how much money did Boss Wang lose in this transaction? After reading the question, Sun Zifen felt a little confused. He read the question twice again and felt that he had some ideas. He began to calculate on the draft paper. The 790 copper coins that Boss Wang gave to the young man was his loss, and the 1,000 copper coins that he gave to his neighbor was also his loss. His income was 210 copper coins, but 180 copper coins were his cost, so his total loss was 790 plus 1,000 plus 180 minus 210 is equal to 1,760 copper coins. TSK, that should be it, right? Sun Zifen sorted out his thoughts and calculated the answer in a short while. He couldn't help but feel a little complacent. When he was about to copy the answer on the test paper, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He paused and calculated again. No, I should think of it this way. Boss Wang's loss was the 1,000 copper coins that he returned to the neighbor and the 790 copper coins that he gave to the buyer. In addition to the 180 copper coins that the buyer took away as a gift, the total was 1,000 plus 790 plus 180 is equal to 1970 copper coins. This should be correct, right? Sun Zifen held his chin and thought for a while. He was a little hesitant about the second answer and didn't dare to write the answer on the test paper. He looked at the question again and still felt that something was wrong. That's not right. Although the cost of the gift was 180 copper coins, its price was 210 copper coins. Boss Wong could earn 30 copper coins if he sold it to someone else. After selling it to the young man, other than the money he lost, shouldn't the 30 copper coins be included as well? In this way, Boss Wong's loss would be 1,000 plus 790 plus 210 is equal to 2,000 copper coins. F***ck, how did he come up with 3 answers in such a short time? Which one is the correct answer? Sun Zifen looked at the 3 different answers on the draft paper and was completely dumbfounded. If this guy had transmigrated, he would definitely vomit blood and say, F***ck. This question is poisonous. Is it 1760 copper coins? Or 1970 copper coins? Or 2000 copper coins? Which one should I choose? Sun Zifen's eyes darted between the 3 answers. After a while, he felt a little dizzy. He shook his head and said angrily in his heart, F***ck, draw lots. I'll take whichever one I get. My luck has always been good. I don't believe that I won't get it. If Li Zishuan knew what this guy was thinking, he would definitely give him 2 big slaps. Do you F***king think you're doing a multiple choice question? Why don't you throw dice instead of drawing lots? In modern times, when students were unable to make a decision on a multiple choice question, many people would choose to draw lots or throw coins. In a way, this silly guy was a pioneer. Chapter 296. The last question of the monthly exam was indeed poisonous. Of course, Sun Zifen was not the only one who was poisoned. Everyone was dumbfounded, and 80% of the students got at least 2 answers. On the podium, Li Zishuan took a deep breath and shook his wrist. In half a day's time, he had actually written a full 20 chapters. He couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. It was good to have martial arts. If one were to make a quantitative analysis of everyone's attributes, an ordinary person's dexterity would be around 5 to 6. Li Zishuan's dexterity could reach 30. Of course, writing novels would be much faster. Hey, look at them scratching their heads and frowning. Could it be that they have already reached the last question? Li Zishuan looked up at the student's current situation. After thinking for a while, he immediately understood the reason. He laughed in his heart. This last question was a second-grade math problem in the modern era. However, it was not to be underestimated. It was said that even if it was done by adults, 9 out of 10 people would get it wrong. Basically, the wrong answers were also varied and varied. Meng Wenhao was the most miserable because he had given 5 different answers to this question: 1760 copper, 1970 copper, 2000 copper, 970 copper, and 1000 copper. However, after careful consideration, he had already eliminated the first 3 answers. This question was deliberately set up by the teacher. You have to find another way to get the correct answer clearly and methodically. You can use the most basic relationship to analyze how much money Boss Wong lost in the end. First, I will analyze Boss Wong and his neighbor. Boss Wong first gave the neighbor a fake golden bean in exchange for 1,000 copper coins. The value of the fake golden bean was 0, so Boss Wong made a profit of 1,000 copper coins from the neighbor. Later, the neighbor found out that the golden bean was fake, so Boss Wong compensated the neighbor with a real golden bean. Now, Boss Wong paid 1,000 copper coins. In addition to the 1,000 copper coins he made before, Boss Wong did not lose any money from the neighbor. Then, he was only left with the money he lost from the young man. Then, between Boss Wong and the young man, Boss Wong gave the young man the change and lost 790 copper coins. After selling the gift, Boss Wong lost 180 copper coins. So, the question is, after selling the gift, did he lose 180 copper coins or 210 copper coins? After all, if this transaction was a normal transaction, Boss Wong could earn 30 copper coins. This was originally Boss Wong's labor. Now that it was gone, should it be counted as a loss? If that's included, then Boss Wong has lost 1,000 copper coins. Meng Wenhao was struggling fiercely in his mind. He hesitated and hesitated. Finally, when he saw that time was almost up, he gritted his teeth and did something that left everyone dumbfounded. Clang! 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 The bell and drums signaling the end of the Imperial College finally rang, signifying the end of the monthly examination. Stop writing. Stop writing. Everyone stop writing. The last student in each row, please stand up and collect your papers. Lisa Schwann stood up and shouted. All the students, whether they were done or not, put down their pens. There was no other way. They didn't want to be caught with a 0 score because of this. If that was really the case, he would definitely suffer when he returned home. After a while, Lisa Schwann checked the test papers and nodded with satisfaction. Done. Class was over. No, it's a holiday. Also, pray that you don't end up in the last 5. I have already asked the craftsmen to prepare the honor roll and shame roll. They will be erected in front of the School of Mathematics in 2 days. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Haha. The students were originally prepared to cheer when they heard that it was a holiday. However, the second half of Lisa Schwann's sentence made everyone wilt. Damn, since you said that, how am I supposed to spend my holiday? Happy holiday? Happy my ass. Ching Chimo rolled his eyes and complained in his heart. This guy had been hanging out with Lisa Schwann for the longest time. He had learned a lot of the modern words that Lisa Schwann often said and could use them well. Ching Chimo's grades were not good, but he was a fast learner. Sir, how can you do this? Yeah, how am I supposed to spend my holiday? Damn, it's over. I just checked the answers with Meng Wenhao. Only 40% of the answers are the same. Damn, if I end up in the shame roll, I will be skinned alive by my old man when I return home. Ha ha ha. Wang Meng, good job. Now that you said that, I feel a little more confident. Bullshit. Sun Zifen, how good do you think you will be? You might not even score as high as me. Lisa Schwann smiled and did not bother about this bunch of cute idiots. He carried the test papers and got into the carriage to go home. He was actually very happy. He had just finished his confinement period and returned to the Imperial College to work for half a day. Then, he would be able to enjoy the wonderful weekend break. Life was still pretty good. Most importantly, now that he had a telegraph machine, he could chat with pretty girls anytime. He would not be bored anymore. After lunch, Lisa Schwann was about to start marking the test papers. After all, he did not like to drag things out until the end. At this moment, a servant came to report that Ma Zhou had arrived. Lisa Schwann hurried to the main hall in the front yard. Lord Zhu. Ma Zhou, who was sitting on a chair, stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. It was worth mentioning that Lisa Schwann could not stand the stools at home. At first, he only made himself a reclining chair. Later on, he simply asked the craftsman to replace all the benches at home with chairs with backs. Brother Ma, why are you here? Take a seat, don't stand on ceremony. Lisa Schwann laughed and sat beside Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou obeyed and sat down. He replied, Lord Zhu, I am here today for 3 matters. First, the shopkeeper of Chang'an's No. 1 bookstore, Mingda Bookstore, has sent someone to contact us. He said that he wants us to give them a batch of goods to sell on his behalf. Lisa Schwann nodded. Didn't I mention this before? If they are willing to cooperate with us, they can do so if the conditions permit. Brother Ma, you can decide for yourself. Ma Zhou shook his head. Lord Zhu, this bookstore is different. Mingda Bookstore's quantity is larger. Moreover, this bookstore's background is not small. Their shopkeeper came with a letter from the current minister of the Ministry of Appointments. A few days ago, they came a few times. However, at that time, I saw that Lord Zhu was in seclusion researching new things, so I sent them away. I did not expect them to come again today. This is a serious matter. I do not dare to act on my own. I am here to ask for Lord Zhu's opinion. Zhang Sun Wuji. Lisa Schwann frowned deeply. When he went to the imperial court for the first time, Zhang Sun Wuji spoke up for him. He still remembered this incident. Logically speaking, he should have a good impression of Zhang Sun Wuji. However, he did not. This was because from some history books, novels, and television dramas, Zhang Sun Wuji was a scheming old fox. He was not easy to get along with. Give it to them. Satisfy them as much as possible. I owed Zhang Sun Wuji a favor last time. This time, I will return it all. However, Brother Ma, you have to tell them that even if the price of the books they purchase from us is slightly more expensive than our Chi-Chu culture, it will only be 10% more expensive than our books. Otherwise, we will not cooperate with them in the future. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said to Ma Zhou. Yes, Lord Zhu. Ma Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Li Zishuan was very considerate. He also heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 297. The second matter is about Datong Daily. Li Residence Main Hall. Ma Zhou took out a stack of manuscripts and handed it to Li Zishuan. He said, Lord Zhu, after the publicity you planned, there have been a lot of people who have contributed to the Dahua Jianghu section. The themes of these people's novels are similar to A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I've picked out 2 of the most outstanding ones. What do you think, Lord Zhu? Li Zishuan smiled knowingly. He had spent so much time promoting Datong Daily's novels, and his hard work had not been in vain. There were indeed people who were truly noble and virtuous in this world, but they were very rare. Most of the scholars, although on the surface they considered themselves noble and virtuous, would fight to fall into the mortal world if the price was high enough. This was exactly what Li Zishuan needed. The novel market would only become popular when there were more authors joining. Not bad, not bad. Let me take a look. Why is the paper so rough? Li Zishuan took the manuscripts and laughed happily at first, then frowned. Lord Zhu, those scholars who contributed were from poor families. They couldn't afford good quality rice paper. Ma Zhou explained. Oh, I almost forgot about that. How about this, Brother Ma, in the future, for every novel writer that we hire, we will give them 2 pieces of good quality paper for free for every manuscript they submit. This can be considered as a benefit for them. Li Zishuan slapped his head and shouted. This guy didn't know the cost of daily necessities until he was in charge of the household. He had forgotten that in this era, good quality rice paper was not something that ordinary people could afford. Once this method is out, I'm afraid that the enthusiasm of the scholars will be even higher, right? Ma Zhou nodded and smiled. That's exactly what I want. Anyway, the cost of making new paper in our workshop is not high. Li Zishuan said as he took the manuscripts and started reading. The name of the first novel was Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality. The author was Tian Xianghua. Introduction: A young man without spiritual roots, by chance, saved a seriously injured elder of Miaoyun Valley. The elder was grateful and recommended him to become a member of Miaoyun Valley, a small cultivation sect. By chance, he obtained the ability to turn waste into treasure. Since then, he has embarked on the path of cultivation. Li Zishuan's expression was a little strange. Why does the introduction look so familiar? Just by looking at the introduction, he knew that it was full of tricks. Chapter 1, Zhang Xiaohua. The enormous mountain range that was shrouded in clouds was like a primordial beast that was about to awaken. Low rumbling sounds came from the sky above the mountain range. Accompanying the loud sounds was a vast amount of energy that covered the sky. Sigh. A disappointed sigh came from an ordinary-looking youth with a wooden expression. He had failed again. This was the 69th time he had failed in the past 5 months. No matter how tough Zhang Xiaohua's mind was, he was still surrounded by depression and despair. The corner of the young man's mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He shook his head and looked at his hand. Was his aptitude really that bad? Zhang Xiaohua clenched his fist tightly. His nails had already pierced deep into his flesh, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. He was 17 years old this year and had already been a disciple of Miaoyun Valley for 3 years. Miaoyun Valley was a small sect in the cultivation world. They had nearly 1,000 disciples, and Zhang Xiaohua was one of the low-level disciples. In 3 years, his fellow apprentices had already entered the middle stage of spirit formation. A few of them had even entered the late stage of the 5th layer, but he was still lingering in the 1st layer. Li Zishuan read a few paragraphs and lost interest. He felt that he could more or less guess the plot after reading this. He guessed that wherever the pig trotters went, it would be the start of the auction. Wherever he went, it would be best if the person's cultivation was only 1 level higher than him. Wherever he went, it would be a treasure hunt, but in the end, he would be the only one to obtain the inheritance treasure. No matter which world he went to, the first few pages were destined to be encounters. **CK, this was basically an old story from cultivation novels. In the modern era, when The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality came out, it quickly ignited the popularity of the mortal genre. A large number of books that followed the trend, such as 100 Refinements to Immortality, Search for the Immortal Path, Limitless Demonic Path, etc., appeared out of nowhere. Fighting monsters, leveling up, treasure hunting, auctions, these were all used over and over again. Sigh, modern people like to follow the trend, but I didn't expect the ancient people to follow the trend even more. What should I do? I originally thought that someone would write a novel for me to read. But now, it seems that there is still a long way to go. Li Zishuan's heart was filled with regret. Lord Zhu, is this novel not good? When Ma Zhou saw Li Zishuan's expression, his heart skipped a beat and he asked in puzzlement. This was a novel that he had picked out from dozens of novels. Oh, no, it's not bad. Although this story is similar to The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, this person can be considered to have imitated his own style. In the next issue of the newspaper, let's publish this novel as well. In the future, The Legend of a Mortal will be set at 3 p.m. every day, so that we can copy some pages for other novels. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and said. In his previous life, he had experienced the bombardment of all kinds of novels and was already a proper bookworm. His taste was definitely higher. In this era, people did not read many novels. He felt that The Legend of Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality was old-fashioned, but that did not mean that others would feel the same way. Just like 100 Refinements to Immortality, in his previous life, although it was a copy of The Legend of a Mortal, it still attracted a large number of readers. Yes, Lord Zhu. Then what about the other novel? That novel is actually as good as this one. Do you want to hire it? Ma Zhou asked. Let's hire it. I believe in Brother Ma's taste. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said casually. When he heard Ma Zhou say that novel is actually as good as this one, he did not have the mood to open it to take a look. Thank you for your trust, Lord Zhu. Ma Zhou thought that it was really because Li Zishuan trusted him and was suddenly overwhelmed by the favor. No need. Oh right, Brother Ma, in the future, as we hire more and more novels, the original The Legend of the Underworld section will definitely not be enough. You have to be prepared to separate this section. In the future, Datong Daily will be separated into 2 separate publications, news and novels. Li Zishuan thought for a while and added. Yes, Lord Zhu. I will arrange it in advance. Didn't you just say that there are 3 things? What's the last one? Replying to Lord Zhu, the 3rd thing is that there are not enough chapters for The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I know that Lord Zhu is busy, but I still hope that Lord Zhu can find the time to write a few more chapters. After all, you said before that the authors who stopped updating didn't have a little, know that thing? As Ma Zhou spoke, he almost blurted out that word. He suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. **CK. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood in his heart. Was this considered shooting himself in the foot? I've already prepared this. Here, I'll give it to you. This is the 20 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal that I wrote this morning. Chapter 298. After sending off Ma Zhou, the debt collector, Li Zishuan shook his head and returned to his courtyard. He was surrounded by beauties, running water, and a gentle breeze. Under the pavilion, Li Zixuan was marking the test papers while enjoying the wonderful, humanistic care. He was very satisfied. He planned to finish marking the test papers today and then have a comfortable holiday for the next 2 days. Of course, the facts later proved that he was thinking too much. TSK, amazing. Yu Dongkai, this unlucky guy, perfectly stepped on all the traps I dug. He didn't let any of them go. Amazing. Did this little bastard do it on purpose? Li Zixuan looked at the test paper in front of him and sighed. On the top right corner of the test paper, there was 18 written on it. If Yu Dongkai was here, he would have vomited blood if he heard this sentence. What the hell do you mean by I did it on purpose? Isn't it because you purposely set me up? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? But then again, Yu Dongkai was too good. As long as Li Zixuan purposely set a trap for him, he would answer all the questions wrongly. If this guy walked on a road with landmines, he would probably walk on all the landmines buried. Luckily, Li Zixuan set a few, honest questions, without any traps. Otherwise, Yu Dongkai wouldn't have dared to score a 0. Xiao He and Xiao Shi, who were waiting on the side, heard Li Zixuan's words and couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. They silently mourned for this student named Yu Dongkai. Not bad. Sun Zifen, this kid, improved quite quickly. From 20 points last time to 58 points this time, although he still didn't pass, although this guy gave 3 answers to the last question, although all 3 answers he gave were wrong, this rapid progress is still worthy of praise. Li Zixuan held Sun Zifen's test paper and sighed. Xiao He and Xiao Shi looked at each other and were speechless. This sentence sounded strange to them. The first half of the sentence was fine, but the second half of the sentence was used 3 times in a row. Was this a compliment to Sun Zifen? Or was it mockery? Haha. Brother Hua, my novel has been accepted by Datong Daily. Furthermore, their editorial department had offered a high price of 20 copper coins per 1,000 words. That's great. Jinyu Academy, under the pine forest. Chen Tianhua laughed heartily with an excited expression. Oh. Why was the price so high? Didn't they say that 1,000 characters were worth 5 copper coins? Hua Hongyi asked in surprise. Brother Hua, you didn't read it carefully. Back then, he said at least 5 copper coins per 1,000 words. As for the exact amount, it depends on the quality of the work. Chen Tianhua explained. Oh, then congratulations to Tianhua. This way, you'll be able to earn 3 or 4 strings of cash every month. Although Hua Hongyi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, he still sincerely congratulated his good brother. Tianhua, you're really amazing. Although my novel was accepted, I only received a price of 10 copper coins for 1,000 words. Liao Feichen couldn't help but say. Hee, Feichen, don't think like that. It's a good thing to be accepted. A few days ago, both of you didn't think that you would be accepted, right? Now that your wish has been fulfilled, don't be discontent. I heard that there are at least 50 scholars who have submitted to Datong Daily these few days, if not 100. It's not easy for both of you to stand out. Hua Hongyi analyzed with a smile. Yes, Hongyi is right. It's not easy to be accepted. Feichen, you write first. I believe that you'll write better and better later. Chen Tianhua interrupted. Yes, that makes sense. I was a little greedy. Liao Feichen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. It turned out that the 2 novels that Faubert had picked out were both from Jinyu Academy. Oh, right, Hongyi, didn't you say that you wanted to write your own novel? How's the preparation going? Feichen and I are looking forward to it. Chen Tianhua looked at Hua Hongyi and asked. Hua Hongyi thought for a while and said, my novel isn't imitating A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I plan to write a new story. There's no cultivation level, no treasure hunting, and no trial auction. I plan to write about a hooligan who knows a little about martial arts. I'll write about him roaming the Jianghu and serving justice. I've already built the framework of the novel. I should be able to write 30,000 words soon. I'll take it to the workshop and try my luck. It'll be great if I can be accepted. If not, I'll just treat it as my own entertainment. Wow. Martial arts? It sounded pretty good. But Hong Yi, have you seen any Jianghu masters? Liao Feichen asked in surprise. Of course I have. When I was young, I lived in the Sichuan area. There were many Jianghu sects there. I've seen many real Jianghu masters. So, I thought that instead of writing about those illusory cultivation and Tao, I might as well write about the Jianghu masters that I've seen. Hua Hongyi looked to the south with some nostalgia and said. After hearing what you said, Hong Yi, I can't wait to see it. Hong Yi, go and write it. Chen Tianhua said excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. Go and write it. I've never seen a legendary Jianghu master before. Husband, see if there's anything else you need. I'll go to the East Market tomorrow and buy it for you. The sea is windy and the waves are strong. You have to prepare everything in advance. Gi Lane, Meng family. Although the fleet would set sail the day after tomorrow, Mother Meng had already started to help Father Meng pack his things. Hey, it's still early. Why are you in such a hurry, you silly woman? Besides, we're going out to sea to work. Why are you packing so many things for me? Isn't it troublesome to bring them along? Father Meng looked at the luggage on the bed and felt a little uncomfortable. However, he still said impatiently. But these are the clothes that you need to wear frequently. How can you not bring them? Also, I heard from Sister Wang next door that it's cold at sea at night. You might catch a cold. Bullshit. You believe that woman's words? Father Meng said angrily. It's always good to prepare more. Husband, you have to be careful at sea. Hao and Yaya are counting on you. Mother Meng said weakly. It's fine. I won't die for sure. Don't you know how good I am in the water? Why are you wasting time here? Go and cook for the two children. Father Meng waved his hand and turned around impatiently. However, no one noticed that a drop of turbid tear almost fell from the corner of this tower-like man's eye. He was actually afraid that he wouldn't be able to come back this time. If that was the case, what would happen to his two children? All right, husband, I'll go and kill that old hen and stew it for you. Wait, you prodigal woman. That hen's eggs are for Hao, to nourish his body. How can you kill it? Chapter 299. Father, outside the house, Meng Wenhao stood in the corner with his back against the wall. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his flesh. However, he did not seem to feel any pain at all. His eyes were slightly red at this moment. Obviously, he had heard the conversation just now. At this point, no one could stop Father Meng's journey to the south. Meng Wenhao and Mother Meng had tried, but in the end, they returned without success. Meng Wenhao's heart was extremely heavy. He sighed, shook his head, and went to the front hall dejectedly. In the hall, the thin and weak Yaya also felt that the atmosphere in the house was not right. A child's heart was always very sensitive. Big brother, is Daddy leaving soon? Yaya looked up and asked in a crisp voice. Yes. Father will leave the day after tomorrow. Yaya, you have to be obedient and not distract father. Meng Wenhao's heart ached. He rubbed his little sister's braids and said softly. Yaya will definitely be obedient. But brother, where is father going? When will he be back? To the south. He should be back in 2 or 3 months. Meng Wenhao replied with uncertainty. But Yaya heard from Fat Tiger that father might not be able to come back this time. He said that Yaya will be a child without a father in the future. Yaya doesn't want father to leave, but father doesn't listen to Yaya. Brother, Yaya is so sad. Nonsense. Meng Wenhao was furious. He clenched his fists and said hatefully, Yaya, don't listen to that little bastard Fat Tiger's nonsense. The next time I see him, I will definitely beat him up. Father will definitely be fine and will definitely be back soon. Brother promises you. Yaya believes in brother. But brother, don't fight. Fighting is not good. Husband, this is the rice wine I bought in the East Market today. Do you want to try it? At night. Candles were lit in every house in the square. In the Meng family, a family of 4 sat around a shabby table for dinner. The atmosphere was very warm. Father Meng glared at his wife. He wanted to scold her for being extravagant, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Smelling the fragrance of the rice wine, Father Meng's long-suppressed alcohol addiction was also aroused. He picked up the bowl and took a sip. He didn't swallow it immediately, allowing the taste buds in his mouth to absorb the stimulation of the rice wine's fragrance. Ha! Good wine. A moment later, Father Meng swallowed the mouthful of rice wine and sighed. Father, what kind of good wine is this? The Drunken Immortal's Drunken Immortal is the real deal. Meng Wenhao forced a smile in order to liven up the atmosphere. Ha! You stinking brat. That immortal drunken wine is a liter of 5 strings. Is it something that rough men like us can drink? Although Father Meng had never drunk the Drunken Immortal before, he was obviously quite knowledgeable. He pointed at his son and scolded him with a smile. Hey! Who said that father can't drink it? Teacher said before that everyone is born equal. The reason why we are treated differently is because we don't work hard. One day, I will let you drink the Drunken Immortal every day. You can drink as much as you want. Meng Wenhao said firmly. Haha. My son is ambitious. The proudest thing in father's life is to have a son like you. So what if Squire whose family is rich? His son is not as capable as my Hao. When Father Meng heard this, he didn't criticize his son for bragging. Instead, he was filled with pride and laughed heartily. How did you do in the monthly exam this time? I heard from Squire whose son that your school of mathematics is getting higher and higher in the Directorate of Education. Many students from other schools are paying attention to the monthly exam this time. Mother Meng smiled and asked with a hint of joy on her face. It was not easy for Meng Wenhao to enter the Imperial College of Mathematics and Mathematics from the provincial capital school. His mother was very satisfied, but people were greedy. After Meng Wenhao entered the Imperial College of Mathematics and Mathematics, Meng Wenhao's mother thought that it would be good if her son could continue to enter the Four Gates School of Mathematics and Mathematics. However, she didn't expect the School of Mathematics to suddenly rise in status. It seemed like it was going to surpass the other schools. When Meng Wenhao heard his mother's question, he couldn't help but think of the situation during the exam this morning. He pondered for a moment and answered, Mother, I think I did okay. As for whether I can get first place, it will depend on my luck. He looked at the wine bowl in Father Meng's hand and continued, If I can get first place, according to the rules of our School of Mathematics, I can bring you all to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for free. However, by the time the results are announced, I'm afraid Father will have gone to sea. The atmosphere in the room became a little heavy for a moment. You're such a boring woman. We're having a good meal, why are you asking about the exam results? When have we ever worried about our Hao's results? Father Meng slapped the table and glared at Mother Meng. He then looked at Meng Wenhao and said earnestly, Although I won't be home at that time, you can take your mother and Yaya with you. All these years, our family has been eating chaff and vegetables. It's good to take this opportunity to improve our diet. Isn't Yaya craving for that gnawing chicken? This time, let's let her eat to her heart's content. As a man, how can you act like a little girl? Although Father didn't study much, I know that separation and joy are common things in the world. A man should be open-minded. How can you care about these trivial matters every day? Yes, Father, I understand. Meng Wenhao wanted to refute, but after hesitating for a moment, he still responded in a muffled voice. Father knows that you're all worried. Actually, there's no need for that. For this voyage, Boss Feng has equipped each of our ships with a compass. Even if we're separated from the team due to strong winds and waves, we can still use the compass to find the direction. As Father Meng spoke, he took out an exquisite compass from his arms. It was a product of the Curious Pavilion workshop. Meng Wenhao was very familiar with this thing. When the first generation of compasses was released, he was still at the scene. Mother Meng saw the shiny object and took it curiously. "Hey, be careful, be careful. This little thing costs 5 strings of money," Father Meng hurriedly exhorted. Mother Meng was so shocked that her wrist trembled and she almost dropped the compass to the ground. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao's hand was quick enough to catch it. Mother Meng said with lingering fear, "Thank goodness. Why is this thing so expensive? Bring it over." This thing is a navigation tool specially made by the Curious Pavilion for this voyage to the south. It's said that Hao Er's husband, Li Xiannan, personally invented it. This thing is light and can give accurate directions. How can it not be expensive? I heard that the bosses of the other fleets only equip 1 compass for every 5 ships. It's rare to see someone as generous as Boss Feng. Father Meng asked for the compass and carefully put it back into his pocket as he grumbled in annoyance. "Oh, then Boss Feng is really a good person," Mother Meng said happily. "Father, Yaya doesn't want to eat the gnawing chicken. I only want Father to stay," Yaya, who was chewing on her cornbread, said meekly. Father Meng. Chapter 300. Your Highness, you've come. The next morning, Li Zishuan had just finished his breakfast when he received a report from a servant that Li Xiaogong had arrived. He hurried to the main hall to receive him. With Li Xiaogong's status, there was naturally no need to report his arrival to the Li residence. Thus, he was directly welcomed into the main hall by the steward, where he was served tea while waiting for Li Zishuan to arrive. Sit. Li Xiaogong gave a bold smile. It was clear that he had been living a very comfortable life recently. Yes. Li Zishuan felt somewhat awkward. Damn, this is my house. Why do you make it seem like I'm the guest and you're the host? Tomorrow, the army and fleet will set out for the south. Little Xian, you should know about this, right? Seeing Li Zishuan sit down, Li Xiaogong fiddled with the teacup in his hand as he casually asked this question. Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. This kid really does know. Shouldn't your highness be in the barracks organizing the army? Why do you have the time to come see this kid? My great Tang's army rests on their spears every day, and there's not a single one missing from their daily training. Why would they need to sharpen their spears at the last minute? Besides, even if this king wasn't here, the generals would have already made arrangements. Otherwise, what would they do? Li Xiaogong's lips curled as he nonchalantly said. Li Zishuan's heart was moved. This is the style of a powerful nation. From the sovereign to the common people, everyone had a powerful self-confidence in their bones. This was something that the Song, late Ming, and Qing dynasties lacked. It was no wonder that in a few years, the great Tang would be so powerful that it would have no friends. This king came today to thank you for the compass. This thing is truly too useful. Many of this king's veteran navy soldiers loved it so much that they couldn't bear to part with it. They kept saying that this compass was a life-saving item. This king also asked His Majesty for a reward for you, but His Majesty seemed to have other plans and didn't want to reward you right now. This king couldn't change His Majesty's decree, so I could only personally come to thank you. Kid, your actions have saved the lives of many soldiers. After Li Xiaogong finished speaking, he solemnly cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was shocked. He hurriedly moved aside and said, Your Highness, you are too serious. As a commander-in-chief, it is understandable that you care about the lives of your soldiers. As a citizen of the Tang Empire, I am able to enjoy such a stable living environment because the soldiers on the front line sacrificed their lives for it. Now, it is my duty to do something for the Tang army. I dare not accept your highness's bow. In fact, he knew in his heart that the reason why Li Er did not take the opportunity to reward him was probably because he was still concerned about the wireless telegram. Previously, he did want to get his title promoted as soon as possible, but he did not want to be led by the nose by Li Er all the time. Therefore, this time, he directly gave up. If he did not get promoted, then so be it. Anyway, he was quite happy now. Ha! You brat, you sure know how to say things. But what you said is very reasonable. It's rare for you to have such a high level of awareness. Seeing that Li Zishuan did not accept his bow, Li Shaogong did not force him. He returned to his seat and smiled. Hee, your highness is overpraising me. Li Zishuan gave a dry laugh. In his heart, he was criticizing Li Shaogong for being insincere. Since he was here to thank him, why didn't he bring any gifts when he came? For example, the few luminous pearls that Wang Yu had given him previously were not bad. He believed that Li Xiaogong's house definitely had such things. It was just a matter of whether Li Xiaogong was willing to part with them. If Li Xiaogong knew what Li Zishuan was thinking, he would definitely give him a big kick. It was true that he was leading the army south this time, but this was not his personal work. In the end, he was still working for Li Air. There was no need for him to fork out his own money for this matter. As for the second matter, Xiao Xian, this prince had specially found some seafarers to verify the nautical chart that you gave me. The result was that your nautical chart was flawless and perfect. With this detailed map and the compass, this king is even more confident about going out to sea this time. This is all thanks to you, brat. How about this, if you have any difficulties in the future, come and tell this prince. If this prince can help, this prince will definitely do his best to help. Li Xiaogong stroked his half-inch beard and said straightforwardly. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. This was more like it. After working so hard for so long, he finally received some returns. Then this little one would like to thank your highness. I wish your highness a triumphant return in advance. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said with a smile. It was not easy to gain the friendship of a prince. It was equivalent to gaining another backing. Should I go in or not? But what should I say when I go in? Yongla Lane. Meng Wenhao stood opposite the Li residence. Looking at the tall walls, he was somewhat hesitant. In the morning, he felt too depressed at home. He originally planned to go to Annie Lane to see how little Yu was doing. On the way, he passed by Yongla Lane. He did not know what he was thinking, but he unexpectedly walked in and stood beside the Li residence. He looked into the distance and hesitated. Then take care, your highness. This little one will go to Murky Mountain to see you off tomorrow. While Meng Wenhao was hesitating, a burst of laughter came from the front door of the Li residence. Then two people came out. One was Li Zishuan, and the other was a middle-aged man with a noble aura. Meng Wenhao had never seen him before. That's fine. See you tomorrow on Murky Mountain. The middle-aged man laughed and got into a luxurious carriage parked in front of the door. Then the carriage started and gradually went away. Wenhao? Why are you standing here? Are you here to see your master? Why don't you come in? Li Zishuan was about to turn back to the house when he inadvertently glanced at Meng Wenhao at the entrance of the alley. He asked curiously. Meng Wenhao was shocked and panicked. He was so focused on watching Li Zishuan and the middle-aged man talking that he forgot to avoid Li Zishuan's sight. Now that he was discovered, he could only bite the bullet and go over to reply. But the strange thing was that he clearly saw Li Zishuan and didn't shout, but his voice traveled so far. It was really strange. Sir. This student is just passing by. Meng Wenhao came in front of Li Zishuan and stammered. The corners of Li Zishuan's mouth curled into a meaningful smile, and then he looked at Meng Wenhao and said with a smile, since you're just passing by and I've coincidentally bumped into you, then why don't you go in and have a seat? This isn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Wenhao, why are you so afraid? No, this student isn't afraid. I'm just afraid of disturbing Sir. Meng Wenhao hurriedly explained. It's good that you aren't afraid. Come in, I also have something to tell you. Li Zishuan didn't wait for Meng Wenhao's reply. He flicked his sleeves and turned to enter the courtyard. Meng Wenhao opened his mouth but didn't have time to say anything. He could only obediently follow in. He was also very curious about what Lisa Schwan wanted to tell him. Chapter 301. Meng Wenhao had just followed Lisa Schwan into the front hall of the west courtyard when he smelled a faint fragrance of spices. Following that, he felt a trace of refreshing coolness. He looked around and found that there was actually a basin of ice placed in each of the four corners of the room. Above the wooden basins, there was still a trace of cold air. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but sigh in his heart at Lisa Schwan's extravagance. This was the first time he entered the Li residence's interior. When he came to the Li residence before, Lisa Schwan received him in the pavilion in the courtyard. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. There was a large chair made of lacquered red peach wood, a few seats that were relatively simple but still couldn't hide the magnificence of the carved materials, a small square table with a porcelain pot decorated with flowers and birds, and a few small porcelain cups with the same flower decorations. A table, a chair, a table, and a stool, the furnishings were ingenious. The entire room revealed a sense of luxury and nobility. Sit. Sit. Although Lisa Schwan didn't stare at Meng Wenhao, he had been paying attention to him from the corner of his eyes. He came to the vermilion chair at the head of the hall, sat down, and laughed. "Thank you very much, sir." Stimulated by the fragrance of the spices and the coolness of the ice, Meng Wenhao's heart gradually calmed down and wasn't as flustered as before. "Here, let me tell you a piece of good news first. Congratulations on getting 101 points in this month's examination, first place in the entire academy." Lisa Schwan didn't beat around the bush at all and directly said, "Ah." The main reason Meng Wenhao came today was to inquire about the results of this examination. Although he felt that this examination was not bad, and he was lucky enough to get first place, but when it really came down to it, he realized that he was not mentally prepared in this aspect at all. Hearing this, he could not help but be stunned. Immediately after, he was hit by such a huge surprise that he almost fainted. His lips trembled a little. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. His young heart was like a pot of fire that was burning up, hot and warm. Lisa Schwan smiled and didn't say anything to interrupt. He just leisurely drank his wine while waiting for Meng Wenhao to wake up from the surprise. Meng Wenhao took a few deep breaths and suppressed the fanatical excitement in his heart. He looked at Lisa Schwan and asked, "Sir, when you were outside the door, you said that you had something to do with me. Is it about this?" "Yes," Lisa Schwan said casually. Meng Wenhao choked for a moment and then asked, "Sir, if I remember correctly, this is the total score of the monthly examination, should be 100 points. But why did I get 101 points? Could it be that you have remembered wrongly?" Of course." Lisa Schwan smiled and then went to the back room to take out Meng Wenhao's test paper. He said, "I think that you answered the last question very well. Your thinking is very comprehensive. Of course, you wrote 2 answers in the end, which also shows that you are very courageous. In the last question, in the whole school, there are only 5 people who can consider the cost of labor. Not only did they consider the cost of labor, but you were also the only one who came up with the correct answer. I calculated that there are a total of 10 people who answered the last question correctly. Except for you, the other 9 people all answered 197, and your answer was 197 or 200. Wenhao, your thinking is very comprehensive. What's commendable is that not only can you ask questions, but you also have the courage to put it into practice. I admire you very much, so I gave you an extra point. Anyway, I'm not afraid of you being proud." In his previous life, there were 2 correct answers to the last question of the monthly exam. The only point of contention between the 2 answers was whether or not the 30 copper coins that Boss Wang should have received from this transaction should be included in the loss. The various experts on the internet all had their own opinions, each saying that they were right, while the other saying that they were right. In order to avoid a debate, when Lisa Schwan set the question, he simply decided on 2 answers. He didn't expect Meng Wenhao to be so daring as to write down both answers. Lisa Schwan admired this courage from the bottom of his heart. After all, if he were in Meng Wenhao's shoes, he wouldn't have dared to play around like this. "So that's how it is, Meng Wenhao suddenly understood and muttered to himself. After he handed in the test paper yesterday, he regretted it for a while. He was afraid that because of his meddling, he wouldn't get a point for the last question. He didn't expect that in the end, he would get an extra point. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha, Wenhao, don't be so agitated. Since you were lucky enough to get first place in this monthly examination, what I said before still counts. After classes officially start in 2 days, I will announce this time's results to the public. At that time, you can bring your family to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. I'll treat you." "Wow. Little Xian, you're treating. Then I want to go too." At this moment, Ching Chimo's voice came from outside the room. Following that, they saw this fool swagger in, followed by San Bao, who had a bitter expression on her face. San Bao pointed at herself and was about to explain something when Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. "All right, you don't have to explain. I know. You can leave now." How could he not know Ching Chimo's personality? Other than the first few times he came to the Li residence and had someone announce his arrival, which other time didn't he swagger in directly? This personality that didn't know how to be polite was very similar to that little fatty Li Tai. "Yes, young master." San Bao saw that Li Zishuan's tone was amiable and didn't seem to be angry. He heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left. Chimo. Ching Chimo had taken care of Meng Wenhao in the School of Mathematics, so Meng Wenhao quickly stood up and greeted Ching Chimo. Ching Chimo smiled and nodded at Meng Wenhao in greeting. "Cho Nyo, I haven't seen you come over to play recently. Why did you come over just because we talked about food?" Li Zishuan joked with a smile. Ever since he started teaching at the Imperial College and became Ching Chimo's teacher, this fellow didn't come over to play with him. Perhaps this was the natural fear students had for their teachers. Li Zishuan felt that it was a pity. Ching Chimo was his first close friend after transmigrating. If he lost this friendship because of this, he would feel that it was a pity. Ahem. Who said that? I didn't come over to eat today. I just happened to hear it. Ching Chimo explained awkwardly, then sat down on a chair beside Li Zishuan. "Heh, tsk, Xiao Xian, the chairs in your house are still the most comfortable. It's a pity that they aren't sold outside. Otherwise, I would have asked my father to buy a set." This fellow leaned against the back of the chair and didn't forget to exclaim. "Hee hee, if Uncle Ching really likes this chair, I can ask the workshop to make another batch. It won't take much effort. But it's only you who wants it, not Uncle Ching, so I think we should just forget about it." Li Zishuan didn't want to alienate this friendship. He didn't put on airs in front of Ching Chimo and spoke as casually as before. "Xiao Xian. You're not a good friend," Ching Chimo said angrily. All right, let's get down to business. Cho Nyo, why are you here today?" Li Zishuan laughed and asked, no longer teasing him. "What else can I be here for? I'm just here to ask old Sheng how he did in the exam and whether he would enter the role of shame." Ching Chimo sat up straight and looked at Li Zishuan. Although Ching Chimo didn't care about his results, he didn't want him to enter the role of shame and embarrass the Ching family. Chapter 302. Oh. So, Cho Nyo, you're here to ask about my results. Li Zishuan felt as if the sun had risen from the west when he heard that Ching Chimo was here to ask about his results. The son of the devil incarnate actually cared about his results? "Yeah, Xiao Xian, tell me, did I get out of the role of shame?" Ching Chimo asked anxiously. Li Zishuan glanced at Ching Chimo and then looked at Meng Wenhao with a strange expression. They were both his students, but one of them was here to ask if he got first place, and the other was here to ask if he got out of the bottom 5. This was really, ahem, let me think about it. Oh, I remember, Cho Nyo, you got 59 points this time. Not bad, you're already in the middle of the School of Mathematics. Li Zishuan's insane mental strength was not for show. With just a thought, the results of the monthly test appeared in his mind. He looked at it and found Ching Chimo's results and ranking. Really? Haha. That's great. My dad has nothing to say now. Ching Chimo was very excited when he heard it and shouted loudly. However, after a while, he suddenly reacted and said unhappily, "That's not right. Why is it only 59 points? Xiao Xian, we have such a good relationship. Can't you give me more points?" "Don't worry, I won't be proud if you give me more points." Pfft. Ahem, Meng Wenhao almost choked to death when he heard this. There was no other reason but because of what Ching Chimo said. Li Zishuan had just told him that. Today, he had seen the strange relationship between Ching Chimo and Li Zishuan. Both of them had a similar style of speaking. Li Zishuan was also speechless. Now it seemed that his previous worries were unnecessary. Ching Chimo, this idiot, did not alienate this friendship because of the teacher-student relationship. This joker was still as shameless as before when he played with treasures. Oh. Now that I think about it, ugly bull, you forgot to deduct a few points from your test paper. So you can only get 50 points. You're not just 1 point away from 60 points. You can't expect me to give you another 10 points, right? Li Zishuan shrugged, pretending to be helpless. Ciao, little Xian. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Ching Chimo stomped his feet and said angrily. Bang! You still have the guts to call others shameless? Li Zishuan casually tossed a teacup to Ching Chimo, who was already prepared. He stretched out a hand and caught it firmly. Ha, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Ching Chimo laughed dryly. Then he suddenly sighed and said, "That's right. Sigh, actually little Xian, you can also see that I'm not cut out for studying. The fleet heading south is going to set off tomorrow. If it wasn't for my father, I would have definitely gone with Uncle Li and the others. The vast sea, free and unfettered, this is where I, Ching Chimo, should go." Haha. Li Zishuan could hear the loneliness in his words and couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. The atmosphere in the room also became a little quiet. "Ugly bull, how's your swimming?" After a while, Li Zishuan broke the silence and asked. I'm not good at swimming." Ching Chimo's face turned red and he scratched his head awkwardly. F***ck, you're not good at swimming, and you still want to go south with the prince? Why don't you go and ask the prince if he wants you? Li Zishuan's face was as if he had just been F***ked. It turned out that he had worried for this guy for so long for nothing. I don't know how to swim, but I can learn, Ching Chimo said unwillingly. Learn your ass. Li Zishuan waved his hand and didn't want to bother with this guy. He turned to Meng Wenhao and said, "Wenhao, you actually came here today to check your score, right?" Meng Wenhao heard Li Zishuan call him and he quickly recovered from the explosive conversation between the two and answered honestly, "Yes, sir." "Well, since you have checked your score, then you can go back. The fleet will set off tomorrow, so you can go back and accompany your father. Wenhao, you don't have to worry too much. I've already asked Prince Hejian to send someone to keep an eye on your father's safety. Also, I know the owner of your father's boat company and I've already sent someone to talk to him. He won't make things difficult for your father." Li Zishuan nodded and said. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Hearing this, Meng Wenhao was pleasantly surprised. The big stone that had been hanging in his heart for a long time finally fell to the ground. He stood up excitedly and bowed to Li Zishuan to express his gratitude. No need, no need. Sit down. This is just a small matter. You are my student. Of course, I can't just sit by and do nothing when you are in trouble. Li Zishuan comforted him. Yes. Wenhao, you don't have to be like this. I was wondering why you were so depressed these days. So it's because of this matter. If you had told me earlier, it would have helped you. Haha. Ching Chimo was boasting shamelessly on the side. A good picture of a master and disciple was interrupted by this guy. Meng Wenhao was so amused by Ching Chimo that he couldn't continue to bow. He stood up, hesitated for a moment, and said to Li Zishuan, "Sir, this student has one more thing to ask. If it is convenient for you, please agree. Li Zishuan nodded and said, say it first. Meng Wenhao said awkwardly, this student wants you to advance the reward for the first place in this monthly exam. After saying that, Meng Wenhao was a little ashamed. Li Zishuan had helped him a lot before, and now he was still making these requests. He felt that he was pushing his luck. Oh. Could it be that Wenhao is afraid that I will renege on my debt? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. No, Meng Wenhao quickly explained, but before he finished, he was interrupted by Qing Chumo. Damn, Wenhao, you got first place again this time. That's awesome. In Xiaoshuan's words, you are so awesome. Qing Chumo's focus was always different from others. His first reaction was to marvel at Meng Wenhao's results. Shut up, you have the nerve to say that. Look at Wenhao, he always pursues first place. What about you? You always pursue to get out of the bottom. Look at you. Li Zishuan said angrily. So what? Wenhao is going to be the top scorer. I don't expect to be the top scorer. Qing Chumo curled his lips and said indifferently. Li Zishuan saw that this guy was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, so he didn't bother to say anything more. He looked at Meng Wenhao and said, Wenhao, continue. What are you thinking? Meng Wenhao continued to explain, teacher, it's like this. I have always had a dream. I hope that one day, I can take my parents and sister to the best restaurant in Chang'an City for a meal. I came from a small place and entered the Imperial College. In fact, my parents worked harder than me. I want to repay them, but they never let me work for them. I can only study hard. Now that I finally have the chance to realize that dream, my father is going to go to sea. Therefore, I hope that I can redeem the reward for the first place in the monthly exam in advance. I can let my father drink the wine of his dreams before he goes to sea. Please grant my wish, teacher. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was silent. Qing Chumo also stopped joking and became silent. I promise you. Wenhao, get up. These are what you deserve. You don't have to beg me. Chapter 303. Meng Wenhao, why are you looking for me? Li Yu, who was in the editorial department of Datong Daily, was racking her brains to write the news. When she heard that someone was looking for her, she came out and saw that it was Meng Wenhao. She couldn't help but be surprised. No. Nothing. I'm just here to see how you've been recently. Compared to the first time they met, when her clothes were tattered and her face was dirty, the current Li Yu could only be described as stunning. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her lips were red, her small face was like a goose egg, her thin body, and her fiery red clothes fluttered in the wind. She was like a fairy that had descended from the heavens, elegant and otherworldly. She was completely different from the little beggar a few days ago. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but stare blankly at her, stuttering a little. Li Yu was the treasure in the hearts of his adoptive parents. She was afraid that she would melt in their mouths, fall in their hands, and touch in their arms. She had been doted on since she was young. Even though their family fled to Chuyun village and their lives weren't as rich as before, Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue never stopped providing for Li Yu's daily necessities. It could be said that in the first 10 years of Li Yu's life, she didn't understand the suffering of the world at all. It wasn't until her adoptive parents passed away that she stumbled to Chang'an alone and tasted the hardships along the way. At that time, she was thankful to be able to get food to eat, so how could she have the time to dress up? Therefore, when Meng Wenhao met her for the first time, she was in such a terrible state. But now, the little girl had a high-paying job that countless people envied. Li Zishuan even gave her an advance of 5 strings of money. After deducting the rent and household expenses, she was left with a large sum of money. Li Yu directly turned from a little beggar to a little rich woman. Now that she had money in her pocket, she naturally wouldn't treat herself unfairly. She dressed up and walked around, buying beautiful clothes and hair accessories whenever she saw something she liked. It was as if she had returned to her days as a little princess in Chuyun village. Me? I've been doing well recently. Meng Wenhao, why are you blushing? Hee, are you mesmerized by my beauty? Li Yu immediately noticed the unnatural expression on Meng Wenhao's face. She proudly spun around on the spot. Her fiery red dress was like a ball of fire, dancing in the wind, passionate and unrestrained. Cough, of course not. Meng Wenhao coughed dryly, took 2 steps back, and flatly denied. Hee, your face is getting redder and redder, and you're still denying it? That day, this lady said that the robber didn't have good eyesight. He only wanted to rob money and not women. At that time, you didn't believe me. Hee, do you believe me now? Li Yu pointed at Meng Wenhao's red face and giggled. Meng Wenhao was speechless. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that the robber didn't have a good eye. If he did, you would have been in big trouble that day. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me, why are you looking for me? I don't believe that you came here just to see me. Li Yu twirled the hair in front of her chest with her fingers and said with an expression that said, I'm very smart, don't lie to me. Meng Wenhao scratched his head and said, also, I'm here to treat you to a meal. You treated me to Yangchun noodles before. Cough, although we didn't eat it, at least we became friends because of it. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the frivolous words that Li Zishuan had said in the morning at the Li estate. Oh, that's right. Why don't you call Li Yu along as well? I think the 2 of you will be quite interesting together. Hee, sure. It's rare for you to take the initiative to treat me to a meal. Tell me, where do you want to eat? Li Yu was quite surprised when she heard this. She thought for a while and agreed. Hee, let's go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant, wow. Drunken Immortal restaurant. Did I hear wrongly? Wenhao, did you get rich? Li Yu shouted excitedly. Although she had some assets now, she didn't dare to go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. A meal there would cost at least 3 or 4 strings of money. No. It's because I got first place in this monthly exam. Sir gave me a reward. He said that I can bring my family and friends to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for free. We can order whatever we want to eat as long as it's not a waste. When Meng Wenhao said, you can bring your family, he paused for a while. He was afraid that Li Yu would misunderstand, so he quickly added the words, and friends. Li Yu didn't know the rules of the mathematics school, so she didn't suspect anything. She just exclaimed, wow. Wenhao, you're amazing. There are so many talents in the Imperial College, and you actually got first place. Meng Wenhao was very happy to be praised by such a beautiful girl. He said embarrassedly, I only got first place in the mathematics school, not in the entire Imperial College. Little you, don't talk nonsense. That's still very amazing. But is it appropriate for an outsider like me to go when Sir is treating your family to a meal? The mischievous Li Yu became shy at this moment, which was rare. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Not only my family, but Sir and his friends will also go. Meng Wenhao explained. Oh. Okay, I'll go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant after I'm done. Li Yu was relieved when she heard that Li Zishuan would also go and that she wasn't the only outsider. Although she looked like she didn't care about anything on the surface, she still had a sense of propriety in her heart. She knew what to do and what not to do. Mom, you don't have to cook for lunch. I'll treat you to a big meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Meng Wenhao came back from the workshop and saw his mother picking vegetables in the courtyard. He went up and said with a smile. How, do you have a fever? Why are you talking nonsense? How can our family afford to go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant? Meng Wenhao's mother hurriedly put down the vegetables in her hands and got up to touch Meng Wenhao's forehead. Meng Wenhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he took away his mother's hand and said, Mom, I don't have a fever, and I'm not talking nonsense. I went to Sir's house this morning and he said that I got first place in the monthly exam. According to the previous rules of the Institute of Mathematics, the top scorer can bring his family to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for free. I discussed it with Sir and decided to have this meal at noon today. So, Mom, you, Dad, and Yaya, quickly pack up and get ready to go. Really? Meng Wenhao's mother widened her eyes in surprise. She wasn't greedy, she just enjoyed the honor. Really, Mom, quickly go. Meng Wenhao said again helplessly. Ah. That's great. Darling, Hao got first place in the exam. Quickly pack up, we're going to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for lunch. After getting confirmation, Meng Wenhao's mother reacted and ran into the house excitedly, shouting as she ran. Chapter 304. How, isn't it inappropriate for us to do this? Sir Li has taught you a lot, and we're here to ask him to treat us to a meal. Isn't that a little unreasonable? Meng Wenhao's family of 4 arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant in the East City. Seeing the bustling place, Father Meng was an honest man. Thinking that Li Zishuan was going to treat them to a meal out of his own pocket, he felt a little guilty, so he hesitated. Yaya didn't understand the ways of the world, but when she heard her father's words, she felt that her luxurious lunch was going to be ruined. The little girl raised her head and looked at Meng Wenhao, hoping that her brother could change her father's mind. Sure enough, Meng Wenhao didn't disappoint her. Dad, this is the system set by our school of mathematics. Even if I don't go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for this meal, Sir won't agree. Sir won't go back on his word for this little bit of money. How, you're right. Since that's the case, let's go in quickly. Don't let Sir Li wait too long. Father Meng agreed after hearing his son's analysis and felt that this was indeed the case. Yaya heard this and her little face immediately bloomed with a smile. Meng Wenhao smiled, pulled his little sister, and walked towards the Drunken Immortal restaurant with his parents. Little you. You're here? In a private room on the 4th floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Li Yu was personally led in by manager Lu. After all, the 4th floor was usually not open to the public. Li Yu wouldn't be able to enter without someone leading the way. Li Zishuan looked at the splendidly dressed Li Yu, who was pretty and cute, as if she was a different person. His eyes lit up as he greeted her with a smile. Greetings, sir. Li Yu pursed her lips and smiled. She walked gracefully in front of Li Zishuan and bowed to Li Zishuan. Since the first time she met Li Zishuan, she had been calling him Mr. Li Zishuan like Meng Wenhao. Even though she was working for Li Zishuan now, she couldn't change the way she addressed him. Come, little you, let me introduce you. This is Qing Chimo, the eldest son of Duke Lu's family. This is Qin Huayu, the eldest son of Duke Yi's family. This is Yuqi Baolin, the eldest son of General Yuqi's family. They are also Wenhao's schoolmates. Now that someone was treating him to a meal, the thick-skinned Qing Chimo naturally wanted to join in on the fun. Li Zishuan didn't refuse. He thought about it, then asked someone to invite Qin Huayu and Yuqi Baolin over to another table. Their families had always been close, so it wasn't a bad idea for them to meet up occasionally and get to know each other better. When Li Yu heard Li Zishuan's introduction, she was shocked. Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Yuqi Jingda were all too famous. It was hard for her not to have heard of them. She didn't expect that she would be lucky enough to meet the descendants of these 3 famous generals today. Li Yu greets young Master Cheng, young Master Qin, and young Master Yuqi. Li Yu bowed to the 3 of them. Miss Li doesn't need to be so courteous. Just be casual. Little Xian has already told us about how you outsmarted the villains and punished the unscrupulous merchants. I admire Miss Li's wit. Qin Huayu politely returned the greeting. Huayu is right. No need to be so courteous. Yuqi Baolin wasn't good with words. As the saying goes, the more one talks, the more mistakes one will make. He could only agree. Young Master Qin is joking. Those things were just Li Yu's previous playful actions. It's nothing serious. Li Yu said, humbly. Li Zishuan rubbed his eyes. He suspected that this little girl in front of him was a fake Li Yu. The Li Yu he knew was clearly a willful, eccentric little girl. When did she become such a virtuous lady? It seems like this little girl could be both a spoiled lowly and a virtuous lady. She really was a little beauty with 100 transformations. Meng Wenhao had picked up a treasure. TSK, Wenhao's taste is not bad. Qing Chimo had obtained more information from Li Zishuan. He pinched his chin and smiled as he looked at Li Zishuan for a moment and muttered in a somewhat improper manner. Li Yu didn't hear it clearly, but Li Zishuan's hearing was good. After he heard it, he glared at Qing Chimo. He really didn't know how to chat. Who would joke with a girl like this? It seems like this guy was destined to be a single dog for life. Little you, sit here for a while. When Wenhao and the others arrive, you can go and eat with them. Mister, you're not going to eat with them? Li Yu was dumbfounded. We're not going. There are so many people at the table. Li Zishuan shook his head and said. Then. Mister, I'm not going either. I'll just eat here. Li Yu hesitated. We're all men here. Why are you, a little girl, joining in the fun? What's wrong? Our fearless little Yu also knows how to be shy. Li Zishuan joked. Of course not. Who's shy? Young Master Meng, this way please. Yes, this is the room. The 4 of you can eat here. My young master and a few of his friends are next door. He'll be here in a while. Meng Wenhao and the others arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. After they explained their identities, Manager Lu personally led them to the room next to Li Zishuan's. Thank you, Manager. Meng Wenhao politely cupped his hands and said. You're welcome, young Master Meng. You're an important guest that my young master specially instructed. Just tell him what you want to eat. I'll take my leave first. Okay. Take care, Manager. Brother, Yaya wants to eat nibbled chicken. After Manager Lu left, Yaya pulled Meng Wenhao's sleeve and said greedily. Nowadays, gnawed chicken was already a household name in Chang'an. In the past, Yaya could only listen to those rich kids describe how delicious gnawed chicken was, and then she would drool at the side. Now, after coming to the birthplace of gnawed chicken, how could the little girl hold back? Okay, I'll let Yaya eat nibbled chicken today. You can eat until you're full. Meng Wenhao rubbed the little girl's ponytail and smiled. By the way, Dad, do you want to drink Immortal Drunken Wine? Drunken Immortal Restaurant's most famous is Immortal Drunken Wine. Do you want a liter? Meng Wenhao looked at his father and asked. Ever since Father Meng entered the Drunken Immortal Inn, he had been in a daze. The Drunken Immortal Inn's extravagance and Manager Lu's respectful attitude had given him a huge mental impact. He never thought that a poor and pedantic man like him would actually have the opportunity to come to such a luxurious place and even receive such respect from the manager. He felt like he was dreaming. He had given birth to a good son. All of this was because of his son. Father Meng sighed in his heart more than once. What did you say? Father Meng woke up and asked when he vaguely heard his son calling him. Meng Wenhao had no choice but to repeat himself. Father Meng hurriedly shook his head and said, No. Dad heard that Immortal Drunken Wine costs 5 rounds a liter. It's very expensive. Although Lord Li is treating us to a meal, we can't not be generous and ask for such expensive things. Uncle Meng, you don't have to worry. Just order if you want to drink. I don't care about this bit of money. Since we're here, we have to eat and drink well. Otherwise, wouldn't we be wasting the opportunity that Wenhao fought so hard for? At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside. Following that, Li Zishuan walked in with Li Yu. When Li Zishuan and Li Yu came in, Manager Lu personally served them while sending a servant to inform Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan heard the news, he walked over with Li Yu and happened to hear Father Meng's declining words. Chapter 305. Sir. When Meng Wenhao saw Li Zishuan enter, he quickly stood up and bowed. Then, he turned to his parents and said, Father, Mother, this is my teacher in the School of Mathematics. Meng Wenhao's father was shocked. He didn't expect his son's teacher to be so young. He secretly thought that the son of a rich family was indeed not someone his small family could compare with. He was so young and yet he had the ability to become a teacher in the Imperial College. Meng Duchuan greets Lord Zhu. Zhu Qing greets Lord Zhu. Meng Wenhao's father and mother quickly came over and bowed to Li Zishuan. As a commoner of the lower class, they had a natural fear of the upper-class aristocrats. They had never come into contact with such a high-ranking official, so they were even more reserved. You don't have to be so polite. Take a seat. Li Zishuan quickly walked over and helped the two of them up. He said in a warm voice, "You two gave birth to a good son. This banquet is an opportunity that Wenhao fought for himself. Since you are here, don't think about saving money for me. Eat and drink as much as you can. If you don't eat well, I will be unhappy. This is what you deserve." Meng Wenhao's father and mother heard this and were inexplicably excited. They stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhu." No need. Wenhao, is this your little sister?" Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, he saw Yaya hiding behind Meng Wenhao and looking at him timidly. "Yes, sir. Come, Yaya, come and greet sir." Meng Wenhao quickly pulled Yaya out and said. Before Meng Wenhao's mother came, she had dressed the little girl up. At this moment, Yaya's hair was neatly combed. Although the clothes on her body weren't luxurious or expensive, they were still neat and tidy. At least there weren't too many patches. But even so, the little girl was too thin and looked malnourished. It was very distressing to look at her. Yaya greets Lord Zhu. When the little girl saw that everyone was looking at her, she couldn't help but feel nervous, uneasy, and shy. She carefully took 2 steps forward and bowed to Li Zishuan and said weakly, "Little sister is called Yaya. She's so cute. But Yaya still needs to eat more in the future. Right, what's Yaya's favorite food?" Li Zishuan could see the wariness and restraint in the little girl's eyes. He squatted down and tried to use a gentle tone to look into Yaya's eyes. However, with his current appearance, it was unknown whether he would be misunderstood as a wretched uncle who was trying to kidnap a lowly. "Oh, Yaya wants to eat the gnawed chicken." Perhaps Li Zishuan's appearance was very deceptive. Hearing this, Yaya tilted her head and thought for a moment before replying in a crisp voice. The drunken immortal restaurant has so many bites of chicken. How many bites of chicken can Yaya eat?" 3 portions, no, 5 portions. Yaya looked at Li Zishuan gesturing there, and her mouth couldn't help but drool. She licked her lips and replied. Good. Yaya, you have to keep your word. You have to eat 5 servings, okay? Only by eating more can Yaya grow up to be as beautiful as this big sister. Do you understand? Li Zishuan waved his hand to stop Meng Duchuan, who wanted to come over and scold Yaya. He then pointed at Li Yu and said to Yaya. Yaya looked at Li Yu, who was dressed up like a little fairy. Her eyes revealed an envious gaze. She firmly nodded and said, Yaya must eat more. In the future, I must grow up to be as beautiful as this big sister. When Li Yu heard the 2 people praising her beauty, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a beautiful arc. It was obvious that she was very happy in her heart. Yaya is so obedient. Li Zishuan patted Yaya's head with satisfaction. He stood up and looked at Father Meng and Mother Meng and said, "Since that's the case, I won't disturb your family's meal. Oh, this lady is Li Yu. She can be considered as half a disciple of mine. She is also a very good friend of Wenhao. She hasn't seen Wenhao for a long time. Today, she came over to eat together and reminisce about the past." Li Zishuan almost forgot the purpose of this visit. He quickly pushed Li Yu out and introduced her. As for how much of his words were nonsense, only Meng Wenhao and Li Yu knew. Greetings to uncle and aunt. Li Yu knew that it was time for her to go on stage. She gracefully stepped forward and bowed. Good. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. Mother Meng's eyes lit up. She enthusiastically stepped forward and held Li Yu's hand with a smile. Li Zishuan gave Meng Wenhao and Li Yu a look that said, "This is all I can do for you too." Then he bid farewell to Father Meng and Mother Meng and left the room. Sigh. As a teacher, not only do I have to impart knowledge to my students, I also have to matchmake them. TSK TSK. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Haha. How long has it been since the last time we gathered? Today, I, Old Sheng, am going to drink to my heart's content. In another room, Qing Chumo poured a glass of drunken immortal for everyone, except for Li Zishuan, of course, and laughed heartily. Li Zishuan knew very well that the excuse of not gathering for a long time was just an excuse. Most importantly, he did not have to force them to pay for the food and drinks today. Hee, Cho Nyo is right. Huayu, Bao Lin, it's rare for us to gather together. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content. To Li Zishuan, money was just a bunch of numbers. He did not even know how much money he had. Of course, he had to be generous when it came to treating his friends to a meal. Hee. Thank you, little Xian, for your hospitality. Here's a toast to you. Qin Huayu raised his glass and laughed. Hee, here's a toast to little Xian too. Yuchi Bao Lin also raised her glass and joined in the fun. In the School of Mathematics, they had a teacher-student relationship with Li Zishuan. But outside the School of Mathematics, they were good friends again. Alright then, here's a toast to you too. But little Xian, you're drinking a soft drink. It's not strong at all. Qing Chumo grumbled unhappily. I didn't want to show my alcohol tolerance. I was afraid that it would hurt you, Cho Nyo. Come, cheers. Li Zishuan laughed heartily as he drained the cup in one gulp. Of course, what he said just now was not completely nonsense. The weather had been hot recently, and he was addicted to drinking cold soft drinks. Slowly, he figured out how to control the true qi in his body to burn the alcohol, so that it would evaporate and be expelled from the body. This thing sounded quite mysterious, but it was not difficult for martial artists who had entered the qi transformation realm. First, it was because their understanding of martial arts and the meridians of the human body had already surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Second, martial artists in the qi transformation realm had gone through the stage of refining energy into qi. The quantity and quality of true qi available in their bodies were far from what martial artists in the qi drawing realm and the body refining realm could compare with. Therefore, controlling true qi to burn alcohol was really easy for them. When Li Zishuan was bored out of his mind, he thought of those wuxia cultivation novels from his previous life where the protagonists used their internal energy to force alcohol. That was why he tried it out of curiosity. He didn't expect that he would succeed. Although the principle of forcing alcohol was different, the final goal was achieved. TSK, good. Little Xian, stop bragging. You should drink your soft drink. Haha. Qing Chumo put down his glass and curled his lips in disbelief. Li Zishuan could not be bothered to argue with him. There was no need to compete between brothers. He smiled and shook his head, minding his own business as he ate. Although Qin Huayu could drink, he was not good at it. After drinking a glass of drunken immortal, his face had already begun to turn red. Qing Chumo looked at him and finally said to Yuchi Baolin, since both of them are not good at drinking, then Baolin, let's have a drinking game. Okay. Yuchi Baolin hurriedly agreed happily. Chapter 306. You two are good brothers. 3 stars illumination. For happiness wealth. 5 champions. 6 smooth. 7 coincidences. 8 immortals longevity. 9 consecutive rings. All of them. Baolin, you lost. Drink. In the private room. Qing Chumo slammed the table and shouted excitedly. Burp. Let's drink, who's afraid of you? Yuchi Baolin was bigger than Qing Chumo, but she wasn't as smart. She always lost when she played with Ching Chumo, and her drunken immortal level was higher. Therefore, after a while, Yuchi Baolin was a little tipsy and couldn't speak clearly. Li Zixuan and Qin Huayu were almost full. They put down their chopsticks and sat at the side to watch the show with interest. This was the second time Li Zixuan saw the ancient version of the finger-guessing game. The first time was also in this place. That was when the gnawed chicken had just come out. Ching Chumo and Li Qingxian were playing finger-guessing games here. However, Li Zixuan was accompanying Lan, and Changle to tell stories, so he didn't pay much attention. Therefore, this was the first time Li Zixuan seriously observed the ancient version of the finger-guessing game. The finger-guessing game was also known as finger-guessing, 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 and finger-guessing. It was a game that people played to liven things up when drinking. It originated from the Han Dynasty. When drinking, two people stretched out their fingers at the same time and each said a number. Whoever said a number that matched the total number of fingers stretched out by both parties would be the winner. The loser would drink. There was a word from 1 to 10, which was collectively known as the fist word. The fist words were generally different from place to place. Later, the finger-guessing game developed into a family, and the method of execution became an independent system. Empty fist, inner fist, 5 poison fist, 5 elements order, 7 stars order, and 3 victories order, were all in this category. Come, again. As the finger-guessing game required shouting, it was easy to get excited in this kind of atmosphere. At this moment, Ching Chumo was in a state of excitement. This guy had forgotten his purpose of coming here today to freeload. Good, again. Again. Yuchi Baolin was tongue-tied, but she still wanted to continue. Li Zixuan shook his head. He might as well let the two of them play to their heart's content. He and Qin Huayu started chatting on the side. What is Lord Li doing? Why is it so lively? On the other side of the private room, Mother Meng heard the commotion and couldn't help but ask. Judging from their voices, it seems to be Baolin and Huayu. They must have come with Sir. Meng Wenhao listened attentively and replied. Yes, it's the young masters of Duke Lu, Duke Yi, and Duke Yi. I just saw them over there. Li Yu, who was sitting beside Mother Meng, chimed in. Since he is the son of the Duke, how high is his official rank? Mother Meng had never been to school, nor had she seen much of the world. She thought that the son of the Duke was also a high-ranking official. Mother, they are still studying in the Imperial College. They don't have an official rank, so they can't be considered officials. That's right, Auntie. These young masters from the High Duke's family are Wenhao's classmates. So that's how it is. Little you know so much. No wonder Lord Li accepted you as his disciple. Today, Li Yu was going to be a lady to the end. Her words were appropriate and her actions were generous. Meng Wenhao didn't recognize her anymore. However, this made Meng Wenhao's mother very satisfied. She looked at Li Yu with admiration in her eyes, but there was also a trace of inexplicable meaning. Father Meng was greedily drinking the drunken immortal at the side. He didn't have time to pay attention to their conversation. From the moment he took the first sip of the drunken immortal, he had already forgotten the expensive price of this wine. He also didn't remember that he couldn't bear to drink it just now. The wine and meat passed through his intestines. The spiciness of the white wine and the sweetness of the mountain fruit exploded in Father Meng's taste buds. At that moment, he really felt as comfortable as a deity. No, he wouldn't exchange it for a deity. As for Yaya, she had transformed into a Tao Tai and was sweeping the goods, like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. At first, the little girl ate 2 portions of chicken. Her mouth was full of oil and she was very satisfied. There were bits of meat on her face from time to time. Li Yu, who was beside her, kept wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. After eating 2 servings of chicken, Yaya rubbed her stomach because she felt that she was already half full. She thought about how she told Li Zixuan that she wanted to eat 5 servings of chicken and grow up to be as beautiful as Li Yu in the future. The little girl's eyes flashed with a trace of determination and stubbornness. She started to attack the other 3 servings of chicken. However, the tragedy was that after a while, the waiter came up with 4 more dishes. They were red braised pork, red braised lion's head, dompa pork, and twice cooked pork. Just by smelling the fragrance, Yaya couldn't stand it. When she saw the others eating with relish, she could only eat the chicken at the side and watch helplessly. At this moment, the little girl's heart was filled with grievances. She had only heard people say that the chicken was delicious. Who would have thought that there was something more delicious than the chicken in the Drunken Immortal restaurant? Your Majesty, do you have something on your mind? Imperial Palace West Court, Empress's bedroom. Empress Jongsun saw Li Er mechanically eating the food and staring blankly at the table as if there was something rare on the table. She asked with some concern. I was thinking about the telegraph machine I saw a few days ago. Guanyin maid, don't you think that thing is strange? It's just a small iron box. Not only can it make a sound by itself, but it can also transmit the same sound dozens of miles away. It's really amazing. Li Er put down his bowl and chopsticks, sighed, and said. So your Majesty is thinking about this. In fact, I also feel that this thing is quite amazing. Yesterday, when Li Xiannan explained the principle of the telegraph machine, I didn't understand it very well. I don't know how this child thought of making this thing. Seeing that Li Er didn't seem to want to eat anymore, Empress Jongsun took a clean bowl and scooped soup for Li Er while smiling. Hey, this kid. Li Er laughed, took the soup from Jongsun, and said, I didn't understand much, but I understood the general meaning. From what he said, the reason why this telegraph machine can transmit signals so far is because of the process of electricity generating magnetism, and magnetism generating electricity. I know about magnetism. Isn't it a magnet? But what is this electricity? Is it the thunder and lightning in the sky? Ah. Thunder and lightning? The thunder and lightning in the sky, we mortals can also create it? Zhang Sun covered her mouth in surprise and said in surprise. Oh, who knows? This brat has too many secrets. Previously, I sent 100 riders to Mount Longhu and asked them to investigate what this brat and spiritual master Ling Su had experienced in the 8 years that they had disappeared, but they didn't find anything. They seemed to have evaporated from the world in those 8 years. In short, this kid is too mysterious. If it weren't for the fact that his family background is clean and he has no ambition, and that Xu Bao and Jijia think highly of him, I would have already killed him. After all, such a person with divine skills and unknown intentions will bring a lot of unknown dangers to the Tang Empire. If his skills are used by the foreign race, then the Tang Empire's situation will be even worse. Li Er said lightly as he drank the soup. He had killed countless people in his life. When he said that he wanted to kill Li Zishuan, there was no change in his expression, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Ah. Your Majesty. From what I see, this child isn't like those evil people. He definitely won't do that kind of thing. Your Majesty, don't do something that will hurt your loved ones and make your enemies happy. It is the blessing of our Tang Empire that this child has such abilities. Chapter 307. Is Maid Guanyin pleading for that kid? In the bedchamber. Li Er asked casually as he leisurely drank his soup after listening to Empress Jiangsun's words. Empress Jiangsun was stunned and said, This. I just don't want to see such a young talent die prematurely. My thoughts are all for the Tang Empire. Ahem, Maid Guanyin, you don't have to be nervous. I just said it casually and don't mean anything else. You and I have been husband and wife for more than a decade. How can I not trust you? Before Empress Jiangsun finished speaking, Li Er saw that something was wrong. He quickly put down the spoon in his mouth and interrupted her. Empress Jiangsun saw that Li Er's words didn't seem to be fake. Her heart warmed as she smiled and said, Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Haha. Li Er smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he sighed and said, Since I ascended the throne, I have always promoted talents. Needless to say, Li Zishuan is full of talent. Although his talents don't seem to belong to the mortal world, as long as he doesn't betray the country, I can tolerate him. The Tang Empire can also tolerate him. Now, I am worried about how to arrange for him." Empress Zhongsun blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Your Majesty, isn't that child already the youngest official in the history of the Imperial College? Why are you still worried about this?" "You can't say that." Li Er shook his head and said with a complicated expression, "As the saying goes, make the best use of a person's talent. Since I have already decided to put Li Zishuan in an important position, I have to arrange a position for him that allows him to display his talents. But Maid Guanyin, look at the knowledge that kid is good at. Other than mathematics, physics, chemistry, electricity, electromagnetism, and so on. Who in the world has heard of these knowledge? How can the position of an official in the Imperial College allow him to display all that he has learned?" Hearing this, Empress Zhongxuan's brows furrowed slightly. She thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty's consideration is thorough. In that case, Li Zishuan is indeed not suited to stay in the directorate." Li Er rubbed the space between his eyebrows and sighed in annoyance. He is indeed not suitable to stay in the Imperial College, but there is an even more serious problem. This brat has learned many different things. Although we do not know where he learned all this knowledge, we are very sure that he is not from the Confucian school. Thus, even though we clearly know that his knowledge can strengthen the great Tang, we cannot give him too much support. Otherwise, if some of the great Confucians become dissatisfied and stir up trouble among the Confucians, the foundation of the country will be shaken." Empress Zhongsun thought about it in shock and said, "Your Majesty, is it really that serious?" "Of course." Li Er stood up and looked out the door. With his hands behind his back, he said, "Although Li Zishuan is currently teaching mathematics at the Imperial College, the content, methods, and systems that students study have all undergone earth-shattering changes. Moreover, these changes are constantly affecting other schools. He is already using the name of mathematics to develop his new school. No, this is a new study in the guise of mathematics. We are not the only one who has discovered this. Some of the professors at the Imperial College have also discovered this. We have previously heard from Kong Yingda that Cui Shanyu of the Imperial College has already requested to expel Li Zishuan from the Imperial College on the grounds of ruining the academic atmosphere more than once. Although Kong Yingda has sternly refused, it is said that Cui Shanyu has not given up and has the intention of further contacting the other great Confucians of the Imperial College to jointly write a petition. Cui Shanyu? I have heard of this person before. It is said that he is quite proficient in the Confucian classics. I thought that he was a person of profound righteousness, but why is he so unreasonable?" Zhang Sun nodded and said with some confusion. "Pfft. Profound righteousness? In the end, these people are just doing it for their own benefits." Li Er sneered and was unwilling to say too much on this topic. He only thought to himself, if we vigorously support Li Zishuan's new study, then I'm afraid that the tens of thousands of Confucian disciples in the world will become the current Cui Shanyu in order to maintain the orthodox position of the Confucian school. Empress Zhongsun was not stupid. She had just not thought of this for a moment. Once Li Er said this, she immediately understood. However, as the Empress, she knew that on this sensitive topic, she could only maintain her silence because the more she spoke, the more likely she would make mistakes. The room was silent for a moment. Li Er suddenly smiled and said, "Haha, haha. Now it seems that we were right to not have Qingxian go to the Imperial College's School of Mathematics to study. Otherwise, there would definitely be more great Confucians who would not be able to sit still right now, right?" When Li Er said the words, "Great Confucian," he emphasized the syllables. He was probably dissatisfied with some people in his heart. Yes. As the heir to the throne, Qingxian's every action represents His Majesty's attitude. If even he went to the School of Mathematics, the officials would definitely not agree. However, this is also difficult for Qingxian. I heard that not only does he have an extremely good relationship with Li Zishuan, but he is also very interested in Li Zishuan's new mathematics. He has always been studying the textbooks of the School of Mathematics in the Eastern Palace. Today, he is probably still studying the monthly exam papers that the School of Mathematics just went through. In addition, Qingxian would occasionally run to Qingke to ask questions. In this way, the relationship between the two brothers has improved quite a bit. When Empress Zhangsun heard Li Er say this, she immediately began to feel sorry for her son. Haha. As the crown prince, he should sacrifice something for this. The problem now is, where should Li Zishuan be placed? Li Er first smiled as if it was a matter of course. Then, when he thought of Li Zishuan, he began to frown. Why not ask Li Zishuan for his thoughts, Your Majesty? This child has always had a lot of ideas. I think he will have some ideas. Empress Zhangsun stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said. Ha! This is a good idea. Guanin's servant is indeed more intelligent than others. Haha. Li Er's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance as he said excitedly. Eastern Market. Chen's noodle shop. Yes, it was the noodle shop that almost cheated Li Yu and Meng Wenhao last time. Tianhua, aren't you too stingy? You're treating me and Fei Chen to a meal at this small noodle shop. In front of the noodle shop, the three only seedlings of Jin Yu Academy were sitting on the stools and waiting for the boss to serve the dishes. Oh, no, it was the dishes. Then, Hua Hongyi looked at the terrible surroundings and couldn't help but complain. That's right. Tianhua, you're too unkind. This time, Datong Daily gave you such good conditions. How much money will you earn from writing this novel? Moreover, today is the first time your novel is in the newspaper. It's fine if you don't treat us to Zuaxian restaurant to celebrate, but no matter what, you can't come to this broken noodle shop. Liao Feichen also quickly agreed. Chen Tianhua's mouth twitched slightly. Zuaxian restaurant? His 1 month's remuneration was probably not even enough for the three of them to have a meal at Zuaxian restaurant. Feichen, Hong Yi, I haven't received my remuneration yet, right? Datong Daily will only give me this month's remuneration next month. When I get my remuneration, I'll bring you to a good meal, but definitely not at Zuaxian restaurant. Moreover, the Yangchun noodles in this noodle shop are not bad either. Chen Tianhua was helpless. Tycoons were always used to be cheated. Dad, that pretty boy with a mole on his face outside called our noodle shop a broken noodle shop. Do you want me to beat him up? Not far away, in the kitchen, Giant Baby complained to Boss Chen who was cooking noodles. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? After the dinner gathering, the swordsmen immediately wrote a chapter to calm themselves down. Therefore, the record of the swordsmen for 144 days did not break. Although I'm tired now, I'm still happy. Dear readers, seeing that the swordsmen are working so hard to update, can you come to QQ to read or subscribe to a few chapters on Qidian? Because I found a lot of students who read pirated versions, and some of the pirated versions are very interesting. If there's no author on it, I'll write it at the end, and the pirated readers won't be able to see it. Swordsmen drag their tired bodies to update every day. Don't tell me I can't exchange it for 20 cents a day from you guys. Chapter 308. What are you talking about? Dabao, don't cause trouble. Boss Chen, who was rolling out noodles, heard his son's silly words. His arm shook and he almost crushed his fingers. He immediately said to Dabao angrily. Ever since Li Zishuan caused trouble in his noodle shop, not only was his business not as good as before, but he was also scared out of his wits by Li Zishuan's martial arts. He used to think that with 2 giants at home, he didn't have to be afraid of some unruly and evil customers. But Li Zishuan taught him how to be a person through his abnormal martial arts value, so he didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. Oh. Dabao knows. The giant baby scratched his head. He was somewhat puzzled by his father's attitude, but he didn't dare to continue asking. Outside the noodle shop. Sai, I don't know how my Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator is received. On the way here, we only heard people talking about a mortal's journey to immortality, but no one talked about my Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator. Hong Yi, Feichen, does this mean that my novel isn't popular? Chen Tianhua saw that Yang Chun's noodles hadn't come up yet. He recalled the scene on the way here and said worriedly. Tianhua, you're simply insatiable. Datong Daily has already given you such a generous reward, why aren't you satisfied? So what if your novel isn't popular? At most, you'll lose some readers who give you tips. But now, the money that Datong Daily gives you is enough for you to live comfortably. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Liao Feichen didn't realize that he was almost beaten up by the giant baby because of his cheap mouth. He complained to Chen Tianhua with a speechless face. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. He slammed the table and shouted, "Oh! I understand, Tianhua, you want to compete with A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, right? Why bother? Our two novels are both imitating A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. It's very difficult to compare with it. Let's just focus on writing our own novel." Hearing this, Chen Tianhua's face was full of awkwardness. In his heart, he didn't want to surpass A Mortal's Journey, but he more or less hoped that his novel would be like A Mortal's Journey and receive the support and rewards of many readers. Tianhua, you've only released 3 chapters of your novel today. How could someone reward you so quickly? Even when The Legend of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality was first published in the newspapers, no one took it seriously either. For something like a novel, without a long period of accumulation, it was impossible to produce results. You need to calm down and write slowly. You can't rush it, or it will affect the quality of your work. Hua Hongyi was a mature and steady person. He hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the problem. Brother Hongyi is right. I've gone too far. Thank you, Hongyi, for enlightening me. Hua Hongyi's words were like a wake-up call to Chen Tianhua. Chen Tianhua was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He cupped his hands and thanked Hua Hongyi. Yang Chun noodles are here. Please enjoy your meal. Boss Chen brought out 3 bowls of Yang Chun noodles on a tray and bowed to Hua Hongyi and the other 2 with a smile. Let's eat noodles. No matter what, thank you for your hospitality today, Tianhua. Hua Hongyi laughed. Yes. Let's eat noodles, hiss. This restaurant's Yang Chun egg noodles are so delicious. Liao Feichen was already starving. He cheered, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. Chen Tianhua smiled helplessly. He wasn't in the mood to eat noodles now. He wanted to go back and write his novel in peace. I'm not drunk, let me drink another cup this. This immortal drunk is really good wine. Burp. Good wine. Drunken immortal restaurant. The banquet was over. Everyone was full, especially Yaya. The little girl was rubbing her stomach in pain. As for Father Meng, he was drunk and was throwing a tantrum. You're already so drunk and you're still not drunk? I told you to drink less, but you didn't listen. Come, get up, let's go home. Mother Meng pulled Father Meng's arm and shouted angrily. Auntie, why don't I hire a carriage to send Uncle Meng back? After all, Drunken Immortal Restaurant is quite far from Gi Lane. After this banquet, Li Yu had become very familiar with Meng Wenhao's family. She quickly suggested. Mother Meng hesitated. Hiring a carriage would cost a lot of money. There's no need to hire a carriage. Drunken Immortal Restaurant has its own carriage. I'll ask Boss Lu to send someone to send you back later. At this time, Li Zishuan walked in with a smile. The banquet was over. Qin Huayu had already left with the drunk Xing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin in the carriage. Thank you, Lord Zhu. Mother Meng was surprised and happy at the same time. She thought to herself that Meng Hao's teacher was not only kind, but also considerate of others. No wonder he could reach such a high position at such a young age. This kind of cultivation was not something that ordinary people like us could have. Thank you, sir. Meng Wenhao also came over and thanked him sincerely. Today was the happiest day of his life. Through his own efforts, he had finally brought his family to Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Furthermore, his family had received the respect that they deserved. He was now grateful to Li Zishuan from the bottom of his heart. Well, Wenhao, now that your wish has been fulfilled, you have to focus on your studies. As your teacher, I look forward to you getting first place in the next monthly exam. Li Zishuan patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder and smiled. I won't disappoint you, sir. Meng Wenhao replied confidently. Hee, good. Wenhao, go find Boss Lu and ask him to arrange a carriage. Yes, sir. Meng Wenhao replied with a smile and went out. Little Yu, isn't it time for you to go back to the workshop? If you don't go back now, Steward Ma will probably come and ask me for you. Li Zishuan looked at the mischievous Li Yu and smiled. At the same time, he secretly felt that it was a pity that there were no televisions or cameras in this era. Otherwise, he really wanted to cultivate Li Yu into a little child star. Because of Li Yu's sweet appearance and her unrestrained and mischievous personality, it would be a pity if she did not become a star. Hee. Then I'll take Sir's carriage on the way. Li Yu stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. Drunken Immortal Restaurant was in the northwest of Chang'an City. Strange Interest Pavilion was in the northeast of Chang'an City. If she did not borrow a carriage, she would probably have to walk for a long time. Anyway, there was a free ride, why not take it? Alright, let's go then. Li Zishuan smiled and turned to say goodbye to Mother Meng and Yaya. Then, he left with Li Yu. Chapter 309. Lord Zhu. Lord Zhu. His Majesty has decreed for you to enter the palace immediately for an audience. Li Zishuan's carriage had just entered Yongla Lane when a servant from the yellow door chased after him. San Bao, who was driving the carriage, hurriedly stopped Big White. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Li Er had discovered that he had been idling around for the past 2 days? Was he here to settle scores with him? Old Li wouldn't be so petty, right? He lifted the curtains and jumped off the carriage. The servant from the yellow door also hurriedly got off his horse. Little eunuch, may I know why His Majesty is looking for me? Li Zishuan discreetly stuffed a few golden beans into the servant's mouth and asked with a smile. The earlier he knew Li Er's intentions, the earlier he could prepare. Lord Zhu, I don't dare to accept this. Please take it back. I'm only here to pass on a message. I don't know why His Majesty is summoning you. It seemed like this was the first time the imperial eunuch had been sent out. He didn't even dare to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't force him. He said, then please wait for a moment. I'll go back and change into my official uniform. I'll follow you into the palace. He was here to dine with his good brother today. Of course, he wouldn't wear his official uniform like a lunatic. Besides, his light scarlet official uniform wasn't very nice. Why should he wear it? However, it was still necessary to wear it to meet Li Er in the palace. His Majesty specifically said that Lord Zhu can enter the palace immediately without changing into your official uniform. The servant from the yellow door added. Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Er was in a hurry to be reincarnated. Of course, he only dared to say that in his heart. He couldn't say it out loud. Then I'll follow you into the palace. Then, he turned to look at San Bao and instructed, San Bao, send little Yu, to the workshop and go straight home. Yes, young master. San Bao responded and hurried Big White toward an lane. Let's go. Li Zishuan turned around and said a few words before following the small yellow door to the imperial palace. The distance between Yongla Lane and the imperial palace was not far. Only about 3 to 4 li. Li Zishuan arrived outside the walls of the imperial palace in a short while. The little yellow gate led Li Zishuan through the gate of heaven. He passed through the Garter Gate, the Tai Chi Gate, the Zhu Ming Gate, the Yin and Yang Gate, and the Sweet Dew Gate. He went straight to the Sweet Dew Hall. Unlike the previous summons, Li Er chose to summon him at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zishuan was no longer a novice when he first entered the officialdom. He had crammed in a lot of basic knowledge about officialdom. Naturally, he knew that the emperor usually summoned his officials to the Taiji Palace or the Yin and Yang Palace. The Gamla Palace was where Li Er studied in the inner palace and was rarely used to summon his officials. It seemed like Li Er wasn't looking for him for some trivial matter. The little yellow gate went in alone to announce the reply. Li Zishuan stood in the corridor outside the hall, waiting for the news. After a while, he heard a sharp voice from inside. Summon the Prince of Lantian County, Minister of the Imperial College, Li Zishuan, for an audience. Hearing this, Li Zishuan anxiously walked in with small steps. The Sweet Dew Hall looked very simple, but every table, chair, and stool in the hall was decorated with ingenious ingenuity. The furnace in the room was burning with spices. Li Zishuan smelled it, but he couldn't tell what brand the spices were. Li Er sat upright on the dragon throne, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe. He didn't wear the sky-reaching crown that he wore during morning court. Instead, he used a purple and gold crown to tie up his hair. Li Er probably felt that the sky-reaching crown was too heavy. Li Zishuan silently criticized him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When Li Zishuan walked in, Li Er was holding a book and reading it with great interest. It was as if he didn't notice that someone had walked in. Li Zishuan didn't care if Li Er really didn't see him or if he was pretending. He went forward and bowed. He guessed that Li Er was most likely pretending. Leaders all like to pretend to be deep. Li Zishuan expressed that he understood, but he didn't want to play along with Li Er. He wanted to finish his work quickly and go home. "Rise. Have a seat." When Li Er heard the voice, he put down his book and raised his head. Of course, he was reading seriously just now. He wasn't pretending to be deep like Li Zishuan thought. He wasn't that bored. The fact that Li Er was able to succeed in the governance of Jingguan was inseparable from his humility and diligence. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan was happy. Since he came in and had a seat, didn't that mean that Li Er wouldn't make things difficult for him today? 3 days ago, I asked you to hurry up and think of a way to improve the telegraph. How was it? How's the progress now? Li Zishuan had just sat down when Li Er asked. Li Zishuan shouted in his heart. It turned out that he was thinking too much just now. "Your Majesty, there's no progress." Li Zishuan wanted to fool him, but he couldn't fool him. Old Li had too many spies under him. He might have already known. Even though Li Er already knew the result, when he heard Li Zishuan's reply, he couldn't help but get angry. "Are you taking my words as a joke?" Li Zishuan heard Li Er raise his voice by an octave and knew that old Li was a little angry. However, he was already mentally prepared. "Your Majesty, that's not the case. With the current technology of Tang Dynasty, 20 to 30 li is the maximum distance that the telegraph can transmit. If we want to break through this limit, we need to create a new device, the triode. It can amplify the signal from the telegraph so that it can be transmitted further. However, the triode requires 2 new materials that I haven't found yet. Even if I find them, with the current technology of Tang Dynasty, it's very difficult to create them. On the other hand, regarding the problem of power supply, the power source that I currently use can only supply power on a small scale. If I want to achieve a large-scale power supply, I need to build a large generator and a container to store the power. I also need to build a huge power transmission line. To do this, in addition to a huge amount of financial and material resources, the most important thing is that I need a group of corresponding talents. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it alone." When Li Zishuan decided to quit, he already knew that he would be questioned by Li Er. He also had a draft of the relevant excuses. At this moment, he spoke one set of words after another. It seemed like he was really serious. Li Zishuan was a little confused by Li Zishuan's words. Although Li Zishuan had already said it more straightforwardly, he didn't know what the triode, generator, container to store the power, and so on were new terms. However, it still sounded very professional. Li Er frowned and thought for a while. He said, "What you said is not unreasonable. Let's not talk about this for now. I have another matter to discuss with you today." Chapter 310. We have another matter to discuss with you today. In the Sweet Dew Hall. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's spirits were suddenly lifted. He thought to himself, here comes the main topic. The things before should be just the appetizer. Otherwise, Li Er wouldn't have called him here to talk. Here, take a look at this memorial first. Li Er pulled out a yellow memorial from the dragon table in front of him. Zhao Song hurriedly took it and handed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't know what Li Er was up to. He opened the memorial and started reading. He skipped the routine at the beginning and went straight to the main body. Today, this subject, Cui Shanyu, together with 7 professors from the Imperial Academy, and the 4 Gates Academies, will jointly impeach Li Zishuan, the Secretary of the Imperial Academy, for corrupting the academic atmosphere of the Imperial Academy, disrupting the teaching order of the Imperial Academy, and privately spreading and teaching miscellaneous studies. Your subjects do not deny that Li Sai has brought some positive changes to the Imperial College since he joined, such as the blackboard and chalk. However, merits are merits, and demerits are demerits. Li Sai privately changed the teaching schedule and even proposed a 2-day break for every 5 days. This greatly affected the enthusiasm of the students in the other academies. Your subjects believe that Li Sai is using the excuse of giving the students a break to slack off. Such behavior is indeed unbecoming of a teacher. Your subjects are ashamed to work with such a lazy person. Your subjects also believe that the opinion proposed by Li Sai is inappropriate. Since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Chinese characters have been passed down for more than 1,000 years. From the Shang dynasty's oracle bone inscriptions to the Qin dynasty's Shaozhuan script, the Han dynasty's Xinkai script, and the standard handwriting of our dynasty, Xinkai script. It has gone through dozens of forms, but most of them are derived from hieroglyphics. The pinyin proposed by Li Sai has a strange shape and definitely doesn't originate from the Central Plains. Your subjects believe that the Chinese language is broad and profound. How can it be labeled with symbols from a foreign land? Li Sai's actions are an insult to the ancestors of our country and are destroying the foundation of our great Tang. If we allow pinyin to be popularized, we Confucians will become sinners for all eternity. This subject earnestly requests Your Majesty to immediately stop Li Sai from running amok. In addition, this subject has heard that Li Sai often imparted miscellaneous knowledge to the students, both in and out of class. His Royal Highness, Prince of Wei, has also been poisoned by this. This subject is deeply saddened. The King of Wei is a disciple of the imperial family. If he doesn't bathe in the holy light of the Confucian Tao, why would he learn the unorthodox Tao? Li Sai is trying to shake the foundation of the country. We ask Your Majesty to punish him severely. Such a morally corrupt person simply doesn't have the right to hold the post of Secretary of the Imperial College. I hope that Your Majesty can quickly choose someone more worthy. Otherwise, my great Tang's holy land of talents will quickly become a place of filth and corruption because of Li Sai alone. Your subjects Cui Shanyu, Zhu Qinglu, Sima Minglang, Gu Fengyan, Shangguan Yufeng, Lu Yenyu, Zheng Zhanli, and Xikong Linghao respectfully greet you. I implore Your Majesty to make a decision as soon as possible. Don't tolerate and nurture evil, and return the Imperial College to its former glory. F***ck Your mother. This old thief has gone too far. The more Li Zishuan read, the angrier he got. Cui Shanyu's memorial was simply too infuriating. Li Zishuan's true energy was in a mess from his anger. His long hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. This was caused by the uncontrollable flow of true energy from his body. His eyes were also a little red. After transmigrating for so long, this was the first time he had been angered to such an extent. Cui Shanyu's memorial completely described him as a piece of dog sh*t, a black sheep, a cultured scum, and a treacherous subject of the country. At this moment, Li Zishuan no longer cared about where he was. He threw the memorial to the ground with all his might and cursed loudly. But he still wasn't done venting his anger. He went up and stomped on it twice more, 2-3-3-3-3-3-3. When Zhao Song saw Li Zishuan's furious look, he immediately circulated his true energy and secretly raised his guard. Bam! How dare you! You impudent brat! Li Er's eyes widened. He didn't think that there would be someone who dared to swear in front of him, and even stomped on his memorial in front of him. Li Zishuan's guts were really too big. After a while, Li Er reacted. He slammed the table and shouted angrily. When Li Zishuan was reading the memorial, he had been observing Li Zishuan's expression. He knew that Li Zishuan would be very angry after reading this memorial, but he didn't expect him to lose his composure like this. Actually, the appearance of this memorial was also greatly beyond Li Er's expectations. During lunch, he was still telling Zhang Sun about Cui Shanyo's secret opinion of Li Zishuan. That was what Kong Ningda told him, but this second-hand news was still lagging behind. He had just received Cui Shanyo's first move, and Cui Shanyu had already joined forces with 7 other professors to submit a joint memorial. Although Li Er's own position was slightly biased towards Li Zishuan's side, he couldn't ignore this memorial. This was because this was an impeachment case. Cui Shanyo's memorial this time didn't even go through Kong Ningda. He directly sent it to the palace in the form of a secret memorial. In addition, there were too many people involved in this joint impeachment. There were only 15 people in total from the Imperial Academy, the Imperial College, and the 4 great academies, and 8 of them were on this memorial. If it was not handled properly, it would definitely cause a commotion. Your Majesty, please calm down. I was too angry and lost my composure in front of you. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Li Er's shout caused Li Zishuan to quickly come to his senses. He looked around and remembered that he was still in the Sweet Nectar Hall. He quickly went forward and cupped his hands in apology. Humph. You're getting bolder and bolder. Ever since I ascended the throne, no one has dared to be so impudent in this palace. Li Er pointed at Li Zishuan and said angrily. Your Majesty, you can't blame me for this. With a bitter face, Li Zishuan explained, Old dog Cui, Professor Cui's memorial is completely distorting the facts. He wants to pull me down from my position so that he can take over the Imperial College. This old dog, this person is sinister and cunning. His intentions are really vicious. He sees that I am talented and knowledgeable in both ancient and modern times. Moreover, I have attracted many students to transfer from the Imperial College to the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics with my charisma. Therefore, he is jealous of me and intends to use such a despicable method to frame a loyal and good person. He wants to make a talent of Tang like me be wrongly imprisoned so that he can achieve his dirty goal. He doesn't know that Your Majesty is wise and wise. Your eyes can see through all the darkness of time. How can you be fooled by such petty tricks? Therefore, any schemes and machinations will be useless in the face of His Majesty. Shut up. As Li Er listened, he couldn't take it anymore. Li Zishuan could be shameless, but he couldn't be shameless. At this moment, he really wanted to say to Li Zishuan, will you die if you don't brag? I'll shut up, shut up. Your Majesty, please calm down. Li Zishuan laughed dryly. In fact, he said this on purpose. His previous behavior was, strictly speaking, punishable. After such a farce, old Li would definitely forget about it. He could also use this time to think about how to refute Cui Shanyo's memorial. Since Li Er called him here in private today and didn't interrogate him in the imperial court, it meant that even if Li Er wasn't on his side, he was still taking care of him. In this way, at least he had a chance to defend himself. I'm very smart, right? Li Zishuan thought proudly. Third update. I still managed to finish it before midnight. The temperature difference between the indoor and outdoor is too big. Swordsmen catch a cold. Their noses are stuffed, and their hearts are even more stuffed. Please support me with a genuine subscription. I don't have anything to eat. Chapter 311. Since you say that Cui Shanyu, Lu Yenyu, Jing Zhanli, Sikong Linghao, and the other professors are slandering you, do you have any evidence? Ganlu Hall. Li Er leaned back and looked at Li Zishuan sternly. Li Zishuan's previous thoughts were indeed correct. Regarding this matter, Li Er indeed had the intention of opening a back door for Li Zishuan. Calling Li Zishuan over for questioning today more or less had the intention of practicing in advance. Your Majesty, this matter doesn't require any evidence. Do you have any evidence for the 3 crimes that Cui Shanyu and the other professors have accused me of? They were just using their own opinions to judge whether I was guilty or not. Could they possibly represent the students of the Imperial College? Can they represent the millions of people of the Great Tang Empire? As the saying goes, justice is in the hearts of the people. If they convict me based on their words alone, then I won't accept it. Firstly, Cui Shanyu accused me of implementing a 2-day break system in the School of Mathematics after 5 days of classes. He also thought that I was using the excuse of a break to slack off. I just want to say that it's bullsh*t. All of the above are just his personal conjectures. Did he investigate beforehand? How did he know that I was slacking off? The break system that I set doesn't contain any selfishness. Ever since I took over the School of Mathematics, the students' homework has become increasingly heavy. Coupled with the exam reward and punishment system that I set, the pressure on the students has also increased. If they can't strike a balance between work and rest, their learning efficiency will greatly decrease. Although compared to the other schools, the School of Mathematics usually has a lot more holidays, but this official dares to say that in terms of academic pressure and academic performance, the students of the School of Mathematics definitely won't lose to the other 5 schools. If anyone is unconvinced, they can come out and compete. If they lose, this official is willing to accept this crime. Li Zishuan said heroically. Ha! What arrogance! I know that you are proficient in mathematics, but that doesn't mean that the students of the School of Mathematics are also proficient. Why are you so confident? Li Er couldn't help but laugh and interrupt. Of course. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great students. Like teachers, like students. I have absolute confidence in my students. Li Zishuan raised his chin and said affirmatively. Li Er was speechless. If he could, he really wanted to spit tea all over Li Zishuan's face. How could the saying, great teachers produce great students, be used in such a way? Secondly, regarding pinyin, when pinyin was first introduced, His Majesty, Kong Jizhou, and all the important officials in the imperial court unanimously approved it. Why didn't Cui Shanyu and the others jump out to oppose it? This old dog only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Does he think that I'm a pushover? In the Imperial College's actions was the Great Tang Empires is the Tang Empires is the Tang Empires Tang's the Foundation Empire's will. If pinyin is successfully popularized, we Confucians will become sinners for all eternity. Thus, Li Zishuan felt a wave of anger rush to his head, and vulgarities involuntarily escaped from his mouth. He had probably used more profanity today than he had in the past 20 years. Speak. If we hear any more obscenities, we will have you thrown out. Li Er frowned when he heard this and could not help but scold him. Cough cough, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Let's continue with pinyin. After interacting with Li Er for a long time and grasping his temper, Li Zishuan was no longer as afraid as he was in the beginning. Although Old Li liked to trick people, as long as they didn't commit crimes of principle like treason, Old Li wouldn't chop off people's heads. He wasn't like the Braid dynasty 1,000 years later, where they often held literary trials and had to be careful with their words. The benefits of pinyin are obvious. It will allow our Great Tang to have thousands upon thousands of people who can read and write. It will definitely be a blessing to the poor. This subject believes that Cui Shanyu and the others must have ulterior motives for objecting in such a hurry. They are afraid that once there are more scholars, they will lose their sense of superiority. This subject has every reason to suspect that Cui Shanyu and the others are lackeys sent by the noble clans to obstruct the imperial court's education. I hope that Your Majesty will investigate this. Li Zishuan smiled sinisterly and began to paint Cui Shanyu and the others in the eye in front of Li Er. He knew that Li Er had the intention to attack the noble clans, so it was a good opportunity to have 2 appetizers. Among the 8 professors who impeached him, there were those with the surname Cui, Lu, and Zheng. He didn't know if these people were related to the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. In any case, even if they weren't related, this young master wanted to be related to them. Who asked you to stab this young master in the back? If I don't take revenge, I'm not human. As expected, Li Er's expression gradually turned serious when he heard this, but he didn't say anything in the end. Li Zishuan was slightly disappointed and could only continue. Regarding Cui Shanyo's words about pinyin being like a foreign language, this subject has something to say. First of all, Cui Shanyo's words have no proof. Since he said that pinyin is a foreign language, then he has to show proof and let everyone see which foreign language pinyin is from. Secondly, so what if pinyin is a foreign language? As long as it can allow more people to become literate and make our great Tang stronger, then it is a useful language. If our great Tang wants to stand at the top of the world, then we must learn to be tolerant. Take the strengths of others and make up for our own shortcomings. Only by being tolerant can we become the strongest great Tang. If my great Tang wishes to stand at the peak of all countries, it must learn to be tolerant, to take the strong points of others and make up for our weak points. Only by being tolerant can the great Tang become the strongest and most prosperous. Li Er's expression froze. He couldn't help but repeat Li Zishuan's words to himself. He asked Li Zishuan to come over today just to hear what Li Zishuan would say about Cui Shanyo's impeachment. He never expected to hear such a warning that made his heart surge with emotion and even made his blood boil. He was really touched. If our great Tang wants to stand at the top of the world, then we didn't expect you to understand such a principle of life. As expected of the disciple of an otherworldly expert. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and praised with a complicated expression. Nanny? Didn't the Tang dynasty have these two sentences? Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. He thought that these two sentences were some ancient proverb, but from Li Er's words, it didn't seem to be the case. Well, he had unintentionally acted cool in front of old Li again. If our great Tang wants to stand at the top of the world, then we must be tolerant. These 8 words were like a self-encouraging couplet by the national hero Lin Zexu. If our great Tang wants to stand at the top of the world, then we must be tolerant. Your Majesty is too kind. Then let me continue with the third crime of Cui Shanyo's impeachment, miscellaneous studies. The feeling of acting cool was naturally great. Li Zishuan felt as if he was possessed by Zhu Guliang. He was about to engage in a war of words and unleash a wave of AoE damage that ignored all skills. There's no need to say any more. It's enough that you know about Cui Shanyo's impeachment. As for how to deal with it, I have my own plans. Go back and do some self-reflection. Tomorrow morning, there will be a verdict on your matter. Come to the court when the time comes. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Li Er's mind was no longer on this matter. He waved his hand absent-mindedly, as if he was shooing away a fly, telling Li Zishuan to leave quickly. Li Zishuan was speechless. He was in the middle of talking, but old Li was too deceitful. This was like taking off one's pants and telling a girl that her period was here. Then I shall take my leave. Li Zishuan had no choice but to cup his hands and leave. Chapter 312. He was impeached for no reason, and he had to attend the morning assembly tomorrow. He was just sitting at home, and trouble came from the sky. *CK that old dog Cui. You've gone too far, damn. I'm going to kick you to death. Li Zishuan was getting angrier and angrier as he wandered along the streets. He kicked everything he saw. Luckily, there weren't many people around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt good. Young master, you're back. San Bao was the first to welcome him when he reached the door. Have you sent Liu over? Li Zishuan nodded and asked casually. Replying to young master, it has been delivered. That's good. Li Zishuan waved his hand and was about to return to the house. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and waved at San Bao. San Bao, come here. Young master has something to tell you. Hey. Young master, please tell me. When San Bao heard this, she hurriedly ran over excitedly and said. You go. Hey, come in, come in. As soon as Li Zishuan opened his mouth, he realized that something was amiss. He hurriedly brought San Bao into the manor. Thus, the servants of the Li residence saw this scene from afar. Their young master was sneakily discussing something with the servants of the manor under the large locust tree in the front courtyard. One of them was babbling non-stop, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. The other had his eyes wide open with a completely dumbfounded expression. Do you understand? Ah. Young master, isn't this too wicked? Wicked your head. Do you still want your job? Young master, please calm down. I'll go now. But if someone finds out, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to old master. Are you king pig? I didn't ask you to go personally. Don't you know how to cover your face and secretly hire a few people to help you recruit people? Yes, young master is right. I'll go now. Wait, I haven't paid you yet. Where are you going? You brat, your brain isn't working so well today. Go to Butler Wang and give him 100 strings of coins. If it's not enough, there's more. Young master, why do you need so much? 10 strings of coins is enough. San Bao almost knelt down as he said bitterly. What do you know? The more money there is, the bigger the matter will be, and the happier I will be. This young master doesn't lack money. If you do a good job, you will be heavily rewarded. Hurry up and go. Li Zishuan slapped the back of San Bao's head and said in annoyance. This lackey of his was not good enough. He was too honest and not arrogant enough. It did not suit his status. Yes, young master. I will go immediately. When San Bao saw that his young master was getting impatient, he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He quickly ran off like a rabbit. He cherished his status as Li Zishuan's #1 lackey very much. Cough, cough. What are you looking at? Get to work. Li Zishuan scolded angrily when he saw the servants and maids in the distance looking at them with gossipy expressions. Immediately, the servants and maids scattered in all directions. The next day, 4:45, 4:15 a.m. Some people were still asleep, while others had already woken up. The only people who had woken up so early were the peddlers and the ministers who were rushing to attend the morning court. Thus, from this point of view, the officials of the imperial court had something in common with the common people, and that was that they all needed to wake up early. However, today was a little different. Because the fleet heading south was about to depart in the morning court was pushed back. All officials of the 5th rank and above had to go together to the docks on Murky Island in the eastern suburbs of Chang and to send off the army. Oh. Madam, you can buy more meat in the future. We won't have to live such a poor life anymore. Haha. Xingye Fang. In a shabby and narrow courtyard, Cui Shanyu was drinking porridge and eating vegetables as he spoke to the middle-aged woman in linen clothes in dissatisfaction. Master, you're not talking nonsense, right? With your little salary, how can our family afford to buy meat? The woman in linen clothes said with a strange expression. Short-sighted. It won't be long before this old man can return to the family. By then, what can we not have? Cui Shanyu laughed proudly. What? Master, are you telling the truth? The woman in linen clothes raised her voice by an octave. She was extremely excited and even used master. It was obvious that she cared a lot about her family identity. Of course. I can't tell you the specifics now. You'll know after a while. Yes. Come, master, eat more. Madam, I'll go to Murky Island now. Today, His Majesty specially summoned me to attend the morning court, so I may be back later. You can have lunch first. Don't wait for me. Cui Shanyu finished his breakfast happily and was ready to go out. Of course, he didn't mean that the food was delicious, but that he had gained respect from his wife and could finally straighten his back. Okay, master, take care. The woman in linen clothes said quickly. Silly tiger, let's go. To Murky Island. Cui Shanyu waved his hand in high spirits and was ready to go out with a hunchbacked young man. With Chui Shanyo's poor appearance, how could he afford to buy a horse and carriage? That was why he woke up early today, because the journey was long and he had to leave early. Ouch! Chui Shanyu pushed open the shabby courtyard door and took a step out. He almost slipped out of the door. Master, hee, what's wrong with you? The young man named Silly Tiger seemed to have something wrong with his brain. His master was in trouble, but this idiot could still laugh foolishly. He really didn't know how many episodes he could survive. I think I stepped on something soft. Silly Tiger, help me take a look. My eyesight is not very good. Oh, my other foot stepped on something too. Chui Shanyu didn't care about Silly Tiger's untimely laughter. Perhaps he was already used to it. It's just that he moved around like this, and his other foot immediately stepped on something soft. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten. He was old and dizzy, so naturally, he couldn't see anything clearly. He could only ask Silly Tiger for help. Hee, master, I'll help you take a look. Silly Tiger chuckled and quickly ran over. Hurry up and look, what did you step on? Could it be a poisonous snake? Speaking of this, Chui Shanyu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Even a big man would be afraid of snakes. Hee, no, master, you stepped on shit. Hee. Stepped on shit. 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 Hee, your mother. Chui Shanyo's face was full of Sparta. Even though he was used to Silly Tiger's way of speaking, at this moment, he still felt that the word hee was extremely harsh. Preposterous. Preposterous. Under the feet of the emperor, someone actually dares to pour such filth in front of my door. It's really outrageous. Chui Shanyu was trembling with anger, and his beard was almost sticking up. No one could stand a pile of shit in front of their door. However, what was even more unbearable for him was yet to come. Hee. Master, this isn't someone's feces, it's someone's feces. Look, it's still warm. It was still warm. Still. Ah. Ugh wah. It was no wonder that Chui Shanyo's mental fortitude was weak. The scene was just 2F** king strong. Chui Shanyu could no longer hold it in. He ran to the corner of the wall and began to vomit. However, as he ran, he inevitably stepped on a few more piles of feces. Master, what's wrong? I'm not done yet. I can see that this shit is from a child. Look, how thin are these strands of feces? Hee. Blurg. Shut. Shut up. Ugh. Holy shit, I've unknowingly written 700,000 words. Most importantly, I've written so many words, but there's no eunuch at all. This was too rare. Isn't everyone going to subscribe 2 chapters to support me? If very few people read the original version, it's easy for me to get castrated. Piracy was the main reason why there were so many eunuch books. I hope everyone can come and read or support Chidian. Chapter 313. Chui Shanyu awkwardly returned home and changed into a new pair of shoes. He did not even bother to take a shower. He hurriedly held the lantern, bypassed the countless landmines in front of the door, and with a faintly discernible smell of feces, he headed towards Chung and East City Gate. As for where the landmines in front of the door came from, he did not have the time to investigate. He thought that when he came back from the morning court, he would find the people from Wuhou government and let them investigate. If I find out who is so wicked, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Chui Shanyu thought bitterly in his heart. Oh. That's great. Haha. Now I can have money to buy candy to eat. In the small alley to the west of Chui Shanyu's house, there were actually 40 or so half-grown children gathered. Among them was a big boy with a bare upper body. When he saw that Chui Shanyu and his servant had disappeared, he jumped up excitedly and made a big fuss. Just now old man Chui stepped on my poop. This time Xiao Wu can get an extra 100 coins of reward. A 6 or 7-year-old boy wearing rags and a bun on his head pulled the slightly older boy and asked. Xiao Wu, the sky is so dark, how can you see clearly? The big boy depressingly asked. Of course I can see clearly. If Big Brother Chi Nu doesn't believe me, you can go and take a look. Xiao Wu left a mark beside Zhao's papa. That place is half a step away from the door. Xiao Wu specially chose that place. That old man must have stepped on it. When the little boy called Xiao Wu heard that the big boy did not believe him, he anxiously wanted to pull him closer to check. Wu Wu, let go. We will wait here for Brother Biao Zi to come. We will talk when he comes. The big boy quickly pulled his hand away. He was not willing to suffer in that stinky minefield. Brother Biao Zi is here. Brother Biao Zi is here. Suddenly there were two surprised voices among the children. Then the crowd automatically separated into two sides. A bare-chested burly man walked over with two rascally-looking young men. Hello, Brother Biao Zi. Hello, Brother Biao Zi. More than 40 children bowed and greeted the burly man in unison. It looked as if the burly man was leading a group of children to mingle in the pugilistic world. It was quite comical. Not bad, not bad. I saw it from the side just now. You all did well. I, Biao Zi, always keep my word. I won't cheat you of your money. Here, 200 copper coins per person. Let old man Shui step on the doll and give an extra 100 copper coins. Lin Lauer, give out the money. Brother Biaozi put his hands on his waist and shouted with a rough voice. Yes, boss. One of the lackeys hurriedly replied. Thank you, Brother Biao. Thank you, Brother Biao. When the little brats heard that they were really going to get money, they were so excited that they almost jumped up. Quiet, quiet. Don't provoke others. Biaozi hurriedly roared and continued, today, when you go back, all of you save your energy to eat as much as you can for me. If you want to shit, hold it in for me. Tomorrow morning, we will come to old man Shui's place to shit again. When the time comes, the price will still be the same. Is everyone clear? Understood. When they heard that they could earn another portion of money tomorrow, the children hurriedly agreed. They only needed to pay a lump of shit, and they could earn a few hundred copper coins. If they did not agree to such a good deal, was there something wrong with their heads? The same thing happened at the other corners of Chang and City at the same time. Zhu Qinglu, Sima Minglang, Gu Fengyan, Shengguan Yufeng, Lu Yenyu, Zheng Zhanli, Xikong Linghao, the 7 directorate professors who had submitted a petition to impeach Li Zishuan with Cui Shanyu, without exception, all of them suffered and glided. The 9 heavens gate opens its palace and tens of thousands of countries pay their respects to the crown. Chang and City was located on the banks of the Wei River and the northern foot of the Qinling Mountains. In the planning process of Chang and City, the concept of the unity of man and nature was included. There were no rivers in Chang and City. There were only canals that connected the city and the suburbs, as well as man-made or natural ponds, such as the Xiujiang Pond. Outside of Chang and City, there were 8 rivers, Wei, Jing, Feng, Du, Bai, and Ba River. This was what people often called the 8 rivers around Chang'an. Hence, in terms of transportation, Chang'an City was the capital of the empire. Whether it was water or land transportation, it was extremely developed. The Ba River originated from Lantian County, located to the east of Chang'an City. On both sides of the Ba Bridge, there were 5 miles of embankment. Tens of thousands of willows were planted, and tourists walked shoulder to shoulder. It was a spectacular sight. Every spring, when the spring wind blew, the willows would dance in the air, creating a hazy mist. It became a major sight on the Ba Bridge of Chang'an. There was a pier on the Ba River, as well as a relay station. It was called the Ba Pavilion. Many people would come here to welcome and send off guests, saying their goodbyes and breaking off willow branches as gifts. Li Zishuan had arrived at the Ba River early in the morning. He was speechless at Li Air. Why did he have to make it such that all officials of the 5th rank and above had to come to the Ba River to send off the army? Wasn't it good to just send those of the 5th rank and above? Li Zishuan felt that he was being targeted. Alas, a good 2-day break had gone down just like that. Should he suggest to Li Er one day to bring the 2-day break system to the imperial court? After all, the government workers, in his previous life, also needed to rest on weekends. I haven't seen you in a long time. Old Cheng, didn't look for you. Don't you know how to take the time to greet me? Suddenly, a huge force came from his shoulder. If Li Zishuan's lower body was not stable, he would have been slapped into the river. There was no need to look. Only Great Demon King Cheng would do such a thing. Uncle Cheng, you're right. I didn't think it through. I'll invite you and Uncle Qin to my residence for a drink some other day. Li Zishuan was quite helpless towards this crazy and disrespectful Qing Yao Jin, so he could only follow his words and say, "Hey. There's no need for another day. You're about to get married. When the time comes, Old Cheng, will go to your house for a big meal. You're not allowed to keep anything to yourself. You have to bring all the good wine and dishes for me." Qing Yao Jin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. "Jijia, how can you be an elder like this?" Qin Xiong couldn't help but frown. "Hey, second brother Qin, this kid is also one of us. Why do you need to be polite with him?" What's that smell? Why is it so smelly?" As Qing Yao Jin spoke, he smelled a foul stench. He sniffed his nose and looked around, trying to find the source of the stench. Li Zishuan also smelled it. His eyes were sharp and saw Cui Shanyu, Zhu Qinglu, Sima Minglang, and the rest walking over. He smiled and tugged at Qing Yaojin's sleeve. Then, he held his breath and walked forward with cupped fists. "Yo! Isn't this Professor Cui, Professor Zhu, and Professor Sima? Good morning to you all." Li Sai, good morning to you too." Cui Shanyu wasn't in a good mood today. He just pretended to cup his fists and greeted them briefly. Then,